Fake it for now. A Second Chance Secret Baby Romance by J.L. Fox. I have kept his daughter a secret for 5 years. Now he wants me to be his fake girlfriend. The arrogant chief executive officer who destroyed my career just made me an offer I cannot refuse. 6 weeks. One fake relationship. A $1 billion deal that could save my company. Simple. Clean. Professional. Except nothing about us has ever been simple. Not the night that ruined everything. Not the 4-year-old with his stubborn jaw, sleeping in my apartment. Not the heat that still burns between us every time we are in the same room. He thinks this is business. I am counting down the days until I can walk away again. But the cameras love us. The press is digging. And our carefully constructed lie is unraveling faster than I can contain it. 6 weeks to play his perfect girlfriend. 5 years of secrets about to detonate. One truth that will destroy us both. Mia. The chief financial officer's pen stopped moving. That was my first sign I had hit a nerve. To summarize, I clicked to my final slide. This acquisition has 3 red flags we have not addressed. If we proceed without more due diligence, we are inviting regulators to investigate. Silence. The boardroom felt like a fishbowl. Glass walls on every side. 20 executives watching. Waiting to see blood in the water. I kept my smile steady. I had been chief compliance officer at Blackwell Financial for 3 months. Long enough to know this company ran on speed and instinct. Long enough to know Ryder Blackwell hated the word no. He sat at the head of the table. Tailored charcoal suit. Silver at his temples, he did not bother hiding. Slate gray eyes that had not left my face since I started talking. He had the presence of a man who had rebuilt an empire. 10 years of running this company had given him that. The kind of authority you could not fake. I knew those eyes. Nearly 6 years ago, I had seen them soften. Just once. Just for me. He did not acknowledge that now. Neither did I. Ms. Carter. His voice cut through the room. Low. Controlled. Are you suggesting we abandon a deal worth $800 million because of paperwork concerns? Paperwork concerns. I felt my spine straighten. I am suggesting we verify the target company's financials before we buy their problems. We have done due diligence. You have done fast diligence. There is a difference. A ripple moved through the room. Someone shifted in their chair. Grant Sloan, the chief financial officer, set his pen down like it had personally offended him. Ryder leaned back. His fingers steepled. That gesture I remembered too well. The timeline exists for a reason, he said. Our competitors are circling. Every day we delay costs us leverage. Every day we rush costs us credibility. I tilted my head. The Securities and Exchange Commission does not care about your timeline, Mr. Blackwell. They care about whether we cut corners. His jaw tightened. There it was. The flicker of something sharp behind the control. 3 things I knew about Ryder Blackwell. 1. He was used to winning. 2. He thought intimidation was a management style. 3. He had no idea I had already won this argument. He just had not figured out how yet. The risk profile is unacceptable, I continued. I have documented the concerns in my report. The board has it. You have it. I paused. My recommendation stands. Someone exhaled. I did not look to see who. Ryder's eyes narrowed. Just a fraction. Like a predator, reassessing its prey. I had dealt with men like him my whole career. The ones who filled rooms with their presence. Who expected compliance officers to roll over when they growled. My breath caught. My fingers found my collarbone without permission. Darn it. I pushed that thought down where it belonged. Buried it under professionalism and a practiced smile. Ms. Carter. Ryder stood. 6 feet 2 inches of tailored power moving toward me. A word. In private. The room held its breath. I gathered my folder. My tablet. My composure. Of course. I followed him out of the boardroom. Through the glass-walled corridor where everyone could see us. Past the assistant who did not meet my eyes. His office door closed behind me. The Manhattan skyline stretched below us. 38 floors up. The Hudson glittered in the distance. His desk dominated the room. Dark wood. Built to intimidate. He did not sit behind it. He leaned against it instead. Arms crossed. Blocking my exit. You just killed my deal in front of the entire leadership team. I delayed your deal. I stayed by the door. There is a difference. Is there? The difference is you will thank me when regulators do not show up with subpoenas. His mouth almost curved. Almost. I hated how my pulse jumped at that near smile. How my body remembered things my brain had spent years forgetting. The way he had touched my face in that Chicago hotel room. The way he had kissed me like he was drowning. The way he had disappeared the next morning and never called. You have been here 3 months, he said. In that time you have blocked 2 acquisitions, flagged 4 contracts, and made my chief financial officer's eye twitch every time your name comes up. Sounds like I am doing my job. Sounds like you are making yourself impossible to ignore. His gaze dropped. Just for a second. To my mouth. I felt it like a touch. Was that your goal, Ms. Carter? His voice dropped lower. To get my attention? I should have been offended. I should have documented this conversation for human resources. Instead, I stepped closer. Close enough to catch the scent of him. Sandalwood and cedar. Close enough to see the tension in his jaw. My goal, I said, is to keep this company out of legal trouble. If that requires your attention, so be it. We stood there. Too close. Too aware. The air between us felt charged. Like something was about to break. He looked at me the way he had that night. Like he was trying to solve a puzzle he was not sure he wanted to solve. Did he remember? Did he know I remembered? I could not ask. I would not give him that power. I have a proposal, he said. I am sure you do. That almost smile again. You want to understand how this company operates? Fine. I will show you. I waited. Starting Monday, you are my shadow. Every meeting. Every call. Every deal. He uncrossed his arms. Pushed off the desk. Stepped into my space. You want to flag risks? You will see them firsthand. Audit season runs another 8 weeks. You are with me for all of them. My heart slammed against my ribs. 8 weeks. Forced proximity. Late nights and early meetings and no escape from his orbit. This was punishment. This was also opportunity. And my compliance reforms? I asked. The ones the board keeps delaying? Pass my test. His eyes locked on mine. Prove you understand how business works. Your reforms get a fair hearing. A trap. It had to be a trap. But the chance to get my reforms through? To change something at this company? I could not walk away from that. I have conditions, I said. Of course you do. I report to the board, not to you. My findings stay independent. And if I see something wrong, I flag it. No exceptions. He studied me. Something flickered in his expression. Something that looked almost like respect. Agreed. I did not trust it. I did not trust him. But I extended my hand anyway. His palm met mine. Warm. Solid. His grip firm without crushing. His jaw tightened. Just for a second. I felt that handshake in my whole body. He did not let go right away. His thumb brushed across my knuckles. So brief, I might have imagined it. I did not imagine it. One more thing. He released my hand. Leaned close enough that I could feel the heat of him. Close enough that his words landed against my ear. Congratulations on your promotion, Ms. Carter. His voice was silk over steel. Now you are coming with me. Everywhere. Until audit season ends. The trap closed around me. I smiled like I was not terrified. I look forward to it, Mr. Blackwell. His eyes said he did not believe me. Mine said I did not believe myself. I walked out of his office. Past the watching eyes. Through the glass-walled corridor where everyone had seen us. I thought about Lily. About the 5-year-old waiting for me at daycare. About the secret I had been carrying since that one reckless night. Ryder Blackwell had no idea what was at stake. And I planned to keep it that way. My heels clicked against the marble floor as I headed for the elevator. 8 weeks. I could survive 8 weeks. I could keep my distance. Stay professional. Ignore the way my skin felt too tight whenever he looked at me. I was Mia Carter. Competent. Controlled. Unshakable. The elevator doors opened. Ryder stood inside. His eyes met mine. Dark. Knowing. Dangerous. Going down, Miss Carter? I stepped in beside him. The doors closed. The elevator hummed. 38 floors between us and the lobby. His cologne filled the small space. Made the air too thick to breathe. You handled yourself well in there. He did not look at me. Just watched the numbers descend. Was that a compliment? An observation? I kept my eyes forward. Kept my voice even. I do not need your observations, Mr. Blackwell. I need you to stop blocking my reforms. I am not blocking them. I am testing them. By making me follow you around for 2 months? Now he looked at me. That gaze like pressure on my skin. By making you understand what you are trying to regulate. The corner of his mouth lifted. You might be surprised what you learn. I might be surprised what I remember, I thought. But I did not say that. The elevator stopped at 32. 2 analysts stepped in, saw Ryder, and flattened against the wall. They got off at 20 without a word. Half fear, half fascination in the look they exchanged. That was Ryder Blackwell. The man people warned you about. The man I had spent years trying to forget. Since that night in Chicago. Monday, he said as the doors opened to the lobby. My office. 7 a.m. I will be there at 6:30. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise maybe. Or the beginning of respect. Good, he said. And walked away without looking back. I stood in the lobby. Marble floors. Morning light streaming through the windows. My heart pounding like I had just run a marathon. 8 weeks. I could survive 8 weeks. I had to. Because if Ryder Blackwell ever discovered the truth about what happened after that night in Chicago, everything I had built would come crashing down. And I refused to let that happen. Not for me. For Lily. I walked out into the Manhattan morning. Pulled out my phone. Called Sophia. She picked up on the first ring. Tell me you destroyed him. Other way around. He made me his shadow for 8 weeks. Shadow. Her voice pitched higher. Like following him around? Getting close to him? Being alone with him? Starting Monday. Mia. A pause. That man is going to eat you alive. I thought about his hand on mine. His breath against my ear. Not if I eat him first. Sophia laughed. Now that is the Mia I know. You have got this, babe. Call me tonight. Tell Lily I said hi. I hung up and hailed a cab. 6 hours until daycare pickup. 6 hours to figure out how to survive 2 months in Ryder Blackwell's orbit without losing my mind. Or my secret. The cab pulled up. I slid inside and gave the driver my address. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Ms. Carter. Monday. 6:30 a.m. Do not be late. I stared at the screen. He had my personal number. How on earth did Ryder Blackwell get my personal number? Another buzz. And Ms. Carter? Pack light. We are leaving the city. The cab merged into traffic. I had no idea where we were going. I had no idea what I had just walked into. But I knew one thing for certain. I was in trouble.
Ryder. She arrived at 6:28. 2 minutes early. I watched from behind my desk as she crossed the bullpen, badge in hand, heels clicking against the floor like she owned the place. She did not know I was watching. She did not know I had been watching for months. Ever since Human Resources dropped her file on my desk. Ever since I saw that name, and felt something shift in my chest that I refused to examine. Mia Carter. Chief Compliance Officer. The woman who blocked my deal with a smile and a stack of papers. The woman I pulled out of a dark hallway nearly 6 years ago. She had not acknowledged it. Not once in 6 months of working here. Not a flicker. Not a tell. Nothing but professional distance, and that bright, disarming smile she used like a weapon. Fine. If she wanted to pretend, I could pretend. I was better at it, anyway. She stopped at her assistant's desk. Said something that made the woman laugh. Then she glanced toward my office. Our eyes met through the glass. 1 second. 2. She looked away first. Good. That was something. I turned back to my coffee. Cold. I did not care. I had been at my desk since 5, running numbers, reviewing the acquisition she had gutted. Looking for a way around her objections. There was not one. She was too good. Too thorough. I hated that. I respected it. Both things could be true. My door was closed, but I heard her heels in the hallway. Steady. Unhurried. The walk of someone who had made peace with whatever was coming. She stopped outside my office. Straightened her blazer. Lifted her chin. Then she knocked. Come in. The door opened. She stepped through. And just like before, the air in my office got thinner. Mr. Blackwell. Her voice was even. Pleasant. The voice of someone who had rehearsed this moment. You said 6:30. You are early. I am punctual. Same thing. Not quite. She crossed to the chair across from my desk, but did not sit. Punctual means I respect your time. Early means I am eager. I am not eager, Mr. Blackwell. I am prepared. My jaw tightened. She noticed. I saw the small flash of satisfaction in her eyes before she buried it. I hated how much I liked that. Sit, I said. She sat. Crossed her legs. Folded her hands in her lap. Every movement measured. Controlled. She smelled like clean soap and something else. Something warm underneath. Vanilla, maybe. Or honey. I wanted to lean closer and figure out what it was. I did not. We leave for Chicago at noon, I said. Investor meetings. Due diligence reviews. 3 days. I am aware. I received your text. Then you know to pack light. I know what the words mean. I am still unclear on why my chief compliance officer duties require me to travel with you. Because I said so. Her smile sharpened. Just a fraction. That is not a reason. That is an assertion of power. Same thing. Again. Not quite. I leaned forward. Rested my elbows on the desk. Let her see that I was not backing down. You blocked my acquisition. In front of my entire leadership team. In a room full of glass walls where half the floor was watching. I kept my voice flat. Controlled. Now you want to know why you are my shadow for the next 8 weeks. I want to know the real reason. That is the real reason. No. She tilted her head. Studied me like I was a problem she was solving. The real reason is that you do not trust me. You think if you keep me close, you can predict what I will do next. She was right. I would not admit it. Think whatever you want, I said. Just be ready at noon. The silence stretched between us. She did not look away. Most people looked away. She was not most people. She never had been. My phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen. Mother. Perfect timing. Excuse me, I said and answered. I am in a meeting. Then unmute. My mother's voice was cool. Precise. The voice of a woman who had spent 40 years managing Blackwell men. We need to talk. About. The board called me this morning. They have been whispering all weekend. 3 of them. Separately. All asking the same question. I leaned back in my chair. Mia watched me. I let her. What question? When is Ryder going to stabilize? My mother paused. Let the word hang. Their word. Not mine. I am stable. You killed an $800 million acquisition. Compliance blocked it. Not me. Same thing. Everyone in my life sounded like me today. The optics are bad, Ryder. Her voice softened. Just a fraction. The way it did when she was worried. Real worried. The Post ran a piece this morning. Blackwell Chief Executive Officer clashes with new hire. There is speculation about infighting. About instability at the top. There is always speculation. There is also a photo of you in the elevator with her. Looking at her like she is something you want to devour. My grip tightened on the phone. I did not look at Mia. I do not know what you are talking about. Liar. My mother sighed. I am not asking you to be happy, Ryder. I am asking you to be stable. Find a way to look domesticated. Investors like domesticated. I am not a dog. No. You are a chief executive officer whose company needs confidence. The acquisition was supposed to signal strength. Now it signals chaos. She paused. Fix it. Whatever that takes. I will handle it. You always say that. I always mean it. I know. Another pause. Longer this time. Just be careful. The sharks are circling. I can smell the blood from here. She hung up. I set the phone down. Mia was still watching me. Still waiting. Her expression had not changed, but something in her eyes had sharpened. Problem? She asked. No. Your jaw is doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you are angry but pretending you are not. Her eyes narrowed. You do it a lot. You have been watching me. I have been working for you. Observation is part of the job. So is discretion. I am discreet. She uncrossed her legs. Stood. Which is why I have something for you. She reached into her bag and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Printed. Folded in thirds. She set it on my desk with a soft click. What is this? Ground rules. She folded her hands in front of her. Calm. Composed. I spent the weekend thinking about our arrangement. This is the result. I unfolded the paper. Read the header. Non-negotiable rules. Below it, a numbered list. Neat. Precise. Pure Mia. My eyes caught the first line. Ryder Blackwell does not intimidate me. I looked up. She was smiling. That bright, disarming smile. The one that made men think she was soft. That made them underestimate her. I knew better. You think I am trying to intimidate you? I think you are used to getting what you want. She did not flinch. Did not waver. I am not something you get, Mr. Blackwell. I am someone you work with. There is a difference. And if I do not agree to your rules, then this arrangement becomes very uncomfortable. For both of us. She held my gaze. 3 seconds. 5. 7. I felt something crack in my chest. Something I had been holding tight for nearly 6 years. She was still the same. Still fire wrapped in sunshine. Still the woman who had looked at me across a dark bar and made me forget every rule I had ever made for myself. I had walked away from her once. Told myself it was for her own good. Told myself she deserved better than a man drowning in scandal. I had been lying. I walked away because I was scared. Because she made me feel things I could not control. I would not make that mistake again. Fine. I set the paper down. I will read your rules. You will follow them. We will see. Her smile flickered. Something passed through her eyes. Recognition, maybe. Or warning. Then it was gone. The jet leaves at noon, she said. I will be ready. She turned. Walked toward the door. Her heels clicked against the floor. Steady. Unhurried. I watched her go. I watched her the way I had been watching her for 6 months. The way I had been watching her since the moment she walked back into my life and pretended she did not remember me. She remembered. I knew she did. And before these 8 weeks were over, I was going to make her admit it. The door closed behind her. I picked up her list. Rule number 2, personal questions are off limits. Rule number 3, physical contact only when necessary. Rule number 4, this is professional. Nothing more. I set the paper down. Leaned back in my chair. Looked out at the Manhattan skyline. My mother wanted stable. My board wanted confident. My company needed leadership that did not make headlines for all the wrong reasons. And Mia Carter had just handed me a list of rules designed to keep me at arm's length. I smiled. She had no idea what she had just started.
Mia. The Chicago trip had been 3 days of forced proximity and investor meetings. 3 days of Ryder Blackwell watching my every move. 3 days of pretending I did not notice his hands, his voice, the way he stood too close in every conference room. Now we were back in New York, and audit preparation was just as exhausting. 8 hours of compliance interviews, department heads sweating through their shirts, and Ryder pushing for speed while I pushed for proof. We had clashed 6 times before lunch. By 3 o'clock I had stopped counting. This is a waste of time. Ryder's voice cut through the conference room. We had been reviewing procurement files for 2 hours. His patience had run out an hour ago. This is due diligence, I said. I kept my voice pleasant. My smile steady. You wanted me as your shadow. This is what shadows do. Shadows do not lecture. This one does. Grant Sloan shifted in his chair. The chief financial officer had been silent for most of the meeting, but I caught the look he exchanged with Ryder. The kind of look that said they had discussed me. Decided I was a problem. Good. Problems got noticed. Problems got things done. We have 14 flag transactions, I continued. I slid the folder across the table. 3 of them need documentation we do not have. 2 have signatures that do not match authorization records. So fix it, Ryder said. I am fixing it. By making sure we do not get blindsided during the actual audit. The audit is not for 6 weeks. Which is why we are preparing now. I met his gaze. Held it. Unless you would prefer to explain to regulators why our records do not match our claims. The silence stretched. Grant looked at the ceiling. Ryder's jaw did that thing again. The tightening. The tell. He stood. Take a break. Everyone. 15 minutes. The room emptied fast. No one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. I gathered my files and followed the stream of analysts into the hallway. I made it 3 steps before his voice stopped me. Ms. Carter. I turned. He was right behind me. The hallway was full of people. Analysts. Associates. Department heads who had been in the meeting. All of them pretending not to watch. You have something to add? I asked. I have a concern. He stepped closer. Close enough that I could see the flecks of darker gray in his eyes. You seem to think your job is to slow things down. My job is to keep this company legal. Your job is to advise, not obstruct. A few people had stopped pretending. They were watching now, waiting to see if the new chief compliance officer would fold. I would not. With respect, Mr. Blackwell. I kept my smile bright, my voice carrying just enough for the audience to hear. Obstruction implies I am blocking something legitimate. I am blocking risk. There is a difference. And you are the expert on what constitutes risk? Yes. I tilted my head. Let my smile sharpen. That is why you hired me. Someone coughed. Someone else turned away too fast. Ryder's eyes narrowed. For a moment I thought he might lose his composure. Might say something he would regret in front of all these witnesses. He did not. My office, he said. Quiet. Controlled. Now. He walked past me. The crowd parted for him like water. I followed. I did not have a choice. His office door closed behind us with a soft click. The glass walls meant everyone could still see us. But they could not hear. Your rules, he said. He stopped by the window, hands in his pockets, watching me with an expression I could not read. Rule number 4. This is professional. Nothing more. I remember what I wrote. Good. His voice dropped. Because you have been looking at me like it is something more. Heat flooded my cheeks. I fought it down. I do not know what you are talking about. Liar. The word hung between us. Soft. Almost gentle. Which made it worse. Mr. Blackwell. I kept my voice even. If you are uncomfortable with my professional attention during work hours, I am happy to submit a formal complaint to Human Resources about your inability to distinguish between competence and attraction. Something flickered in his eyes. Surprise maybe. Or amusement. You would file a complaint against me? In a heartbeat. He smiled. A real one. The kind that reached his eyes and made him look almost human. I believe you would. Then we understand each other. I turned and walked out before he could respond. My heels clicked against the marble hallway. Steady. Measured. My heart was anything but. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of spreadsheets and tension. At 6 o'clock, I started packing up. Sophia was picking up Lily from daycare. I had just enough time to get home, relieve her, and make dinner before Lily's bedtime. My phone buzzed. Sophia's name. I smiled. Probably a photo of Lily, covered in finger paint, or... Hey, I answered. Everything okay? Everything is fine. Lily is great. She made you a picture of a dinosaur eating a rainbow. I laughed. Of course she did. But listen. I have to work a double tonight. One of the nurses called in sick. I can drop Lily at your place around 7, but... That is perfect. I am leaving now. You are sure? I know things have been crazy with work. I am sure. I grabbed my bag. Check the time. I will see you at 7. I hung up. Started toward the elevator. Going somewhere? Ryder's voice stopped me cold. He was standing in the hallway, jacket off, sleeves rolled to his elbows. Like he had been waiting for me. Home, I said. It is after 6. Change of plans. He walked toward me. That same deliberate pace. We are going back to Chicago. The investor from last week wants another face-to-face before committing. When? Tonight. My stomach dropped. I cannot. It was not a request. I have obligations. So do I. To this company. Which you now represent. He stopped in front of me. Too close. The jet leaves in 40 minutes. Be on it. I thought of Sophia. Of Lily. Of the dinner I had promised to make. The bedtime story. The routine that held my daughter's world together. I need to make a call. Make it fast. He walked away. I stood in the empty hallway, phone in my hand, trying to breathe. I called Sophia back. Explained. Apologized. She told me not to worry. She would figure something out. Her mom could help. I hated this. Hated that my job kept stealing time from my daughter. Hated that Ryder Blackwell had the power to upend my entire evening with 3 words. Lily would be wondering where I was. She would be asking Sophia why mommy was not home yet. Why the routine was broken. Why everything felt wrong. My daughter was 5 years old. She did not understand investor meetings or corporate politics, or the delicate balance I walked every single day just to keep us afloat. She just wanted her mother. And I was not there. But I needed this job. Lily needed me to keep this job. So I swallowed my guilt and got on the jet. The cabin was quiet. Cream leather. Soft lighting. The hum of engines beneath us. It smelled like leather and recycled air. Too small for the tension between us. Ryder sat across from me, laptop open, acting like he had not just hijacked my night. I pulled out my own files. Pretended to work. Tried not to think about the way his presence filled the small space. The way his fingers moved across the keyboard. The way he glanced up at me every few minutes like he was waiting for something. I did not give him the satisfaction of asking what. 40 minutes in, my phone lit up. Sophia's name again. My chest tightened. 2 calls in an hour was not normal. Sophia knew I was working. She would not call unless something was wrong. I answered. Hey. Is your mom? Mia. Her voice was tight. Wrong. Do not panic, okay? My blood went cold. What happened? Little Stars just called me. You have me listed as your emergency backup, remember? Lily has a fever. 102. She has been asking for you. The world tilted. My baby was sick. And I was 30,000 feet in the air, flying in the wrong direction. Is she okay? Did they give her anything? They cannot give her medication without your authorization. I am on my way to pick her up now, but Mia, she's crying. She wants her mom. My throat closed. Lily never got sick. She was the healthiest kid in her class. But when she did get sick, she wanted me. Only me. She would curl into my chest and hold onto my shirt, and not let go until she fell asleep. And I was not there. Mia? What do you want me to do? Take her to my apartment. There is children's Tylenol in the bathroom cabinet. Purple box. The dosing chart is on the fridge. I was already running through the list in my head. Wet washcloth for her forehead. Popsicles in the freezer. Peanut the elephant in her bed. I will call the pediatrician and authorize you to pick up the prescription if she needs one. Okay. I have got her. She will be fine. Tell her I love her. Tell her mommy is coming home as soon as I can. I will. I hung up. My hands were shaking. My chest felt like someone had reached inside and squeezed. My daughter was sick. Scared. Asking for me. And I was stuck on a plane with Ryder Blackwell, flying to a meeting I did not want to attend. The screen lit up again. A text this time. From Little Stars Daycare. Emergency. Please call ASAP. I had already handled it. But the word still hit me like a punch. Emergency. Ryder's voice came from across the cabin. Low. Careful. Like he could sense that something had cracked inside me. Mia. What is wrong? I looked up. Met his eyes. And for the first time since I had walked into Blackwell Financial, I had no idea what to say. Mia. Lily was safe. I said it to myself again, as I locked the hotel room door behind me. Safe. Sophia had her. The fever had broken an hour ago. But she had been crying for me. And I had not been there. I dropped my bag on the chair and pressed my palms flat against the marble bathroom counter. My reflection stared back at me. Mascara smudged at the corners. The careful composure I had fought to maintain on the jet now cracking around the edges. 102 degrees. That is what Sophia had said. My baby burning up and crying for her mommy, while I sat on a private jet reviewing investor projections. I gripped the cold marble and stared at my reflection. What kind of mother was I? The kind who missed bedtime for board meetings. The kind who had Sophia's number on speed dial, because I could not always be there. The kind who chose career over chicken soup and forehead kisses. I splashed cold water on my face. Tried to slow my breathing. After I had hung up with Sophia the second time, after I had confirmed Lily's fever had dropped, and she was sleeping peacefully at my apartment with Sophia watching over her, I had spent the rest of the flight staring at nothing. Ryder had not asked again what was wrong. But he had watched. That slate-gray gaze, tracking every flicker of emotion I could not hide. I hated that he had seen me scared. I hated even more that part of me had wanted to tell him. The investor meeting had been a blur. Some tech founder with too much money and not enough sense, wanting to pour millions into Blackwell Financial. I smiled when I was supposed to smile. Shook hands. Nodded at projections I barely processed. Ryder carried it. He noticed I was off, and he covered for me without a word. When I stumbled over a question about regulatory timelines, he jumped in with an answer that made me look prepared instead of distracted. He had not called me out. Had not made me explain. Just covered for me like we were actually a team. That made it worse. Because I did not want to feel grateful to Ryder Blackwell. I did not want to notice the way he had protected me tonight, the same way he had protected me in that hallway nearly 6 years ago. I turned on the shower. Hot. Almost too hot. Let the steam fill the bathroom until the mirror fogged, and my reflection disappeared. 20 minutes later, I was in bed. The hotel sheets were too soft. The room too quiet. The city hummed somewhere below, but up here on the 14th floor, it felt like I was suspended in nothing. Sleep was not coming. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. Lily's face flushed with fever. Crying for me. Reaching for arms that were not there. But that image kept shifting. Dissolving into another face. Gray eyes. Strong jaw. Mouth that never smiled unless he was winning. Darn it. My phone glowed on the nightstand. I had already texted Sophia 3 times. Lily was asleep. Lily was fine. Lily had no idea anything had happened. I should have felt relieved. Instead, my skin buzzed with something I could not name. Fear, yes. But something else underneath. Something that had been building all day. All week. Every minute I had spent in his orbit. Ryder's voice in my ear during that hallway fight. You have been looking at me like it is something more. His hand on the small of my back, as he guided me off the jet. The heat of it through my blouse. The way he had spread his fingers, like he was claiming more territory than he needed. The way he had said what is wrong. Like he actually cared. Like he would burn down whatever had scared me if I gave him a name. I pressed my thighs together. A reflex I could not stop. No. No, no, no. I was a mother. A professional. The chief compliance officer of his company. I did not get to want him. I did not get to remember the way his mouth had felt against mine nearly 6 years ago, or the way he had whispered my name like a prayer when he held me close. Stop. I rolled onto my side. Punched the pillow into shape. Closed my eyes. But his face was there. Those gray eyes pinning me against the boardroom wall. His jaw tight. His mouth flat except for that ghost of a smirk when I said something that surprised him. I remembered his hands. Large. Clean. The way they had gripped the armrest on the jet when turbulence hit. The way his forearms flexed beneath his rolled-up sleeves. The way those hands had felt on my body once, so long ago, so certain. I sat up. Rubbed my face. Reached for my phone to check on Lily again, but I had texted Sophia 20 minutes ago. I would look insane. The clock read 11:47 at night. I fell back against the pillows. This was Ryder Blackwell. My boss. The man who could destroy my career with one phone call. The man I had been pretending not to recognize. The father of my child who had no idea he had a child. I should not want him. I really should not want him. And yet my body did not care about should or should not. It remembered things my mind tried to forget. The weight of him. The sound he made when he let go. The way he had looked at me after, like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. He had left. He had walked away without a word. But my body had never forgotten. The ache refused to fade. I lay there restless, pulse still too fast, skin too warm. The tension that had been building all day coiled tighter and tighter, until I could not ignore it any longer. I closed my eyes and let the memories flood in, the forbidden thoughts, the dangerous pull of him, until the weight of guilt and longing became too much to bear. I forced slow, deep breaths, willing the chaos inside to quiet, fighting to push the images away until exhaustion finally dulled the edge. When the storm passed, I lay still, staring at the ceiling, my body heavy with fatigue. For 10 perfect seconds there was only silence. Only the hum of the climate control, and the steady thrum of my own pulse. Then the shame hit. I lay there staring at the ceiling, my body still trembling faintly, and hated every second of what I had just allowed myself to feel. Ryder Blackwell. I had just let thoughts of Ryder Blackwell unravel me. My boss. Lily's father. The man who had left me in a Chicago hotel room nearly 6 years ago and never looked back. I pressed my palms to my face. What was wrong with me? He was dangerous. To my career. To my secrets. To the careful walls I had built around my life and my daughter. And I had just let my guard drop completely. I knew better. I knew so much better. But my body had its own agenda. One that did not care about logic or self-preservation, or the fact that if Ryder Blackwell ever discovered Lily existed, every wall I had built would come crashing down. I rolled onto my side. Curled my knees to my chest. Tomorrow, I would be professional. Tomorrow I would rebuild the walls. Tomorrow I would look at him across a conference table, and feel nothing but the cold distance of a colleague. Tonight I would just hate myself in peace. A knock at the door. I froze. My pulse spiked. Not the pleasant kind. The sharp, panicked kind that came with being caught. Another knock. Harder this time. Then his voice. Low and certain through the wood. Open up, Mia. We need to talk. Now.
Ryder. She opened the door. Flushed. Hair slightly mussed. Eyes too bright. I told myself it was about the phone call. The emergency from earlier. Professional concern. I was lying. I stepped inside before she could close the door in my face. That call on the jet. I kept my voice level. Reasonable. You were shaken. It is handled. She crossed her arms. Defense position. The fever broke. She is fine. She. Not a name. Just a pronoun. But enough to confirm what I had suspected. A child. Her child. I did not push for more. You left the meeting early. I moved into the room. Gave her space, but not much. I covered for you with the investor. I noticed. She stayed by the door. Thank you. You do not need to thank me. My jaw tightened. We are a team. For the next weeks. Right. Her smile was sharp. Professional. The shadow arrangement. The shadow arrangement that had somehow turned into late nights and hotel rooms, and this tension that lived between us like a third person. I moved to the minibar. Needed something to do with my hands. Whiskey. I should not. That is not a no. She hesitated. Then nodded. I poured 2 glasses. Neat. The ritual gave me time to think. To not look at her mouth. I failed at the second part. Here. I held out her glass. She took it. Our fingers did not touch. I wanted them to. There is a problem with the rooms. I said it casual. Like it did not matter. What kind of problem? Hotel overbooked. My reservation was cancelled. I sipped the whiskey. Smooth burn. Only 1 suite available. Her eyes widened. You are joking. I do not joke about accommodations. So, get another hotel. At midnight. In Chicago. During convention season? She bit her lip. That tell again. The one that said she was calculating odds. I will take the couch. I gestured to the sofa. Gray leather. Looked expensive and uncomfortable. You keep the bedroom. That is not necessary. It is professional. Her laugh was short. Sharp. Right. Professional. Problem with that? You are 6 feet 2 inches. That couch is maybe 5 feet. I shrugged. I have slept in worse places. When? Law school. Dorm furniture built for hobbits. Another almost smile. I wanted to see a real one. Fine. She set her glass down. But if you complain tomorrow about your back, I am not listening. Noted. We stood there. The room felt smaller than it was. I should. She gestured toward the bedroom. Yeah. She did not move. Neither did I. The investor meeting. I broke the silence. You handled the regulatory questions well. I stumbled on the timeline. I jumped in. No one noticed. I noticed. We are a team, I said again. Softer this time. Her eyes met mine. Dark. Careful. For 8 weeks. Right. The reminder felt like a line drawn. Do not cross this. Do not want more. Too late. I had wanted more since I pulled her file 6 months ago. Since I saw her name and felt something shift in my chest. Since I pretended not to remember a Chicago hotel room and a night that should have stayed forgotten. Fine. If she could pretend, so could I. I had been better at it for months. Watched her cross the bullpen every morning. Watched her challenge me in meetings. Watched her smile at everyone except me. Waiting. For her to crack first. For her to admit she remembered. She never did. Stubborn. Brilliant. Infuriating. She tucked her hair behind her ear. I tracked the movement. The curve of her neck. The pulse point I could see from here. I am going to. She pointed at the bedroom again. Sleep well. You too. She disappeared behind the door. Did not close it all the way. I stared at that gap. 6 inches of space. An invitation or a mistake. I turned away. Loosened my tie. Shrugged out of my jacket. The couch was exactly as uncomfortable as it looked. I lay down anyway. Arm over my eyes. Tried to think about audit schedules and compliance reports and anything that was not her. Failed. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Hotel quiet. The kind that makes you notice every sound. And every absence of sound. I heard her moving in the bedroom. Soft footsteps. Water running in the bathroom. The rustle of fabric. I imagined her getting ready for bed. Wondered what she wore. Silk. Cotton. Nothing. Stop. My jacket hung on the chair across from me. I could smell my own cologne. Sandalwood. Cedar. The same scent that had been in her space when I stood close. She had noticed it. I had seen her reaction. That small intake of breath. Good. I wanted her to notice. Wanted my presence to linger after I left. Territorial. Possessive. Not professional at all. I shifted on the couch. The leather creaked. More silence. The door was still cracked. That 6-inch gap. I could see the edge of the bed from here. The corner of white sheets. Movement. A shadow. She was awake too. I should leave it alone. Let her have her space. Let this night end before something broke that could not be fixed. Then her breathing changed. I knew that change. Knew what it meant when someone could not sleep. When their mind would not stop. I had been there too many nights to count. Mia. Yeah. Her voice came through the gap in the door. Quiet. Close. You okay? Pause. Long enough to be a lie. Fine. Liar. Takes one to know one. I almost smiled. What are we doing? The question slipped out. Honest. Raw. I do not know. At least she did not pretend. This is not sustainable. I sat up. Looked at that door. 8 weeks of this. We agreed to the terms. Terms. I stood. Moved toward the bedroom before I could stop myself. Is that what we are calling it? What would you call it? I stopped at the doorway. She was there. Standing on the other side. Still dressed. Hair down now. Barefoot. Looking at me like I was a problem she could not solve. I knew the feeling. I would call it dangerous. My voice dropped. I would call it something we should both walk away from. Then walk away. I should. I knew I should. My feet did not move. You first. This is my room. Technically, it is both our room now. Her breath caught. That tell. The one that said I had landed a hit. Ryder. I loved how she said my name. Half warning, half want. Every time, it landed like a punch. Mia. We cannot. Cannot what? This. Whatever this is. Define this. She shook her head. You know what I mean. Say it. No. Afraid. Smart. I moved closer. 1 step. She did not back away. Good. Bad. I did not know anymore. Smart would be separate hotels. Another step. Smart would be separate rooms. Smart would be keeping 8 feet of distance at all times. You are the one who came to my door. You opened it. You told me we needed to talk. We do need to talk. About what? The audit. The investor meeting. She tilted her chin up. Or about why you are really here. Dangerous question. Dangerous answer. Maybe I am worried about you. Since when does Ryder Blackwell worry about anyone? Since you. The truth sat there. Uninvited. Since my compliance officer looked like she was going to break during a meeting I needed her sharp for. Professional concern. Sure. You are lying. You are deflecting. We were close enough now, I could smell her shampoo. Something clean. Subtle. Clean soap and something warm. The scent from 6 years ago. She had used the same shampoo then. My chest tightened. Close enough to see her pulse race. Close enough to count her breaths. Close enough to ruin everything. My hand moved before I could stop it. Reached for the doorframe above her head. Not touching her. Just boxing her in. She did not flinch. This is a bad idea. Her voice was quieter now. Most of my ideas are. I work for you. I am aware. There are rules. You love rules. Someone has to. My other hand came up. Braced on the other side of the frame. Caging her in. Giving her an out. My hands were not steady. I hoped she could not tell. She could duck under my arm. Step back into the bedroom. Close the door. She did not. Ryder. Whisper now. Do not. But she did not move away. And my body answered by moving closer anyway. Scene break. They gave themselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms.
Mia. His hand found my hip. Not a grab. A claim. Like it belonged there. Like he had been holding me for years instead of seconds. My breath stopped. My brain screamed run. My body pressed closer. Mia. His voice dropped lower. Rough. Tell me to stop. I should. Every instinct I had screamed I should. His thumb traced a slow circle against the fabric of my dress. Heat pooled low in my stomach. Every nerve ending I had focused on that single point of contact. My fingers found my collarbone. The nervous tell I could not hide. I work for you. My voice came out breathless. Wrong. I am not yours. His jaw tightened. That thing he did when I challenged him. That is where you are wrong. Then he leaned in. Slow. Giving me every chance to move. I did not move. His breath ghosted across my mouth. Sandalwood and cedar and want. One more inch and this would happen. One more second, and I would stop being able to lie to myself about what I wanted. Lily's face flashed in my mind. Feverish. Small. Calling for mommy. The daughter he did not know existed. I stepped back. Fast. My hip hit the doorframe hard enough to bruise. We cannot. The words scraped out. This cannot happen. He froze. Stared at me like I had slapped him. Maybe I had. The air between us felt sharp. Wrong. Like something precious had shattered, and we were both standing in the glass. I should go. I moved past him. Into the suite. Toward my bag. He did not follow. I grabbed my things. My hands shook. I could not make them stop. I did not look at him because if I looked at him, I might change my mind. Mia. Good night, Mr. Blackwell. I walked out. Took the elevator down 14 floors. Found the hotel bar because I needed somewhere public. Somewhere I could not do something stupid like go back upstairs. I ordered water. The bartender gave me a look that said he had seen this before. Heartbreak at midnight in a business hotel. Except this was not heartbreak. This was self-preservation. My phone buzzed. Sophia. Lily's fever is gone. She is asking for you. Come home. I booked a car. Left Chicago while the city was still dark. Did not look back. Morning came too fast. The company jet was scheduled for 9 o'clock. I showed up at 8:30 with coffee and the Wall Street Journal-like armor. Ryder was already there. Of course he was. We sat at opposite ends of the cabin. Professional distance that felt like miles. He worked on his laptop. I stared at audit reports and saw nothing but the memory of his hand on my hip. Neither of us spoke. The silence felt loud. Heavy. Like words we could not say taking up all the oxygen. When we landed, I grabbed my bag and headed straight for the parking garage. He did not try to stop me. Good. I went home. Held Lily. Breathed in her strawberry shampoo. Let her chatter about the fort Sophia helped her build in the living room. This was why boundaries mattered. Sophia raised an eyebrow when she saw my face. Do not ask, I said. Was not going to. She grabbed her coat. Paused at the door. Studied me with those nurse eyes that saw everything. But Mia. Whatever happened. Fix it or walk away. You cannot do both. She left. I put Lily to bed. Read her 3 stories instead of 1, because I needed the normalcy. Then I lay awake thinking about doorways and almost kisses, and the way he had looked at me like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. Darn it. Monday morning, I arrived at the office at 6 o'clock. Before the bullpen filled with assistants and gossip. Before glass walls turned us all into performers. I needed to think. To plan. To rebuild every wall I had let crack in Chicago. 3 things I knew about this week. 1. Ryder would act like nothing happened. He was good at that. 2. I would do the same. Professionalism was my only remaining weapon. 3. Neither of us was fooling anyone with a working pair of eyes. My coffee went cold while I stared at compliance reports. The elevator dinged. Heels clicked across marble. Voices filtered through the floor. The building was waking up. Monday had arrived, whether I was ready or not. By 8 o'clock the bullpen was full. I caught whispers when I walked to the break room. Saw side eyes that said the Chicago trip had not gone unnoticed. Small office. Glass walls. Nothing stayed secret for long. I kept my head up. My smile steady. Pretended I did not notice. At 9 o'clock my phone lit up. Text from Ryder, conference room. 10 minutes. No context. No warning. Just a summons. I grabbed my tablet. Smoothed my blazer. Checked my reflection in the dark computer screen. Professional. Competent. Not a woman who had almost kissed her chief executive officer in a hotel doorway. The conference room was already full when I arrived. Grant Sloan sat at one end looking smug. Tessa Nguyen at the other with her lawyer face on. 3 other senior leaders I recognized but whose names I would have to think about. Ryder stood at the head of the table. His eyes found mine through the glass before I entered. Something flickered there. Heat. Regret. Want. Then nothing. Professional mask locked back in place. I walked in. Took a seat across from Grant. Kept my face blank. Morning. Ryder's voice was all business. Clipped. Like we had not almost broken every rule. Quick announcement. Grant's pen tapped twice against his notepad. A tell. He knew something was coming. Investor confidence is shaky after recent media attention. Board wants more visibility into our leadership structure. Ryder leaned against the table. Casual. In control. Everything he always was. Going forward, Mia will be attending investor events with me. The room went still. My pulse spiked. Carefully, I kept my face neutral. All of them? Grant's tone was pleasant. His eyes were not. That seems unusual for a compliance officer. All of them. Ryder did not blink. Investors want to see we take compliance seriously. Mia's presence demonstrates that commitment. Starting when? Grant pressed. The foundation gala coming up. Ryder's gaze swept the room. Skipped right over me like I was not there. Clear schedules accordingly. Tessa's eyes cut to me. Sharp. Assessing. Already calculating the optics. I kept my face neutral. Nodded once. What else could I do? Refuse in front of everyone? Explain why standing next to him at black tie events felt like playing with matches near gasoline? Any questions? Ryder scanned the room. Silence. Grant's pen tapped once more. He was filing this away. Building something. Good. That is all. People filed out. I stood slowly. Gathered my tablet with hands that wanted to shake. Tessa caught my arm in the hallway before I could escape. Walk with me. Not a question. Never a question with Tessa. We moved toward her office. Glass walls, professional. Proper. Exactly what it needed to be. She closed her door. The only truly private space on this floor. You are playing with fire. Her voice was quiet. Clinical. The way surgeons probably sounded before cutting. The board is watching. I am doing my job. Are you? She tilted her head. Because from where I am sitting, you are about to become a liability we cannot afford. My chest tightened. He made the announcement. Not me. What was I supposed to do? Refuse in front of everyone. Smart would be not putting yourself in this position in the first place. Tessa crossed her arms. Optics matter, Mia. Perception matters. Right now you look like you are sleeping your way into investor meetings. The words hit like a slap. I am not. I know. Her expression softened. Barely. But they do not. And Grant is already building his case. Be smart. Protect yourself. Because no one else will. She opened the door. Conversation over. I walked back to my office on legs that felt unsteady. Sat down. Stared at nothing. Tessa was right. I was playing with fire. And I had already gotten burned once in Chicago. My phone buzzed. Text from my regular sitter, cannot do evenings this month. Family emergency in Boston. So sorry. Perfect. Just perfect. I ran through my mental list of backup options. My neighbor worked nights. Sophia's mom had her own grandkids. The daycare closed at 6 o'clock. I would need coverage for whatever these investor events turned into. Sophia was my emergency backup. Not my standing Friday night solution. I texted back, no worries. Hope everything is okay. Then started scrolling through childcare apps because apparently, this week was not complicated enough. Another text. This one from Ryder, Gala is in a few weeks. Clear your schedule. I typed back, noted. Professional. Cold. Exactly the distance we both needed. His response came immediately, we need to talk. My office. 5 o'clock. I stared at the message. Did not answer. At 4:30, a knock on my door made me look up. Ryder's assistant. Young. Efficient. Holding a garment bag that looked expensive even from across the room. From Mr. Blackwell. She hung it on my coat rack. Left before I could form words. I stared at it for a full minute. Then I stood. Crossed to it. Touched the zipper with fingers that trembled. Pulled it down slowly. Emerald green silk spilled out like water. Designer label I recognized from magazine ads. My exact size down to the inch. A note card fell to my desk. For the gala. Non-negotiable. R. I picked up the dress. Held it against me. The fabric felt like sin. Expensive. Soft. Made to be touched. He was picking my clothes now. Deciding what I would wear. How I would look on his arm. Claiming me piece by piece in front of investors and board members and his whole world. I should refuse. Send it back with a polite note about inappropriate gifts. Draw a line so bright even Ryder Blackwell could not miss it. My phone buzzed. Text from him, you will look stunning. My fingers traced the silk. Felt the weight of it. Imagined his hands on this fabric. On me. I should refuse. I should send it back. I should remember every reason this was dangerous. I did not send it back.
Ryder. My mother's penthouse always felt like a museum. Expensive. Elegant. Cold. I stood near the windows while event planners discussed floral arrangements for the foundation gala. She sat at the head of her dining table. Silver hair perfect. Pearls that cost more than most cars resting against her throat. She had insisted I attend this meeting. Planning sessions were not my responsibility. I should have known better. The planners left. Portfolios under their arms. Smiles too bright. The door closed. My mother did not move. Just watched me with those eyes that saw everything. Malcolm called me this morning, she said. The board wants answers. I turned from the window. About. Do not play stupid, Ryder. It does not suit you. I crossed to the bar cart. Poured whiskey, even though it was barely noon. They want me settled. I am aware. Settled. She stood. Moved toward me with that grace that made men underestimate her. They want you stable. Same thing. Not quite. I drank. Let the burn ground me. What did Malcolm say exactly? That if you do not demonstrate leadership stability in the next 60 days, he is calling for a board vote on your position. She paused. Let that land. He has the votes, Ryder. My jaw tightened. Then I will fight him. With what? Your track record of impulsive decisions. Your reputation for bending rules until they break. She moved closer. The New York Post article did not help. That elevator photo made you look like a man who cannot control himself. The photo. Mia in the elevator. Me looking at her like I wanted to devour her. Because I did. I have rebuilt this company, I said. Voice low. Controlled. Everything father destroyed. I brought us back. I know. Her voice softened. Just a fraction. But the board does not care about the past. They care about protecting their investments. And right now, you look like a risk. I set the glass down. Hard. So what do you want me to do? Marry the first socialite who will have me? I want you to be strategic. She tilted her head. I am stepping down from the foundation board if you cannot prove you are capable of leading with wisdom, not just ambition. That stopped me cold. You would not. I would. Steel wrapped in silk. I have spent 40 years building this foundation. I will not let it burn, because my son cannot get his house in order. That is not fair. Life rarely is. I stared at her. This woman who had rebuilt our family name after father's scandal. Who had taught me control by never showing weakness herself. What do you suggest? I asked. The doorbell rang. My mother smiled. That is my suggestion. She walked to the door before I could ask what that meant. Voices in the entryway. One of them familiar. No. Mia appeared in the doorway. Navy blouse. Black pants. Hair in that low bun she wore to work. Professional. Polished. Beautiful enough to stop my breath. Her eyes found mine. Widened a fraction. She had not known I would be here. Neither had I known about her. Miss Carter, my mother said. Warm. Welcoming. Thank you for coming. I hope you do not mind that I invited you to discuss the gala compliance requirements. Compliance requirements. Brilliant. Mia recovered fast. Smiled that professional smile. Of course, Mrs. Blackwell. I appreciate the invitation. Please. Call me Evelyn. My mother gestured to the table. Would you like coffee? That would be lovely. I stood there like furniture while my mother played hostess. Poured coffee. Asked about Mia's weekend. Made conversation like they were old friends instead of meeting for the second time. Mia handled it without a misstep. Polite. Competent. Gave nothing away. I watched her navigate my mother's subtle tests. The questions about family, about her career, about what she wanted from life. My mother was interviewing her. And Mia was passing. The gala needs to be spotless from a regulatory perspective, Mia said. Given the current media attention on Blackwell Financial, any appearance of impropriety would be damaging. I agree. She nodded. Which is why I wanted your input. You have been doing excellent work from what I hear. Mia's eyes flicked to me. Then away. I am just doing my job. You are doing more than that. She set her cup down. You are making the company better. Even when it is uncomfortable. Something passed between them. An understanding. My mother approved of her. The realization hit hard. She stood. I have a call I need to take. Ms. Carter, would you mind reviewing these gala contracts while I am gone? I would value your professional opinion. Of course. She left. A strategic exit. Leaving us alone. Mia stayed seated. Did not look at me. Just pulled the contracts closer and started reading. The silence stretched. You did not know I would be here, I said. No. She flipped a page. Did you know about me? No. Your mother is subtle. She is strategic. Mia looked up then. Those dark eyes holding mine. Why did she really invite me? Because she has decided you are the solution to my problem. Because she sees you as someone who could make me look stable. Because she is playing chess, and we are both pieces on the board. She wanted your professional input, I said instead. Liar. The corner of my mouth wanted to curve. I did not let it. Maybe she likes you. She does not know me. She knows enough. I moved closer. Leaned against the table. She knows you blocked my deal. She knows you do not intimidate easily. She knows the board respects you. The board does not know me either. They know your reputation. I kept my voice level. Ethical. Thorough. Impossible to corrupt. Mia set the contracts down. Stood. What is happening here, Ryder? My mother is playing matchmaker. Why? Because she thinks you are exactly what I need. Her breath caught. Just a hitch. And what do you need? Everything. You. Forever. Stability, I said. Apparently. She studied my face. Looking for the lie. This is about the board pressure. Yes. And the gala. Yes. And the 60 days Malcolm gave you. I went still. How did you know about that? Tessa told me. General Counsel hears everything. Of course she did. Mia stepped back. Creating distance. I should go. Wait. She paused. Hand on her bag. The dress, I said. You did not send it back. Color rose in her cheeks. I should have. But you did not. No. Why? She met my eyes. I am still deciding. Deciding what? Whether this is worth it. She left before I could ask what this meant. I stood there in my mother's perfect penthouse and watched the elevator doors close on her. My mother returned 5 minutes later. Well, what? She is perfect for you. Mother. Do not. She held up one hand. I saw the way you looked at her. I saw the way she looked at you when she thought no one was watching. She poured herself more coffee. She is brilliant. Ethical. Strong enough to stand up to you. Exactly what you need. What I need is for the board to back off. Then give them what they want. She turned to face me. Show them stability. Show them you can commit to something other than the next deal. How? She smiled. You are smart, Ryder. Figure it out. I drove back to my condo in silence. Parked. Sat in the car and stared at the Hudson. The idea built, then crystallized all at once. A relationship. Public. Visible. Stable. With Mia. The board would see me with the one woman they all respected. The one woman who represented everything I supposedly lacked. Ethics. Integrity. Control. It would be temporary. 60 days. Just long enough to satisfy Malcolm and the board. Then we would part ways. Amicably. Professionally. It was perfect. It was a terrible idea. I pulled out my phone. Stared at her contact. She would think I was insane. She would probably be right. I called anyway. She answered on the third ring. Ryder. I have a proposal. It is 7-page M. Professional. Mutually beneficial. Silence. Then, what kind of proposal? Meet me tomorrow. My office. 6 a.m. Ryder. Trust me. I do not. Then meet me anyway. More silence. I could hear her thinking. Calculating. 6 a.m., she said at last. This better be worth my time. She hung up. I sat there in the dark car and wondered what on earth I was about to do. Next morning. My office. 6 a.m. She arrived on time. Coffee in hand. Expression unreadable. Closed the door behind her. Sat across from my desk like we were negotiating a merger. Maybe we were. You have 30 minutes, she said, to convince me this is not the worst idea you have ever had. I leaned back. Met her eyes. Be my girlfriend. Her coffee stopped halfway to her mouth. Excuse me? 60 days. Public appearances. Investor events. The gala. I kept my voice level. Professional. In return, your compliance reforms pass without sabotage. Full support from me and the board. She set the coffee down. Slow. Controlled. You want to fake date me. I want to solve both our problems. We do not have the same problems, Ryder. Do we not? I leaned forward. You need your reforms to pass. I need the board off my back. This gives us both what we want. She studied me. Those dark eyes, seeing everything I was trying not to show. And what happens after 60 days? We part ways. Amicably. Professionally. Back to normal. Normal. She laughed. Soft. Bitter. There's nothing normal about this. No, I agreed. But it could work. Silence. She was calculating. Weighing options. That brilliant mind running scenarios. I need to think about it. You have until Monday. She stood. Walked to the door. Paused with her hand on the handle. Why me? Because you are the only woman who has ever made me want to be better. Because, I said instead, you are the only one they would believe. She left without another word. I sat there in the dark office and wondered what on earth I had just started.
Mia. 3 things I knew about Ryder Blackwell's proposal. 1. It was insane. 2. It might actually work. 3. I was going to say yes. I stood in the elevator, watching the numbers descend. 38. 37. 36. My reflection stared back at me from the mirrored walls. Professional blazer. Perfect posture. The face of a woman who had her life under control. Liar. My phone buzzed. Sophia's name lit up the screen. I answered. Hey. Tell me you did not agree to whatever insane thing he just proposed. I had texted her from his office. One line, Ryder wants to fake date for 60 days. Thoughts? I did not agree yet. Mia. Yet is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The elevator doors opened. Lobby. Marble floors. Too many people for this conversation. I have to go, I said. Do not do anything stupid. Define stupid. Fake dating your boss who is also the father of your secret child. Fair point. I will call you later, I said. I hung up before she could argue. I made it to the street before I turned around. Pulled out my phone. Opened my notes app. Drew a line down the center of a blank page. Pro on the left. Con on the right. Pro, my compliance reforms pass. 3 months of work does not die in committee, because Grant Sloan hates accountability. Con, 60 days of pretending not to want a man I absolutely should not want. Pro, career security. The board stops questioning my objectivity. Malcolm Hargrove's 60-day ultimatum becomes my protection, instead of his threat. Con, lying to everyone, including myself. Pro, built-in exit strategy. Sunset clause. Clean break. Con, Ryder Blackwell's hands on my body. Even if it is just for show. I stared at the list. The cons were winning. I went back inside anyway. Because you are the only one they would believe. His words echoing. He was right. That was the problem. That was why this would work. I was ethical. Competent. Unshakable. The board would believe I had chosen him. And maybe that was the most dangerous part. His assistant was not at her desk yet. It was barely past 6:30. I knocked once. Pushed open his door without waiting. He looked up. Surprise flickered across his face. Then something else. Something darker. I have conditions, I said. He leaned back in his chair. Fingers steepled. That almost smile playing at his mouth. I am listening. I pulled out my notepad. The same one I had used to write my non-negotiable rules that first Monday. The rules that had lasted all of 2 weeks before he broke them. These rules would be different. They had to be. 60 days, I said. Public appearances only. Investor events. Galas. Meetings where optics matter. Agreed. In exchange, my compliance reforms pass. No sabotage from Grant. No undermining from the board. You support them publicly and privately. Done. Too easy. He was agreeing too fast. I made a note. He is planning something. I want it in writing, I said. The reforms. Your support. Career protection regardless of how this ends. His eyes narrowed. Not angry. Intrigued. You negotiate like you are afraid I will screw you over. You are a chief executive officer. Screwing people over is in your job description. That almost smile became a real one. Brief. Dangerous. Fair, he said. What else? I wrote. Numbered each rule as I spoke. Rule 1. Public affection, private distance. We are together, at events. Hand-holding. Casual touches. Whatever sells the story. But in private, we are colleagues. Nothing more. Define private. This building. Your car. Anywhere cameras are not watching. What about my condo? My fingers tightened on the pen. I thought about that hotel suite in Chicago. The couch he had offered to take. The doorway where I had almost let him kiss me. Your condo counts as private, I said. Voice steady. We work there sometimes. That does not change. And if I wanted to change? Then you are violating the contract. He studied me. Those slate gray eyes seeing too much. Rule 1, he said finally. Agreed. I wrote it down. Drew a line underneath. Rule 2. No sleepovers. His jaw tightened. There it was. That tell. The one I had been cataloging, without meaning to. Explain, he said. I go home to my apartment. Every night. Non-negotiable. Even after late events? Especially after late events. That is going to look suspicious. If we are supposedly together. We are busy professionals, I interrupted. We both value our space. That is the story. What I did not say, Lily is home. Lily needs me. Lily is the line you do not get to cross. He was quiet for a moment. Calculating. Fine, he said. Rule 2. No sleepovers. I added it to the list. Rule 3. No feelings. Something flashed in his eyes. Too fast to name. This is a business arrangement, I continued. Feelings complicate business. We are both professionals. We can keep this clean. Can we? My breath caught. I forced it steady. We have to. Why? Because if this becomes real, it becomes messy. Messy means complications. Complications means someone gets hurt. You think I would hurt you? I think we would hurt each other. The words hung between us. Too honest. Too raw. I looked down at my notepad. Wrote Rule 3, no feelings. Agreed, he said. His voice had changed. Softer. I did not look up. Rule 4. 60-day sunset clause. We go public at the gala. We date for 2 months. Then we amicably part ways. The story is, we tried, we are better as colleagues, we remain professional friends. And if 60 days is not enough? It will have to be. For the board? Or for you? He was doing it again. Asking questions that got too close. For both, I said. He nodded. Rule 4. Agreed. I wrote faster now. Needed to get through this before my hands shook. Rule 5. My personal life stays off limits. His posture changed. Subtle. But I caught it. Explain, he said. You do not ask about my life outside this building. You do not visit my apartment. You do not meet my friends. You do not ask questions about my evenings or weekends. Why? Because that is the deal. Public relationship. Private boundaries. What are you hiding, Mia? Everything. My daughter. Your daughter. The secret that would detonate both our lives. Nothing, I said. I am protecting what is mine. You of all people should understand that. He watched me for a long moment. I kept my face neutral. Professional. The mask I had perfected over 3 months of working with him. Rule 5, he said. His voice dropped. Agreed. Relief flooded through me. I did not let it show. Rule 6. If either of us wants out, we are done. No convincing. No negotiating. We end it cleanly and move on. No retaliation? None. Professional relationship continues. We are adults. We can handle it. Can we? We will have to. I finished writing. Looked up. Met his eyes. Those are my terms, I said. Take them or I walk. He stood. Pushed back from his chair. Came around the desk. I should step back. Create distance. Follow my own rules. I did not move. He stopped close enough that I could smell sandalwood and cedar. Close enough that my body remembered that hotel doorway. His hand on my hip. His thumb tracing circles. I accept your terms, he said. Good. On one condition. Of course there was a condition. What? We practice. My pulse spiked. Practice what? This. He gestured between us. The relationship. We need to sell it. That means we need to be comfortable with each other. We work together every day. We are comfortable. We work together like colleagues. We need to look like more than that. He reached out, one hand extending, giving me time to pull away. His hand found my waist. I stopped breathing. Like this, he said, voice low. I need to be able to touch you without you flinching. I do not flinch. You tensed just now. Because his hand on my waist felt exactly like that night in Chicago, when I had thought maybe this time would be different. Before he disappeared and I learned better. I am fine, I said. Prove it. He pulled me closer. Not fast. Not forceful. Just steady pressure, until there was barely any space between us. My notepad pressed against his chest. The only barrier. See? I said. Fine. Your heart is racing. Adrenaline. Liar. His hand came up. Fingers trailing along my jaw. Feather, light. Testing. I should stop this. Step back. Remember Rule 3. No feelings. But my body had already forgotten that rule. My body remembered hotel rooms and whispered words, and the way he had kissed me like he was drowning. Ryder. We should practice the kiss too, he said. My brain short-circuited. The kiss. For the gala. It needs to look real. It is a fake relationship. Fake does not require kissing. It does if we want people to believe it. His thumb traced my jaw. Slow. Deliberate. We should practice, he said. So it looks real. My breath caught. Ryder. Just practice, Mia. He was close enough now, I could see the silver in his eyes. Close enough to feel the heat of him. Close enough that my body forgot every rule I had just written down. His hand cupped my face. Tilted my chin up. Tell me to stop, he said. I should. I should absolutely tell him to stop. But my mouth had other ideas. Make it convincing, I heard myself say. His eyes darkened. Convincing. I can do that. He leaned in. Inch by inch. Giving me time to pull away. I did not pull away. His mouth hovered over mine. Not touching. Not yet. Just close enough that I could feel the heat of him. Close enough that my entire world narrowed to this moment. This man. This terrible idea. Mia, he whispered against my lips. And then his phone rang. Sharp. Loud. Shattering the moment like glass. We both froze. His hand still on my face. My fingers somehow gripping his shirt. The phone rang again. He pulled back. Just an inch. Enough for reality to flood in. I should. He cleared his throat. Stepped away. Grabbed his phone off the desk. I stood there trying to remember how to breathe. Trying to remember why this was a bad idea. Failing. He answered the call. Blackwell. His eyes stayed on me. Dark. Hungry. I grabbed my bag. My notepad. The contract we had just written. I will see you at the gala, I said. Voice steadier than I felt. I walked out before he could respond. Before I could change my mind. Before I could ask him to kiss me for real.
Ryder. 3 days since I had almost kissed her in my office. 3 days of pretending the contract meant something. That rules could hold back what I wanted. Rule 3, no feelings. I was lying to myself. I straightened my bow tie in the mirror. Black tuxedo. No tie clip. Just enough rebellion to remind everyone I did not follow all the rules. The contract sat on my desk behind me. 6 rules. 60 days. Clean exit strategy. Except nothing about Mia Carter had ever been clean. My phone buzzed. The car was downstairs. Time to pick up my fake girlfriend and sell a lie to 500 people who had spent their lives learning to spot lies. This should be interesting. She met me outside her building. Brooklyn. The neighborhood surprised me. I had expected something closer to Manhattan. Somewhere easier. Somewhere that did not require her to commute an hour each way. But Mia did not do easy. The building door opened. She stepped onto the sidewalk. Everything stopped. Emerald green silk. The dress I had sent. The one she had kept without sending it back. It fit like I had guessed. Like I had known it would, after months of watching how she moved. How she held herself. Every line of her body memorized through those professional blazers she wore like armor. This was not armor. This was a weapon. Her hair was down. Dark curls falling past her shoulders. I had only seen it down once before. Nearly 6 years ago, in a Chicago hotel room. She crossed the sidewalk. Heels clicking. Head high. Every man on the street turned to look. Mine. The word hit before I could stop it. Not mine. Not really. Contract. Performance. 60 days. I opened the car door. She slid past me. Her scent. Clean soap and something warm. The same shampoo from 6 years ago. My chest tightened. She settled into the leather seat. Smoothed the dress. Looked straight ahead. You clean up well, I said. Her mouth curved. Not quite a smile. That is the goal. The dress fits. You guessed my size. She turned to face me. That is either impressive or creepy. I am observant. You have been watching me. Part of the job. Is that what we are calling this? The car pulled away from the curb. Manhattan lights ahead. 20 minutes to showtime. You look stunning, I said. Her eyes widened. Just for a second. Then the professional mask slid back into place. Thank you. Mia. Yes. Tonight is going to work. The board. The investors. Everyone is watching. They will believe this. Because I am ethical and you are not. Because we look right together. She studied me, calculating something I could not read. Rule 1, she said finally. Public affection. Private distance. I remember the rules. Do you? I leaned closer. Not touching. Just close enough that she would feel the heat. Every single one. Her breath caught. I heard it. Good. The Metropolitan Museum of Art was exactly what I had expected. Too much gold. Too many cameras. 500 people who had spent the evening preparing to judge us. The car stopped. Photographers lined the entrance. Flashbulbs already firing. Ready? I asked. Mia's hand found mine. Squeeze once. Let us sell it. I stepped out first. Offered my hand. She took it. The cameras exploded. My hand found the small of her back. Possessive. Claiming. Exactly what they would expect from Ryder Blackwell with a woman like her. She leaned into me. Just enough. Playing her part perfectly. Questions shouted from every direction. Mr. Blackwell, how long have you been together? Mia, what is it like dating your boss? Are there wedding plans? I pulled her closer. Smiled for the cameras. The smile that said, mind your own business. We moved through the gauntlet. Into the building. Past security. The ballroom doors opened ahead of us. Breathe, I said. I am breathing. Your hand is shaking. Your jaw is tight. I laughed. Could not help it. Fair point. She looked up at me. Something shifted in her eyes. We can do this, she said. I know. We stepped into the ballroom together. Malcolm Hargrove found us within 10 minutes. Board chair. Silver fox energy. The kind of handshake that crushed warnings into your bones. Ryder. He nodded at Mia. Miss Carter. Lovely to see you both. Code for, you are giving me what I wanted. Malcolm, I said. Enjoying the evening? Very much. His eyes moved between us. Calculating. The board is pleased to see you settling down. I would not call it settling. Mia's elbow hit my ribs. Gentle. A reminder. What my boyfriend means, she said smoothly, is that we are taking things seriously. Boyfriend. The word landed harder than it should. Malcolm smiled. Of course. Well, carry on. He walked away. Mia's smile stayed perfect until he was out of earshot. Settling down, she hissed. I said settling, not settling down. That is worse. Probably. She started to pull away. I caught her hand. Where are you going? To get a drink. Away from you. Rule 1. Public affection. Her eyes narrowed. I am starting to hate Rule 1. Liar. Her fingers tightened on mine. You are impossible. You like impossible. I really do not. But she did not let go of my hand. Grant Sloan appeared during dinner. Chief Financial Officer. Eternal skeptic. Currently shooting daggers at Mia from across the room. He looks thrilled, Mia said. Grant hates change. He hates me. He hates that you are good at your job. She turned to face me. Was that a compliment? An observation. You are full of observations tonight. I am observant. We covered this. Her mouth curved. A real smile this time. The kind that made her eyes warm. I wanted to kiss it right there. Rule 3. No feelings. I was breaking every rule we had made. The orchestra started after dinner. Dancing. Of course. Because my mother could not plan an event without forcing 300 people to move in circles. We should dance, I said. Mia's hand found mine before I finished the sentence. Lead the way. The ballroom floor was crowded. Couples everywhere. All of them watching us. My hand settled at her waist. Her hand on my shoulder. The proper positioning for a waltz. Except there was nothing proper about how close I pulled her. Ryder. Too close. We are supposed to be professional. We are supposed to be dating. Fake dating. They do not know that. The music swelled. We moved. Her body followed mine like we had done this before. We had. Nearly 6 years ago. A different ballroom. A different city. The same pull between us. You remember, I said. Her eyes met mine. Remember what? Chicago. You dance like this. Her breath hitched. We are not talking about Chicago. Why not? Because that is in the past. Is it? She did not answer. We turned. Her dress moved with her. Silk catching light. Every man in the room watching. My jaw locked. Stop, she said. Stop what? Looking like you are about to murder someone. I am not. You are. Your jaw is doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you are thinking about destroying something. We danced in silence for half a song. Then she spoke again. They are watching us. That is the point. No. I mean really watching. Like we are the most interesting thing here. I glanced around. She was right. Investors. Board members. Society connections. Everyone tracking our movements. Good, I said. Let them watch. You are enjoying this. Are you not? Her smile turned sharp. Maybe. The song ended. Another started. We kept dancing. This dress, I said. I knew it would look like this. Like what? Perfect. Her fingers tightened on my shoulder. Ryder. Yes. Rule 3. I remember. Do you? I pulled her closer. close enough that anyone watching would know exactly what I was thinking. Every single rule. Then stop breaking them. Make me. Her eyes darkened. You are playing a dangerous game. I am not playing. The music swelled. We turned. Her breath against my neck. Neither am I, she whispered. The photographer found us 20 minutes later. Professional. Expensive camera. Working for whatever Society magazine would run photos tomorrow. Mr. Blackwell. He smiled. Miss Carter. A few photos for the press. Mia stiffened beside me. I felt it. Of course, I said. We posed. His hand at my waist. Her body against mine. Smiling for the camera. Perfect, the photographer said. Now, maybe a kiss. For the romantics? A kiss. I was supposed to kiss her cheek. Safe. Appropriate. Exactly what the contract implied. I turned her face toward mine instead. Her eyes widened. A warning. I ignored it. My mouth found hers. Deep. Claiming. Real. She froze for half a second. Then melted. Her hands gripped my jacket. Pulled me closer. The cameras flashed. White light exploding around us. I did not care. I kissed her like I had wanted to for 6 months. Like I had wanted to 3 days ago in my office. Like I had wanted to nearly 6 years ago when I walked away. When we broke apart, she was breathing hard. So was I. The photographer beamed. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. The crowd around us erupted in polite applause. Mia stepped back. Her professional mask sliding into place. But her lips were swollen. Her eyes dark. She knew. I was not pretending anymore. My mother found us during the champagne hour. Elegant. Controlled. The queen of her domain. Ryder. She kissed my cheek. Then Mia's. You both look wonderful. Thank you for including me, Mia said. Of course. You are family now. The word hung in the air. Family. 60 days. That is all this was supposed to be. My mother's eyes met mine. A warning. A reminder. Do not screw this up, she whispered. Then she glided away. Mia watched her go. Your mother is terrifying. She likes you. How can you tell? She kissed your cheek. She does not do that for people she is planning to destroy. Comforting. I caught her hand. Threaded our fingers together. We are doing fine. We kissed in front of 500 people. That was the plan. No. The plan was a performance. That was real. Her eyes met mine. Was it? I should lie. Tell her it was just for the cameras. Just part of the contract. Yes, I said instead. She pulled her hand away. Ryder. I am not sorry. You should be. Why? Because this is not. A voice interrupted. Warm. Paternal. Familiar, in a way that made my jaw lock. Mia, darling. You look radiant tonight. I turned. Daniel Kincaid stood 3 feet away. Smiling like we were old friends. Mia tensed beside me. Subtle. But I caught it. Daniel. Her voice stayed steady. Professional. I did not know you would be here. Would not miss it. Evelyn's foundation does such important work. His eyes moved to me. Ryder. Congratulations on your relationship. I shook his offered hand. Hated every second of it. Thank you. How long have you two known each other? He asked. Voice casual. Too casual. Really known each other, I mean. The question landed like a blade. Mia's smile stayed perfect. Professional. But her fingers tightened on my arm. We met when I joined Blackwell Financial, she said. 6 months ago. Really? Daniel's eyebrows lifted. That is interesting. Because I could have sworn I saw you both at that industry conference in Chicago. What was it? 5 years ago. 6. My jaw locked. Chicago. The conference where I had pulled him off her in a dark hallway. The hotel bar after. The night that should have stayed buried. He knew. Mia's face went pale. Just for a second. Then the mask slid back into place. I do not recall, she said. Ice in her voice. I attend many conferences. Of course. Daniel's smile widened. My mistake. Enjoy your evening. He walked away. Disappeared into the crowd like he had never been there. Mia pulled her hand from my arm. Stepped back. Restroom, she said. I need a minute. She turned and walked away, leaving me standing there with investors watching and questions I could not answer. The limousine ride home was silent. She sat on the opposite seat, staring out the window, hands folded in her lap. Not shaking anymore. Worse. Completely still. Mia. Not now. What did Daniel? I said not now. Her voice cut like glass. I leaned forward. You are upset. Brilliant observation. Talk to me. About what? About how your fake girlfriend has a past with a man who just ambushed us at your mother's gala. Is that what happened? She finally looked at me. Eyes hard. You know what happened. You were there. Was I? Chicago. Nearly 6 years ago. You pulled him off me in a hallway. The confirmation landed heavy. I had known. But hearing her say it out loud changed everything. What else happened that night? I asked. Nothing that matters now. Liar. Her laugh was bitter. You want the truth? Fine. Daniel was my mentor. He decided that meant he owned me. You stopped him. We had drinks. Then we. She cut herself off. We what? Nothing. We talked. That is all. Another lie. We both knew it. The limousine pulled up to her building. Brooklyn. The same block where I had picked her up 3 hours ago. She reached for the door handle. Mia. Wait. For what? Tell me what you are hiding. I am not hiding anything. You are. I can see it. Every time I mention Chicago. Every time I get close to the truth. She opened the door. 1 foot on the sidewalk. Good night, Ryder. This conversation is not over. Yes. It is. She stepped out. The door closed. She walked into her building without looking back. I watched until she disappeared. Then I pulled out my phone. Typed a message to my head of security. Daniel Kincaid. I want everything. Where he has been. Who he has talked to. What he knows about Mia Carter. And I want to know what happened in Chicago nearly 6 years ago. Every detail. The message sent. I sat back in the leather seat. Stared at her building. She was hiding something. Something that connected to that night. Something that made her go pale when Daniel mentioned it. And I was going to find out what. Even if it destroyed everything we had built.
Mia. The key turned in the lock. My hands shook. 3 things I knew about tonight. 1. I had lied to Ryder Blackwell in the back of a limo. 2. Daniel Kincaid knew I was lying. 3. Everything I had spent 5 years protecting was about to fall apart. I pushed open the door. Sophia looked up from the couch. How was it? I could not answer. The emerald dress felt too tight. Too expensive. Too much like a costume I did not know how to take off. Sophia stood. Crossed the room in 3 steps. Mia. What happened? He kissed me. Her eyebrows went up. For the cameras? No. My voice cracked. For real. Sophia's hand found my arm. Steady. Grounding. And Daniel showed up, I whispered. Her face changed. She knew that name. Knew what it meant. Did he say anything? He asked how long Ryder and I have known each other. Really known each other. Darn it. He mentioned Chicago. The conference. Nearly 6 years ago. Sophia guided me to the couch. Sat beside me. What did you tell Ryder? I lied. I told him we only talked that night. That nothing happened. Mia. I know. She did not say anything. Did not have to. The silence said enough. I stood. Walked to Lily's door. Pushed it open just enough to see her. Purple walls. Peanut the elephant, tucked under her arm. Dark curls spread across her pillow. She was safe. Sleeping. Perfect. Everything I did. Everything I lied about. It was all for her. He is going to find out, Sophia said behind me. I bought myself time. That is all. And when the time runs out. I closed Lily's door. Turned back. I will handle it. Sophia's look said she did not believe me. I did not believe me either. I changed into pajamas. Washed my face. Let the emerald dress fall to the floor like a reminder of everything I had pretended tonight. But I could not stop the memory. Chicago. Nearly 6 years ago. The past I had tried so hard to bury. Nearly 6 years ago. Chicago. The networking event had been running for hours. My feet hurt. My face hurt from smiling. Daniel found me in the hallway. Mia. There you are. I turned. Forced another smile. Mr. Kincaid. I was just heading back to my hotel. Nonsense. The night is young. He stepped closer. Too close. We should talk about your promotion. His hand landed on my arm. Gripped just tight enough to feel wrong. I have done a lot for your career, he said. Voice warm. Too warm? You know that, do you not? I did know. He had mentored me. Opened doors. Made introductions. But the way he was looking at me now made my stomach turn. I appreciate everything you have done. I tried to step back. His grip tightened. I think we should discuss your next steps. Over drinks. My sweet. Not a question. A demand wrapped in a smile. I do not think that is appropriate. Appropriate? His laugh was soft. Dangerous. I am your mentor, darling. Of course it is appropriate. The hallway felt smaller. Darker. I opened my mouth to say something. Anything. A hand landed on Daniel's shoulder. She is needed elsewhere. The voice was calm. Controlled. Male. Daniel's grip released. He turned. The man behind him was tall. Dark hair. Gray eyes that did not blink. Mr. Blackwell. I did not realize you were attending. Clearly. Ryder Blackwell. I knew the name. Everyone in finance knew that name. His hand stayed on Daniel's shoulder. Firm. A warning without words. Mia and I have a meeting, Ryder said. Do we not? I nodded. Could not speak. Of course. Daniel stepped back. Adjusted his tie. We will continue this conversation later, Mia. No, Ryder said. You will not. Daniel's smile tightened. But he walked away. Ryder's hand dropped. He turned to me. You okay? I was not. My hands were shaking. My throat was tight. Yes. Thank you. Liar. The word should have offended me. It did not. There is a quiet bar 2 blocks away, he said. You should not be alone right now. I should have said no. Gone back to my hotel. Kept my distance. But something in his eyes. Something honest and damaged and safe. Okay. The bar was dark wood and leather booths. Jazz playing low enough to talk over. He ordered whiskey. I ordered wine. We sat across from each other. The silence should have been awkward. It was not. I am Mia Carter, compliance associate at Hartwell & Ross. I know who you are. My eyebrows went up. You do. You flagged one of our acquisitions last year. Cost us 2 months and $3 million in due diligence. You were cutting corners. We were. He smiled. You were right to flag it. Most people do not say that. Most people are idiots. I laughed. Surprised myself. He leaned back. Studied me. What was Daniel Kincaid doing, cornering you in a hallway? Being my mentor. That is not mentoring. I know. The wine was warm in my chest. But he has helped my career. I owe him. You do not owe him that. I looked down. Traced the rim of my glass. I have spent 3 years being perfect, I said. Never stepping out of line. Never making mistakes. Sometimes I feel like a fraud. Like I am one wrong move away from everyone realizing I do not belong here. That is called fraud syndrome. Everyone at your level has it. Do you? His jaw tightened. Every day. My father nearly destroyed our family's company. I have spent the last 5 years rebuilding it. Being ruthless. Being exactly what everyone expects. But I am terrified I am just like him. The honesty hit me hard. You are not, I said. How do you know? Because you pulled a predator off a woman in a hallway instead of looking the other way. Something shifted in his eyes. What is your first name? I asked. Ryder. Ryder. I tested it. Thank you. For tonight. Do not thank me for basic decency. We talked for hours. About pressure. About family. About building careers that felt like performances instead of choices. He made me laugh. Made me think. Made me forget I was supposed to be perfect. At 2 a.m, the bartender announced last call. We stood. The air between us had changed. I should go, I said. You should. Neither of us moved. My hotel is across the street. Not a line. An invitation. If you want. I looked at him. Really looked. I had spent 3 years being careful. Being smart. Being safe. For once. Just once. I wanted to be reckless. I kissed him. His hotel room was clean. Simple. High floor with city lights through the windows. He was gentle. Asked permission with every touch. I was sure. The first time I had been sure of anything in months. What followed was intense. Emotional. Physical. More than I had expected. More than I had known I needed. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in each other until the world outside faded away. After, we lay tangled in sheets. Bodies pressed together. I do not usually do this, I whispered. Neither do I. Liar. He laughed. Kissed my shoulder. I mean it. This. You. It is different. I believed him. I fell asleep feeling safe. His phone woke me. Sunlight through windows. His body warm beside mine. He grabbed the phone. Answered. Blackwell. His face changed. Went hard. Pale. He sat up. Pulled on clothes. I have to go. Emergency. There is a situation. I need to leave now. I sat up. Pulled the sheet around me. What happened? Company scandal. It is breaking. I have to get back to New York. He found a hotel notepad. Scribbled his number. Give me yours. I will call you. I promise. I told him my number. He wrote it down. Kissed my forehead. Soft. Genuine. I am sorry. I will call. The door closed. I never saw him again. I opened my eyes. Back in my apartment. I had tried to reach him. Called his office. Emails bounced. His face was everywhere. Scandal. Investigations. Chaos. 6 weeks later, I took a pregnancy test. Positive. I tried again. Calls went to voicemail. Messages disappeared into the void. I made a choice. Protect the baby. Do this alone. 5 years later, here we were. I stood. Walked to Lily's room again. Watched her breathe. He does not get to know you, I whispered. Not until I am sure he will not destroy us. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text. Unknown number. I picked it up. Read it. My blood went cold. She has his eyes. Gray just like his. Does he know about her? The message was from Daniel.
Ryder. She was late. Not by much. 12 minutes. But Mia Carter was never late. Which meant she was avoiding this. Avoiding me. I poured whiskey into a glass. Did not drink it. Just needed something to do with my hands while I waited. The knock came at 8:12. I opened the door. She stood there in a navy blazer and black pants. Professional. Guarded. The same wall she had been building since the gala. Sorry. She stepped past me without meeting my eyes. Subway delays. Liar. The subway ran fine. I had checked. She set her tote on the couch. Pulled out files. Moved with that controlled efficiency I had come to recognize as her armor. We need to finalize the audit schedules, she said. All business. Tessa wants them by Friday. I closed the door. Watched her spread papers across my coffee table, like she had done this 100 times. We had done this 100 times. Late nights. Audit prep. Her in my space. Except everything had changed since the gala. Since I had kissed her for real, in front of 500 people. Since I had admitted it when she asked. You have been avoiding me, I said. Her hands paused on a spreadsheet. Just for a second. I have been busy. Liar. She looked up. Those dark eyes met mine. Something flickered there. We are colleagues, Ryder. That is all this is. I crossed to where she stood. Stopped close enough that she would have to look up to meet my gaze. That is not what the kiss said. Her breath caught. I saw it. The way her chest rose and fell just a little faster. The kiss was for the cameras. No. I leaned closer. It was not. She stepped back. Put the coffee table between us. We have work to do. Fine. If she wanted to pretend, we would pretend. For now. I sat in the chair across from her. Opened my laptop. We worked in silence, broken only by the tap of keys and the occasional rustle of paper. But I watched her. The way she tucked hair behind her ear when concentrating. The way her fingers tightened on her pen when a number did not add up. The way she bit her lower lip when thinking. I had been watching her for months, since Human Resources dropped her file on my desk. I knew her tells. And right now, every single one screamed that she was hiding something. An hour passed. Then 2. She reached for her coffee. Found it empty. Want more? I asked. Please. I went to the kitchen, made fresh coffee. When I came back, she was leaning over the table. Her blazer had come off. White shirt underneath. Professional, but softer somehow. She looked up when I handed her the mug. Thank you. Our fingers brushed. She pulled back too fast. See. Hiding something. Mia. What are you afraid of? She went still. Cup halfway to her mouth. I am not afraid. You are. I sat on the arm of the couch. Close but not crowding. You have been careful since the gala. Too careful. Like you are waiting for something to break. She set the cup down. Did not look at me. I am just trying to keep things professional. We passed professional the second I kissed you. That was the arrangement. Public appearances. The contract. The words came out rougher than I meant. Forget the contract. She looked at me then. Really looked. What do you want from me, Ryder? Everything. The word hit before I could stop it. But I could not say that. Not when she was already pulling away. The truth, I said instead. About Chicago. About why you lied in the limo. Her face went blank. We talked. That is all. Liar. Stop calling me that. Then stop lying. She stood. Started gathering papers. I should go. It is barely 10. I am tired. Mia. Her phone buzzed. Loud in the quiet room. She grabbed it. Looked at the screen. Everything about her changed. Her face. Her posture. The careful control cracking into something raw. Fear. What is wrong? I stood. She was already moving. Answering the call. What happened? Her voice shifted. Softer. Different. Is she okay? A pause. She pressed fingers to her forehead. No. No, it is fine. I am leaving now. Another pause. Tell her Mommy is coming. 10 minutes. I promise. Mommy. The word landed like a punch. She ended the call. Started shoving papers into her tote. Hands shaking. I have to go. I am sorry. We can finish tomorrow. Who is she? The question came out before I could think. Mia froze. Then kept moving. A friend's daughter. Emergency. I said I would help. Another lie. I could see it. But she was already grabbing her coat. Moving toward the door. Mia. I really have to go. She was out the door before I could stop her. I stood there, listening to the elevator descend. Then I walked back to the living room. Her tote sat on the couch where she had been working. She had left it. In her rush, she had taken her phone and coat, but left everything else. I picked it up. Would text her. Tell her to come back for it. The bag tipped as I lifted it. Papers scattered across the table. Audit schedules. Compliance reports. A post-it note with her handwriting. And something else. Bright colors against the white sheets. Crayon. I set the bag down. Picked up the paper. My world tilted. 3 stick figures drawn in primary colors. Red. Blue. Yellow. Holding hands. Labels above each one, in a child's crooked handwriting. Mommy. Ryder. Me. And at the bottom, in uneven letters, Lily. I stared at the drawing. At my name written by a child's hand. Why would she know my name? A 5-year-old does not know her mother's boss. Does not know the chief executive officer of some company. Unless Mia talked about me. At home. Where a kid could overhear. Unless my name came up enough that it stuck. At the 3 figures meant to be a family. My hands stopped working. Lily. That is her name. My name is on her drawing. I looked at it again. Studied the details I had missed. The stick figure labeled Mommy had dark curly hair. Brown crayon. The one labeled Ryder was taller. Dark scribbles for hair. The small one between them had me written above it. A little girl holding both their hands. The phone call. Tell her Mommy is coming. Not a friend's daughter. Her daughter. I set the drawing on the table. Stepped back like it might bite. How old? The handwriting suggested young. 5 maybe. 6 at most. Nearly 6 years ago. Chicago. One night. If she got pregnant that night. 9 months. The math clicked into place with brutal clarity. My chest went tight. 5 years old. Give or take. The timeline worked. I picked up the drawing again. Stared at the stick figure labeled Ryder. Why would her daughter draw me? Unless. No. I sat down hard on the couch. Unless she was mine. Is she mine? The question roared through my head. 5 years. If this child was mine, I had missed 5 years. First steps. First words. Birthdays. Everything. And Mia never said a word. 6 months of working together. Fake relationship. Kissing her at the gala. She never mentioned a daughter. Rule 5. Personal life stays off limits. This was why. My hands were shaking now. I pulled out my phone. Typed. I know about Lily. Deleted it. Tried again. Is she mine? Too raw. Too desperate. I stared at the screen. At the drawing beside me. 3 figures. A family. Whether she was mine or not, Mia had hidden this. Lied about this. And my name was on that drawing, for a reason. I typed something simpler. Colder. You left your bag at my place. Come get it. Hit send. Then could not stop myself. Typed again. And Mia. We are going to talk about Lily. Tonight. I sent it before I could second guess. Then I sat there. Holding a child's drawing. Staring at my name in crooked letters. Wondering how many more lies she had told. And whether the child I did not know existed was sleeping somewhere right now with my eyes.
Mia. The text lit up my phone at 11:52 in the evening. And Mia. We are going to talk about Lily. Tonight. My stomach hit the floor. Lily. He had written her name. The tote bag. I had left the tote bag at his condo. The drawing. Oh goodness. The drawing was in the tote bag. My hands shook. I stared at the screen until the words blurred. He knew her name. Another text arrived. Come back. Now. I could not breathe. 5 years. 5 years of protecting her. Of building walls. Of keeping him away from the truth. Gone. My fingers found my collarbone. Pressed hard. Think. I needed to think. Another text. Mia. I am not asking. Darn it. I called Sophia. She answered on the first ring. What is wrong? He knows. My voice cracked. He found the drawing. He knows about Lily. Silence. Then, what exactly did he say? Just that he knows. He wants me to come back to his condo. Now? Do not go there. I have to. Mia, no. If I do not, he will come here. He will show up at my apartment. Lily is sleeping down the hall. I cannot let him. I could not finish. Sophia's voice softened. Okay. I am coming over. Already getting dressed. The call ended. I sat on my couch. Stared at the texts. 3 things I knew about the next hour. 1. Ryder had found the drawing. 2. He had done the math. 3. Everything I had built was about to collapse. My phone buzzed again. If you are not here in 30 minutes, I am coming to you. I typed back fast. I am coming. Do not you dare show up here. His response was immediate. Then move. Sophia arrived in less than 10 minutes. She took one look at my face. You are shaking. I am fine. That is not true. I grabbed my jacket. My keys. Checked my reflection in the hallway mirror. Professional. I could do professional. Except my hands would not stop shaking. Sophia caught my wrist. What are you going to tell him? The truth. All of it. I met her eyes. What choice do I have? You could lie. Say the drawing was just. He has already done the math, Sophia. Nearly 6 years ago. 9 months. A 5-year-old daughter. My voice broke. He knows. She pulled me into a hug. I let myself break for 5 seconds. Then I stepped back. Smoothed my jacket. Locked the walls back into place. If I am not back by 2 o'clock, check on Lily. She had a bad dream earlier. If she wakes up, I have got her. Go. I left before I could change my mind. The cab ride to Tribeca took 20 minutes. Each one felt like drowning. I replayed every moment from tonight. The audit preparation at his condo. The emergency call from Sophia. Grabbing my jacket. Leaving the tote bag on his couch. How could I have been so careless? My phone buzzed. You have 5 minutes. I did not answer. The cab pulled up to his building. I paid. Got out. Stood on the sidewalk staring up at glass and steel. This was it. No more hiding. No more pretending. I walked inside. The elevator ride to his penthouse felt like falling. My reflection stared back at me. Pale. Terrified. I kept my smile steady. It did not work. The doors opened. Ryder stood in his doorway. Still in the same shirt from earlier. Sleeves rolled. Jaw locked. His eyes were dark. Dangerous. He held something in his hand. The drawing. Get inside, he said. His voice was too quiet. Too controlled. I walked past him. Into the condo. Heard the door close behind me. Trap sprung. He moved around me. Held up the drawing. 3 stick figures in bright primary colors. Red. Blue. Yellow. Holding hands. The handwriting crooked and uneven. Mommy. Ryder. Me. Lily's name printed at the bottom in letters that climbed upward. My chest tightened. She had drawn us as a family. Explain this. I could not look at it. Where did you? Your bag. You left it on the couch. He stepped closer. You forgot it when you ran out of here to take care of your friend's daughter. The air quotes cut. I can explain. Then explain. He moved closer. Close enough that I could smell sandalwood and cedar. Close enough to see the devastation under his anger. Explain why my name is on a drawing next to yours and a little girl named Lily. My throat closed. Explain why a 5-year-old child knows who I am. Ryder. Explain why you have been lying to me for 6 months. I have not. Liar. The word hit like a slap. He held the drawing between us. Is she mine? 3 words. 5 years of secrets. I wanted to run. To deflect. To build another wall. But there was nowhere left to hide. Not like this, I said. My voice shook. Not under interrogation. Answer the question. You do not get to demand. I get to demand everything. He threw the drawing on the coffee table. Stepped closer. You kept my child from me. For 5 years. So yes. I get to demand answers. You left? The words exploded out of me. You disappeared. You promised to call and you never did. I did not know. Because you were gone. Your phone went to voicemail. Your emails bounced. You were drowning in scandal, and I was drowning alone. His jaw locked. So you decided to keep her from me. I decided to protect her. From me? From chaos. My hands shook. From a man who disappeared without a word. From a life I could not control. Silence. Heavy. Dangerous. Answer the question, he said. Quieter now. Worse. Is she mine? I met his eyes. Gray. Just like hers. Yes. The word hung between us. His face went blank. Then something cracked underneath. Say it again. Yes. Lily is your daughter. He turned away. Ran his hands through his hair. Paced to the window. I watched his reflection in the glass. Saw him break. Then rebuild. When he turned back, the chief executive officer was in control. Cold. Precise. Terrifying. I want to meet her. No. That is not a request. And that is not your decision. I stepped forward. Forced steel into my voice. You do not get to bulldoze into her life. She is my daughter. She is my daughter. I am the one who has been there for 5 years. I am the one who held her when she was sick. Who sang her to sleep every night. Who makes her breakfast every morning. My voice broke. You do not get to show up now and demand rights you never knew existed. Because you never told me. Because you left. We stared at each other. Both breathing hard. I want a paternity test, he said. Fine. I want custody arrangements. Over my dead body. I want. You want. I laughed. Bitter. Broken. You always want. What about what she needs? She needs her father. She needs stability. She needs routine. She needs a mother who is not falling apart because her chief executive officer boyfriend just discovered her deepest secret. The word boyfriend landed wrong. We both heard it. This changes everything, he said. Yes. The fake relationship. I will end it. The words came out steady. Cold. Publicly. Tomorrow. Your investors will panic. The board will revolt. Malcolm Hargrove will have your head. His eyes narrowed. You are threatening me. I am protecting my daughter. Our daughter. My daughter. Until you prove you will not destroy her life the way you destroyed mine. That hit. I saw it land. But I did not take it back. He moved closer. Slow. Deliberate. You think I destroyed your life? You left me pregnant and alone. I did not know. Because you were too busy saving your company to answer your phone. I was drowning. So was I. My voice broke. I was pregnant and terrified. I tried to reach you. I called. I emailed. You were unreachable. So you gave up. I made a choice. The same choice I am making now. To protect her. From you. From this. From everything that could hurt her. Silence. He stared at me. Gray eyes dark with something I could not name. Pain. Anger. Devastation. All of it. I missed 5 years, he said. Quiet. Broken. I know. 5 years of her life. I know. Birthdays. First words. First steps. My throat closed. I know. And you do not care. I care. Tears burned. I blinked them back. But I care about her more. And I will not let you waltz in and disrupt everything, because your timeline does not match mine. My timeline? He laughed. Sharp. Cruel. You kept my daughter from me, and you are talking about timelines? You want to meet her? Fine. On my terms. When I say. How I say. Not because you found a drawing and decided you have rights. I have every right. You have nothing. The words ripped out. You have a name on a birth certificate I never filed. You have DNA you cannot prove without my cooperation. You have a child who does not know you exist. That stopped him. I saw it. The devastation underneath the anger. She does not know about me? No. Why not? Because I did not know if you would want her. Silence. Thick. Terrible. How could you think? You left? My voice broke. You left and you never looked back. Why would I think you would want a child from one night in Chicago? He moved fast. Closed the distance. Stopped inches away. One night in Chicago changed my life. I could not breathe. I thought about you every day for 6 months. I wanted to call. I wanted to find you. But I was buried in legal hell, and I thought you had moved on. I did move on. I had to. For her. For our daughter. My daughter. We stared at each other. Close enough to feel the heat. Close enough to remember Chicago. Close enough to break. I am not leaving this alone, he said. I am not giving you access until I am ready. When will that be? I do not know. That is not good enough. It will have to be. I turned. Walked toward the door. Mia. I stopped. Did not turn around. This conversation is not over. Yes. It is. We are going to talk about this. We just did. And I am done. I opened the door. Stepped into the hallway. I will fight you, he said. For her. For my rights. For everything you took from me. I looked back. He stood in the doorway. Broken and furious and devastated. I almost went back to him. Almost said I am sorry. Almost told him the truth. That I had loved him since Chicago. That I had never stopped. That keeping Lily from him destroyed me every single day. Instead I said, try it. See what happens. The elevator doors closed. I broke in the lobby. Leaned against marble walls and shook. The cab ride home blurred. Sophia met me at the door. One look at my face and she pulled me inside. What happened? He knows. I told him everything. My voice cracked. He wants to meet her. I said no. He threatened to fight me. I threatened to end the fake relationship. Mia? I know. I know it is not enough. But it is all I have. She hugged me. I let myself break for 10 seconds. Then I pulled away. How is Lily? She woke up about 20 minutes ago. Bad dream. I got her back to sleep, but she asked for you. My chest tightened. I walked to her room. Pushed the door open. She was curled under her purple blanket. Peanut the elephant tucked under her chin. Dark curls spread across the pillow. Sleeping. Safe. I knelt beside her bed. Brushed the hair from her face. Whispered, I will not let him take you. She stirred. Did not wake. I stayed there until my knees went numb. Until Sophia touched my shoulder. Come on. You need sleep. I stood. Followed her out. Closed the door. Left my daughter sleeping. Safe. For now.
Ryder. Day 3. I stared at the drawing. Again. 3 stick figures in primary colors. Holding hands. Mommy. Ryder. Me. Lily. Her name written at the bottom in letters that climbed upward, like she was still learning how to make them stay straight. 5 years old. Give or take. My daughter. The words did not feel real yet. I had said them out loud twice. Once in the mirror, at 4 in the morning. Once to the empty condo while I poured coffee I could not drink. My daughter. I set the drawing on my desk. Picked it up again. Smoothed the crease where I had gripped it too hard that first night. Work was impossible. Grant had asked me 3 times about the quarterly projections. I had nodded. Said something. I did not remember what. My phone buzzed. Malcolm Hargrove's name lit the screen. I declined the call. The board could wait. The investors could wait. The whole company could wait. I opened my laptop instead. 3:47 in the morning. The search bar stared back at me. Father's rights. New York State. I scrolled through pages of legal jargon. Custody. Visitation. Paternity establishment. One phrase kept appearing. Best interests of the child. I closed the laptop. A legal battle would destroy us both. Mia would fight. I knew that much. She would use every resource, every connection, every rule I had ever bent. And Lily would be caught in the middle. My daughter would learn about me through lawyers and courtrooms and arguments about weekends and holidays. No. I pushed the laptop away. There had to be another way. The human resources file sat in my desk drawer. I had pulled it yesterday. Unethical. Possibly illegal. I did not care. Emergency contact, Sophia Reyes. Childcare provider, Little Stars Daycare. Brooklyn. Child's name, Lily Carter. Age 5. I had stared at the address for 20 minutes. Little Stars Daycare. 847 Prospect Street. I could go there. Watch her. See her with my own eyes instead of imagining what she looked like based on a crayon drawing and timeline math. My hand had reached for my keys. I had stopped. Barely. Showing up at her daycare would be the final line Mia would not forgive. The move that proved I was exactly what she thought I was. A man who took what he wanted without asking. I closed the file. Locked the drawer. But I did not forget the address. Mia's office door was closed. I knocked once. Walked in without waiting. She looked up from her laptop. Her professional mask slid into place so fast I almost missed the exhaustion underneath. We need to talk, I said. We do not. She turned back to her screen. I have work to do. I want to meet her. Her fingers stopped typing. No. Mia. She is my daughter. She does not know you. Her voice stayed level. Too level. You do not get to waltz into her life because it is convenient for you now. I stepped closer. Convenient? You think any of this is convenient? She stood. Moved around her desk. Put it between us like a barrier. Lower your voice. These walls are glass. I looked. Grant Sloan stood 30 feet away. Watching through the glass. Taking notes. Perfect. I dropped my voice. Did not step back. I am not asking to take her. I am asking to meet her. Once. On your terms. My terms are that you wait. How long? Until I say so. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at it. Typed something fast. Sophia. I would bet money on it. Is she with her right now? The words came out before I could stop them. Lily. Is Sophia watching her? Mia's eyes went cold. Get out of my office. Mia. Now. I left. Walked back to my office. Closed the door. Grant was still watching. I turned my back to the glass. My mother called at noon. I did not answer. She called again at 12:15. Again at 12:30. I answered on the fourth call. Tell me you did not get that girl pregnant and abandon her. No greeting. No preamble. Just Evelyn Blackwell at her most direct. I did not know. That is not a denial. I sat down. Rubbed my face. How did you hear? Malcolm called me this morning. Apparently, Grant Sloan has been sharing very interesting observations about tension between you and your chief compliance officer. Malcolm did some asking around. Old colleagues. People who were at that Chicago conference nearly 6 years ago. I went still. He knows. He suspects. And he is not the only one. A pause. Is it true? Yes. She was quiet for a long moment. And the child? Her name is Lily. She is 5 years old. And yes, she is mine. Does she know? Lily? No. Mia kept her from me. Because you left. I did not. You left, Ryder. After one night. You disappeared into a scandal. You never called her back. I did not know she was pregnant. That is not what I asked. I leaned back in my chair. Stared at the ceiling. I did not call. You are right. I told myself she was better off without me. I was drowning. The company was drowning. Everything was falling apart. And now I have missed 5 years of my daughter's life. So fix it. I am trying. Mia will not let me near her. Can you blame her? She kept my child from me. And you left her pregnant and alone. My mother's voice turned sharp. You do not get to play victim here. You want to be this child's father? Then earn it. Not with lawyers. Not with demands. With patience. With consistency. With proof that you will not disappear again. I do not know how to do that. Then learn. A pause. You cannot bully your way into being a father, Ryder. Trust me. I raised you. She hung up. I sat there for a long time. The realization came slowly. Then all at once. I had been pushing because I was scared. Scared Mia would keep Lily from me forever. Scared I had already missed too much. Scared I would fail at this, the way my father failed at everything that mattered. But every demand I made pushed Mia further away. Every threat made her walls higher. I was losing before I had even started. I picked up my phone. Deleted 3 drafts before I got the words right. Can we talk? Really talk. Not fight. I stared at the message. Hit send. She did not answer for 6 hours. I checked my phone every 5 minutes. At 8 p.m., it finally buzzed. Tomorrow. Neutral location. No demands. I typed back. Where? I will send the address in the morning. Thank you. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. No response. I would take it. The coffee shop was small. Quiet. Brooklyn. She had picked somewhere near her neighborhood. Smart. She could leave easily if I pushed too hard. I got there early. Ordered black coffee I did not drink. Sat at a corner table. She arrived exactly on time. Laptop under her arm. Professional blazer. Hair pulled back. Every wall rebuilt overnight. She did not order coffee. Just sat down across from me. Thank you for coming, I said. I am not here to negotiate. I know. And I am not giving you access to Lily today. Or tomorrow. Or next week. I understand. She studied my face, looking for the trap. I had no trap. Just desperation. And the drawing folded in my pocket. She opened her laptop, turned it toward me. This is what you missed. A photo filled the screen. A little girl, maybe 2 years old. Gap-toothed smile. Wild dark curls. Gray eyes. My eyes. I could not breathe. She looked like me. And like Mia. And entirely herself, all at once. My chest went tight. This is what you missed, Mia said again. Softer now. Her first steps. Her first words. The way she laughs when she is surprised. The way she holds my hand when she is scared. I could not look away from the photo. This is what I protected. Her voice cracked. Just barely. When you left. When I could not reach you. When I was pregnant and terrified and alone. I forced myself to meet her eyes. Now tell me you understand, she said. Why I do not trust you. I looked at the photo again. At my daughter's smile. At 5 years of life I would never get back. I understand. The words felt like glass in my throat. Good. She closed the laptop. Started to stand. Wait. She stopped. I cannot undo leaving, I said. I cannot undo 5 years. But I can start now. If you let me. How? However you want. Whatever timeline you need. Just do not shut me out. She looked at me for a long moment. Then she sat back down. 1 photo a week. Her voice was steady. Decided. That is all I am offering right now. I will take it. And if you push. If you demand more. If you show up at her daycare, or my apartment, or anywhere near her without my permission. I will not. Then we have a deal. She stood. Closed her laptop. Walked out without looking back. I sat there until my coffee went cold. The photo was burned into my mind. Gray eyes. Gap-toothed smile. My daughter. Lily.
Mia. 3 things I knew about tonight. 1. This dinner was mandatory. 2. Ryder was going to touch me like he owned me. 3. My body was going to betray me. Again. I smoothed the black dress Sophia had helped me pick. Professional. Elegant. Armor that felt too thin. The car pulled up to the restaurant. Midtown? Too many windows. Too many people who would see us and report back to Malcolm Hargrove. Ryder was already there. Standing outside the entrance. Charcoal suit. Silver at his temples catching the streetlights. He saw me. His jaw did that thing. I was in so much trouble. The hostess led us to a private table. 20 investors. Board members. Grant Sloan in the corner with his forced smile and dead eyes. Ryder's hand found the small of my back. My breath caught. Smile, he murmured. Low enough that only I could hear. I did. The bright one. The weapon. His fingers pressed harder. We sat. His thigh brushed mine under the table. I wanted to scream. The investor beside me asked about compliance reforms. I answered. Professional. Articulate. Perfect. Ryder's hand landed on my knee. I lost my train of thought mid-sentence. The investor waited. Excuse me, I said. Smiled again. The quarterly metrics show a 15% reduction in flagged transactions since implementation. Ryder's thumb traced a small circle against my thigh. I was going to kill him. Or kiss him. Dinner dragged. 5 courses. Each one felt like an hour. His hand stayed on my leg. Moving just enough to remind me it was there. I tried to focus. On the conversation. On the investors asking polite questions that were really tests. Grant watched us from across the room, taking mental notes. I wanted to throw my wine at him. Instead, I laughed at something an investor said. Leaned into Ryder, like we were actually together. His hand slid higher. My fork clattered against my plate. You okay? Ryder asked, concern in his voice that sounded real. Fine, I lied. His eyes said he knew. The dinner finally ended. We made it through dessert. Through coffee. Through 45 minutes of networking, where Ryder's hand never left my body. My waist. My back. The curve where my shoulder met my neck. Every touch felt like a claim. I hated how much I liked it. The car ride back was silent. 20 blocks. Neither of us spoke. His hand found mine on the seat between us. Threaded our fingers together. I should pull away. I did not. The driver pulled up to my building. Brooklyn. Home. Where Lily was sleeping, and Sophia was probably reading on my couch. Where I should go. I should go, I said. Ryder looked at me. You should. Neither of us moved. The city hummed outside. Taxis. Sirens. Someone laughing on the sidewalk. Your place, I heard myself say. Just for a drink. His eyes went dark. We both knew I was lying. His condo was exactly how I remembered. Cold. Expensive. Empty. Floor-to-ceiling windows looking out at the Hudson. The kind of view that cost more than most people made in a year. The door closed behind us. The sound felt final. Whiskey, he asked. Sure. He poured 2 glasses. Handed me one. I did not drink it. We need to talk, I said. About what? The photo. The agreement. What happens next? He set his glass down. What do you want to happen next? I do not know. Liar. I flinched. Do not. Do not what? Tell the truth? He stepped closer. You have been lying to me for months. About Lily. About Chicago. About what you want. I have been protecting my daughter. Our daughter. The words hit like a fist. You do not get to claim her, I said. Voice shaking. Not yet. Not until I am sure you will not destroy everything I have built. I am not trying to destroy anything. You already did. 5 years ago. When you left. His jaw locked. I came back. Too late. We stared at each other. The air felt too thick to breathe. What do you want from me? I asked. Everything. The honesty in his voice broke something in my chest. I cannot give you that. Why not? Because I am terrified. He moved closer. Close enough to feel the heat of him. Of what? Of this. Of you. Of wanting something I cannot have. You can have it. His hand found my waist. You can have me. For how long? Until the next scandal? Until you get bored? I am not going anywhere. You say that now. I mean it. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe every word. Stop pretending you do not want this, he said. Voice rough. I am not pretending anymore. The words came out before I could stop them. His eyes flashed. Good. Then he kissed me. His mouth crashed into mine, and every wall I had built shattered. I grabbed his jacket. Pulled him closer. Kissed him back like I was drowning. His hands were everywhere. My face. My hair. Sliding down my back to grip my hips. I gasped against his mouth. He used the opening. Tongue sliding past my lips. Hot and demanding and perfect. I should stop this. I did not want to stop. Scene break. They gave themselves to the moment, losing the night in each other's arms. When the intensity faded, reality returned in fragments. My dress on the floor. His shirt discarded. The cold glass of the window at my back. The warmth of him still close. I stepped away. Found my dress. Held it against my chest. Wait. What is wrong? Everything. Nothing. I did not know anymore. We cannot. I pulled the dress on with shaking hands. I cannot. Why not? Because this changes everything. Maybe it should. I shook my head. The zipper stuck. He reached to help. I flinched away. I have got it. The hurt in his eyes almost broke me. But I could not stay. Not when I could still feel his touch everywhere. Not when I wanted to strip him down and finish what we started. I got the dress zipped. Found my shoes. Mia. I looked at him. He stood there. Shirt gone. Hair messed from my hands. Looking at me like I was the only thing that mattered. I am not pretending anymore, he said. The words hung between us. I wanted to say it back. To tell him I was not pretending either. Instead I grabbed my bag. Walked to the door. Good night, Ryder. I left before he could answer. The cab ride felt like hours. My hands still shook. My body still hummed with what we had done. What I had let him do. What I had wanted him to do. I paid the driver. Climbed the stairs to my apartment on legs that barely worked. Sophia was on the couch. Reading. Looking up when I walked in. She took one look at my face. You slept with him. Not exactly. I dropped my bag. But close enough. Mia. Do not. I know. I know it was stupid and reckless and I should have just come straight home, but I could not think and he was right there and I just breathe. I did. Sat beside her on the couch. What happened? She asked. Everything. She waited. We went to his place. We fought. Then we did not fight anymore. Did you tell him? Tell him what? About Daniel. My blood went cold. What about Daniel? Sophia's face changed. You did not get my texts? What texts? She pulled out her phone. Showed me. 3 messages. All sent 2 hours ago while I was at dinner. Daniel called the office today. He asked about your daughter. Mia. He knows. The room tilted. What do you mean he knows? He left a message. Said he needed to talk to you about something important. Something about Lily. I could not breathe. There is more. Sophia's voice was careful. Too careful. He sent flowers. Here. To your apartment. With a card. She handed me her phone again. The photo showed white lilies. Expensive. Beautiful. And a card that made my stomach drop. She has his eyes. Does he know yet? Oh no. Mia. Honey. Sophia took my hand. You need to tell Ryder. About Daniel. About what he is planning. Before someone else does. What do you mean? I mean Daniel Kincaid knows about Lily. He knows Ryder is her father. And if I had to guess, he is not asking these questions because he cares about your well-being. The walls closed in. Everything I had built. Everything I had protected. Daniel was going to destroy it all. And he was going to use my daughter to do it.
Ryder. The call came at 2:17 in the afternoon, on a Thursday. Tessa's name on my screen. She did not call unless something was burning. I picked up. What is wrong? My office. Now. The line went dead. 3 minutes later, I stood in her doorway. Tessa sat behind her desk with a folder that looked like evidence at a trial. "Close the door," she said. I did. Securities and Exchange Commission received an anonymous tip this morning. She opened the folder. About the acquisition Mia blocked in January. My jaw locked. What kind of tip? The kind that mentions your name. And Mia's. And a pattern of questionable deals going back 3 years. I pulled out the chair across from her. Sat. "Show me." She slid a printed email across the desk. I scanned it. My chest went tight. The tip referenced specific transactions. Dates. Dollar amounts. Internal memos that should have been confidential. "Someone leaked this," I said. "Yes." "Who?" "That is what we need to find out." She leaned back. "But whoever it is has access to internal documents. And they know how to hurt you." I stared at the email. The wording was careful. Professional. Someone who understood regulatory language. Someone who had worked in compliance. "Daniel Kincaid," I said. Tessa's eyebrow lifted. Mia's former mentor. He appeared at the gala. Asked pointed questions about our history. I pushed the email back to her. He knows things. About Mia. About me. About Chicago. Chicago. Nearly 6 years ago. Industry conference. He was there. Tessa was quiet for 3 seconds. Then she nodded. "I will have our investigators look into his network. See if we can trace the leak." She closed the folder. "In the meantime, the Securities and Exchange Commission will start asking questions. They will want documents. Interviews. This is going to get ugly." How ugly? Media ugly. Board ugly. Investor ugly. She met my eyes. "And Ryder, if there is anything in your past that can be weaponized, they will find it." I thought about Lily. About the drawing with her crooked letters. About 5 years I did not know existed. "There is something," I said. "Tell me." "Mia has a daughter. She is mine. 5 years old." Tessa did not blink. "Does anyone else know?" "My mother." "Grant suspects." "Malcolm has been asking around." "And Daniel Kincaid." I remembered the gala. His smile. The way Mia had gone pale. "He knows." Tessa was quiet again. Then she stood. "We need to talk to Mia. Now." I found her in her office 20 minutes later. She looked up when I knocked. Her face did something complicated when she saw me. Something that reminded me of 2 nights ago. Her dress pulled at her feet. Her taste on my tongue. I shut the door. "We have a problem," I said. She set down her pen. "What kind of problem?" "The Securities and Exchange Commission kind. Someone sent them an anonymous tip. About the acquisition you blocked." Her breath caught. "Just for a second." "Who?" "Daniel." She went very still. The kind of still that meant she was already 3 moves ahead. "You are sure?" "No. But the pattern fits. The timing. The personal angle." I stepped closer. "He is coming after you, Mia. Using me to do it." She stood. Smoothed her blazer. A tell I had learned to recognize. "What did the tip say?" "Enough to get the Securities and Exchange Commission asking questions. Enough to get the board nervous." I watched her process. "We need a strategy. Tessa is setting up a meeting with public relations." "When?" "Tonight. After hours." She nodded. Professional. Controlled. Like she had not come apart in my hands 48 hours ago. "Mia. Do not. We need to talk about." "The Securities and Exchange Commission," she cut me off. "Not the other night. Not Lily." Not whatever you think this is. Her voice was sharp. Someone is trying to destroy my career. That takes priority. She was right. I hated that she was right. Fine, I said. But after we handle this, we are talking. Maybe. Definitely. She grabbed her phone. Her laptop. Moved toward the door. I did not step aside. I can protect you, I said. Put security on your apartment. Control the narrative before it controls us. No. Mia. I will not make Lily a headline. Her eyes met mine. Dark and determined. I will not put her face in the press because someone is trying to hurt me. That is not negotiable. My jaw locked. Then what do you want me to do? Your job. Run the company. Let me handle my daughter. She pushed past me. Left me standing in her office with her words still hanging in the air. I wanted to follow her. Wanted to shake her. Wanted to kiss her until she admitted this was more than professional. I did none of those things. I went back to my office, closed the door, and started making calls. The reporter reached me at 6:43 in the evening. Unknown number. I almost did not answer. Blackwell, I said. Mr. Blackwell, this is Jennifer Hayes from the New York Post. Professional voice. Friendly. Dangerous. I am calling for comment on a story we are running tomorrow. My blood went cold. What story? About your relationship with Mia Carter and her daughter. The world tilted. No comment, I said. Our sources say the child is 5 years old. That you have been seen together at multiple events. That the relationship became romantic recently. A pause. Do you have any statement regarding your involvement with Ms. Carter's daughter? My hand tightened on the phone. No. Comment. I hung up. Stared at my desk. Daniel had leaked it. To the Securities and Exchange Commission. To the press. He was burning everything down and using Lily as the match. I called Mia. She answered on the second ring. What? We need to talk. Now. I am driving. A reporter just called me. About Lily. About us. It is going to press tomorrow. Silence. Then I heard her breath catch. Where are you? I asked. Leaving the office. Heading home. Turn around. Come back. Tessa is waiting. Ryder. Now, Mia. We have hours, not days. Another pause. Then fine. I am turning around. She hung up. I sat back in my chair. Looked at the city lights below. Everything I had built. Everything she had protected. All of it about to detonate because a predator could not let her go. I picked up my phone again. Texted Jonah Price. I need a full security detail. Mia Carter's apartment. Brooklyn. Starting tonight. Black sport utility vehicle. Plates. Driver. I want to know who is watching her. His response came 30 seconds later. On it. The emergency meeting started at 8 o'clock in the evening. My office. Tessa sat at the conference table with 2 members of our public relations team. Mia arrived 10 minutes late. She looked pale. Tired. Like she had been crying, but would not admit it. I wanted to touch her. Could not. Sit, Tessa said. Mia sat. Did not look at me. The story breaks tomorrow morning, I said. New York Post. Front page of their business section. One of the public relations representatives opened his laptop. We have 3 options. 1. Full statement confirming the relationship and the child. 2. No comment and let it die. 3. Partial confirmation without details. Option 2, Mia said. That leaves room for speculation, the representative countered. I do not care. Her voice was flat. My daughter's privacy is not negotiable. Tessa leaned forward. Mia, if we do not control the narrative, someone else will. And given that Daniel Kincaid is the likely source. I said no. Everyone went quiet. I looked at her. Really looked. She was terrified. Not of the press. Not of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Of losing control of the one thing she had protected for 5 years. Option 2, I said. No comment. We let them publish. We do not confirm anything. The public relations representative started to object. I held up a hand. Mia is right. We are not putting Lily in the middle of this. Tessa's eyes narrowed. But she nodded. Fine. No comment it is. She closed her folder. But be ready. They will dig. They will ask questions. And if Daniel is involved, he will feed them more. Mia stood. Are we done? For now, Tessa said. Mia walked out without another word. I followed her to the elevator. Mia. She jabbed the button. Did not turn. Thank you, she said. For not pushing. The elevator arrived. She stepped inside. I held the door. This is not over. Daniel is not going to stop. I know. Let me help. You cannot. Her eyes finally met mine. Not with this. The doors started to close. I let them. Watch the numbers descend. 38. 37. 36. My phone buzzed. Mia's name on my screen. They are outside my apartment. Black sport utility vehicle. Someone is taking photos. My chest went tight. I called her. She picked up on the first ring. Where are you? I demanded. Parking garage. I just got to my car. Her voice shook. The sport utility vehicle is across the street. I can see it from here. Do not move. I am on my way. Ryder. Lock your door. Do not let anyone in. Not even someone who says they are from the building. What if they follow me? They will not. I was already moving. Grab my jacket. My keys. Jonah's team is already in position. They will handle it. How did you? I put security on you this afternoon. After the reporter called. Silence. Mia. You went behind my back. To keep you safe. Yes. Another pause. Then thank you. 2 words. Quiet. Honest. Something in my chest loosened. I am 10 minutes away, I said. Stay on the line. Okay. I did not hang up. Neither did she. Just listened to her breathe while I drove through the city. Toward her. Toward Lily. Toward everything I should have protected 5 years ago. And this time, I was not leaving until the threat was gone.
Mia. I knew what was waiting before I reached my floor. The elevator doors opened. 20 faces turned. Not toward me. Just aware. The kind of awareness that means everyone has been talking about you. I kept my smile steady. Walked to my office. Did not check my phone. I had barely slept. Ryder had shown up last night. Stayed until Jonah's team identified the photographer. Some freelancer Daniel had hired. He had wanted to come upstairs. I had said no. We had stood in the lobby. Too much to say. Neither of us saying it. Then he had left. And I had climbed 3 flights, knowing everything was about to detonate. Grant was already at my door. His smile was sharp. Good morning, Mia. Quite the story in the Post. 3 things I knew. 1. This was going to get worse. 2. I could not protect Lily and stay. 3. I had already lost him. The whispers followed me everywhere. Break room. Conference room. Bathroom. Did you see the post? 5 years old. Can you believe she hid it? I always thought she was too good to be true. In the bathroom, 2 voices I did not recognize. She probably got pregnant on purpose. Trap the billionaire. And now she is cashing in with the fake relationship. I stood in the stall. Frozen. Waited for them to leave before I came out. Conversation stopped when I walked by. I touched my collarbone. My tell. I could not help it. The morning meeting was excruciating. Grant questioned every recommendation I made. Given the circumstances, maybe your judgment is not as objective as we thought. Said in front of 6 people. Undermining me where everyone could see. I kept my smile steady. My weapon. My shield. My judgment is based on compliance requirements. Not circumstances. His eyes gleamed. He had won this round anyway. Everyone was watching. Everyone knew. I was not ethical Mia anymore. I was scandal bait. Harper Wells called me at 10:43. Mia, can you come to my office? I know this is difficult. I knew what that meant. Her office was neutral territory. Soft colors. Comfortable chairs that felt like interrogation. She gestured for me to sit. Closed the door. The tissues box on her desk. Visible. Ready. The board has asked us to review your role. Given the media attention. My breath caught. I pressed my hands flat on my thighs. I have not violated any policies. I know. Her smile did not promise anything. But perception matters, Mia. And right now the perception is complicated. Complicated. That was one word for it. What does a review entail? She folded her hands. Professional. Distant. We will need to assess whether your position creates any conflicts of interest. Whether the relationship with Mr. Blackwell compromised your objectivity in compliance matters. It did not. I believe you. She paused. But belief is not the same as optics. You understand our position. I did. I hated it. But I did. We are not terminating your employment. She paused. Yet. But we need to assess the situation. It would be best if you took some time. A leave of absence while we conduct the review. Yet. I heard it. The threat. The case they were building. Everything I had fought for. My reforms. My credibility. My career. At risk because I had fallen for my boss and had his child 5 years ago. How long? 2 weeks. Maybe more. 2 weeks. Or more. Or forever. I understand, I said. My voice was steady. Professional. Inside, I was shattering. I called Sophia during lunch. Could not eat anyway. Mia, honey? Her voice was soft. You cannot keep both. You know that. I stared at my desk. The photo of Lily, I kept hidden in my drawer. I do not know how to choose. Yes, you do. Choose your daughter. Always choose your daughter. My throat tightened. He will understand. And if he does not deserve you. She was right. She was always right. But knowing it did not make it hurt less. I drafted the statement at 2:17. Short. Professional. Final. After careful consideration, Ryder Blackwell and I have decided to end our personal relationship and remain professional colleagues. We both remain committed to Blackwell Financial's success. No further comment. I stared at it for 10 minutes. We did not even make it to 60 days. Bitter thought. True thought. My finger hovered over send. I could call him. Give him warning. Let him prepare. That is what partners did. That is what people who cared about each other did. But if I heard his voice, I would lose my nerve. If he asked me not to do this, I might listen. And Lily could not afford that. I hit send to the public relations team. Copied Tessa. Did not call him first. Could not face him. This was Rule 6. Either of us could end it. No retaliation. I was exercising my right. It did not feel like a right. It felt like amputation. He showed up at 4:30. I was packing my office. Not fired. But taking time while human resources reviewed. Box of personal items. Framed certificate. My plant. Mia. His voice. Low. Controlled. Devastated underneath. I turned. He stood in my doorway. Jaw tight. Eyes dark. Glass walls meant everyone could see us. Everyone was watching. He closed the door anyway. You could have talked to me. This was always going to end. I am just controlling when. So you get to decide? Without talking to me first? Yes. I kept my voice flat. That is what Rule 6 said. Either of us can end it. I thought we were past rules. Something in my chest cracked. We were never past them. We just pretended. He moved closer. Not threatening. Just present. The space between us felt impossible to cross. It stopped being fake. You know that. I did. God help me, I did. It has to be fake again. For Lily. That stopped him. His face. I would remember that face forever. Like I had stabbed him. She is 5 years old, Ryder. She drew us as a family, and I did not even know why. Every day with you makes her more of a target. I cannot, my voice broke. I will not do that to her. Let me help. Let me protect. You cannot. The words came out harder than I meant. You cannot fix this. You cannot control it. And I cannot risk her safety waiting for you to try. He looked at me like he was memorizing my face. There is no we to figure out, I said. There never was. It was fake. Lie. Complete lie. He knew it. I knew it. Neither of us said it. I never wanted to hurt you, I whispered. I know. 2 words. They destroyed me. He turned. Walked out. Did not slam the door. I watched him go. Then I sat in my empty office and let myself break. Just for a minute. Then I pulled it together. Finished packing. Carried the box past 20 pairs of eyes. Colleagues who would not meet my gaze. The reforms I had fought for were now in jeopardy. Grant could move against them. Everything I had built. Threatened. But Lily would be safe. That was all that mattered. I got home at 6:15. I climbed the stairs. Unlocked my door. Sophia was there. Sitting on my couch. Face pale. Mia. My stomach dropped. What is wrong? Is Lily? She is fine. She is at daycare. But. Sophia held up her phone. Someone sent this. Unknown number. She turned the screen toward me. Photo of Lily. Playing outside Little Stars daycare. Bright sunshine. Her purple jacket. She looked so small. Caption underneath, cute kid. Would be a shame if anything happened. The world tilted. My knees hit the couch. Sophia grabbed my arm. I stared at the photo. My daughter. Smiling. Unaware. Someone had been watching her. Someone had taken this photo. Daniel. His threat was not just professional anymore. My hands shook. My breath came short and fast. Mia, We need to call the police. Or Ryder. Or. I could not hear her. All I could see was Lily's face. That photo. Someone threatening my daughter. I had ended the relationship to protect her. To get her out of the spotlight. It was not enough. Nothing was enough. I reached for my phone. My fingers barely worked. One name in my contacts. The only person who could help. The man I had just destroyed. I pressed call. It rang once. Twice. Then his voice. Mia. Someone sent me a photo of Lily. Silence. 2 seconds that felt like years. Then, I am on my way. Do not move. The line stayed open. I heard him moving. A door. His voice to someone else. Clear my schedule. Now. Ryder. I am already in the car. 10 minutes. Lock your door. Do not let anyone in but me. Sophia was talking. I could not hear her. All I could hear was my daughter's laughter. All I could see was that photo. Would be a shame if anything happened. I had tried to keep her safe. I had tried to do this alone. I could not anymore. 10 minutes. He would be here in 10 minutes. I stared at my phone. At Sophia's pale face. At the threatening photo. And I waited for the man I had just broken up with to save us both.
Ryder. I made it in 8 minutes. Ran 3 red lights. Did not care. Jonah cleared the route ahead of me. Had a team mobilizing before I hit the Brooklyn Bridge. The board presentation had been about quarterly projections. Growth targets. Market share. Then her call came through. Voice shaking. Someone sent me a photo of Lily. I had walked out. Malcolm was mid-sentence. Grant was smirking at something. I did not hear any of it. Just her fear. Just those words. Someone sent me a photo of Lily. I had called Jonah from the elevator. Clear route to Park Slope. Now. He did not ask questions. Just on it. That is why I paid him. Her building looked the same as Thursday night. 3-story walk-up. Brick facade. No security cameras I could see. That was going to change. I took the stairs 2 at a time. 3 flights. My chest burned. My hands wanted to shake. I kept them steady. Control it. Channel it. Do not let rage make you reckless. Her door was unlocked. Sophia opened it before I could knock. Eyes wide. Scared. She is on the couch. I stepped inside. Mia's apartment was warm. Cluttered. Lily's drawings covered the fridge. A purple jacket hung by the door. Purple. Like in the photo. My jaw locked. Mia sat on the couch. Face pale. Hands in her lap. Phone on the cushion beside her. She looked up. Saw me. Something in her eyes cracked. Show me. Sophia handed me her phone. The photo filled the screen. Lily. 5 years old. My daughter. Playing outside. Bright sunshine. Purple jacket zipped to her chin. Laughing at something off camera. She looked happy. Safe. Unaware someone was watching her. Photographing her. Threatening her. Little Stars Daycare. 847 Prospect Street. I had memorized the address weeks ago. Never been there. Promised Mia I would not show up uninvited. Someone else had no such boundaries. The caption sat below the image. Cute kid. Would be a shame if anything happened. My blood went cold. Then hot. Then cold again. I had seen fear before. Boardroom panic. Market crashes. Career deaths. Men who had lost everything, watching their lives crumble in real time. This was different. This was a threat against a child. Against my child. Against a little girl who did not even know I existed. Who drew pictures of families and wore purple jackets and laughed in the sunshine. Against everything I should have protected 5 years ago. When did you get this? 20 minutes ago. Her voice shook. Unknown number. I pulled out my phone. Texted Jonah. Little Stars Daycare. 847 Prospect. Secure it. Now. His response came in seconds. On it. Teams already positioned at the apartment. I looked at Sophia. Is Lily here? Upstairs with my mom. I called her when the photo came. Smart. Get Lily away from the apartment. Away from whoever sent this. I sat beside Mia. Not touching. Close enough to feel the heat of her fear. He is not going to touch her. You do not know that. I do. She turned to me. Eyes wet. Furious. You cannot promise that. You cannot control this. Watch me. Wrong thing to say. I saw it the second the words left my mouth. Her shoulders pulled back. The fear hardened into something sharp. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. The spotlight. The danger. I ended the relationship to protect her, and now. She stopped. Breath caught. I wanted to touch her. Could not. Now he is escalating, I finished. Because Daniel does not want you protected. He wants you vulnerable. Her head snapped up. You know it is him. Jonah's team traced the photographer Thursday night. Freelancer. Paid through a shell company registered to one of Daniel's holding firms. I watched her process it. Watched the pieces fall into place. The SEC leak. The press. The photo. Her voice went flat. All of it. All of it. She stood. Walked to the window. Stared at the street below. What are you going to do? Stop him. How? I did not answer. She turned around. Looked at me like she could see straight through my skull. Ryder. How? I am going to make him understand what happens when you threaten the wrong person. You are going to escalate. I am going to end it. And what if that makes it worse? Her voice rose. Raw. Terrified. What if you confront him, and he releases everything? What if he goes to the press with more? What if? He threatened our daughter. The words came out low. Hard. Final. Our daughter. I had never said it out loud before. Not to her. Not like this. A claim. An acknowledgement. A line, drawn in permanent ink. Mia went still. The apartment seemed to hold its breath. Sophia had disappeared into another room. Just the two of us. The space between us charged with everything we were not saying. Our daughter, I said again. Slower this time. Making sure she heard it. Making sure she understood. That is a line no one crosses. She stared at me. Eyes wet. Face pale. Something shifted in her expression. Pain. Gratitude. Fear. All of it tangled together. You are claiming her. I already claimed her. Weeks ago. In my head. In every decision I have made since I found out. I took a step closer. But yes. I am claiming her. And I am protecting her. No matter what it costs. Ryder. No. My voice dropped. He can come after me. He can leak whatever he wants about the company. He can destroy my reputation and tank the stock. But he does not get to threaten her. He does not get to use her as leverage. You cannot just. I can. And I will. My phone buzzed. Jonah. Daycare secure. Lily Carter on pickup list, plus Sophia Reyes and Mia Carter only. Staff notified. No unauthorized photos. SUV from Thursday identified. Want the address? I texted back. Send it. 3 seconds later, an address appeared. Midtown office building. 14th floor. Daniel's office. I stood. Where are you going? To have a conversation. Ryder. Stay here. Lock the door. Jonah has 2 men downstairs. No one gets near this building who is not cleared. You are making this worse. No. I looked at her. Really looked at her. Saw the woman who had blocked my deals and challenged my board and raised my daughter alone for 5 years. I am making sure he understands what happens next if he does not back off. I walked to the door. Stopped. Turned. I am not letting him hurt her. I am not letting him hurt you. Whatever it takes. She did not respond. Just stood there. Hands at her sides. Watching me leave. Daniel's office was glass and steel. Sterile. Expensive. The kind of place designed to intimidate. Did not work on me. I walked past his assistant without stopping. Sir, you cannot. I pushed the door open. Daniel sat behind his desk. Smiled when he saw me. Like he had been expecting this. Like I had walked into a trap he had laid hours ago. Ryder. To what do I owe the pleasure? I closed the door. Did not sit. Did not move closer. Let him see exactly how controlled I was. How much restraint it took not to drag him across that polished desk. You sent a photo of my daughter. His smile widened. Paternal. Warm. False. I have no idea what you are talking about. Shell company. Freelance photographer. Black SUV watching me as building. I stepped closer. Kept my voice level. Each word deliberate. We both know it was you. He leaned back in his chair. Fingers steepled. Still smiling. Even if that were true, what exactly are you going to do about it? Back off. Now. Or I will bury your career legally, publicly, and permanently. But he knew something I did not. Legally. He laughed. Soft. Patronizing. The laugh of a man holding all the cards. That is rich coming from you. I am not playing. Neither am I. His smile never wavered. You see, Ryder, I have spent the last 5 years watching you. Documenting you. Building a case that would make any prosecutor salivate. He opened a drawer. Pulled out a folder. Slid it across the desk. I have insurance, Ryder. Evidence. Internal documents proving cover-ups you knew about. Deals that should have been flagged. Transactions Grant pushed through while you looked the other way. My chest tightened. I have been documenting everything for years, Daniel continued. Every questionable acquisition. Every shortcut in due diligence. Every time you chose profit over compliance. You are bluffing. Am I? He tapped the folder. Names. Dates. Email chains. Enough to tank your stock price and put you in front of a grand jury. I will trade it to the SEC for immunity. Walk away clean while you burn. I stared at him. Saw the truth in his eyes. He was not bluffing. You threaten my daughter and then blackmail me. I am protecting myself. From you. From Mia. From everyone who thinks they can just walk away from me without consequences. His voice stayed warm. Paternal. Like he was doing me a favor. That is what made him dangerous. He believed he was the victim. I wanted to hit him. Wanted to grab that folder and shred it. Wanted to use every tactic I had built my career on to make him disappear. But Mia's voice echoed in my head. You cannot just control this away. She was right. Stay away from Mia. Stay away from Lily. I turned toward the door. This is not over. No, Daniel said behind me. It is not. I sat in my car, stared at the folder Jonah had compiled on the passenger seat. Daniel's evidence. The real version. What he actually had. Old deals. Questionable diligence. Things I had known about. Things I should have stopped. Things I had let slide because they made money, and because that is what everyone did, and because I had convinced myself it was just how business worked. Grant was involved. So were others. Board members. Senior executives. A pattern going back years. If this went public, it would not just hurt me. It would destroy the company. Tank the stock. Ruin thousands of people's investments. Cost hundreds of people their jobs. But if I fought it the old way, intimidation, cover-ups, making problems disappear, Lily stayed in danger. Mia stayed vulnerable. And I would become exactly what I had spent 10 years trying not to be. My father. I thought about him. About the scandal that nearly destroyed us. About the lies he had told. The cover-ups he had attempted. The way it all came crashing down anyway, because truth does not stay buried forever. I had rebuilt the company by being smarter. More controlled. More careful. But not more honest. Mia's voice echoed in my head. From weeks ago. From the boardroom where this all started. You have done fast diligence. There is a difference. She had been right then. She had been right about every corner we had cut. Every risk we had ignored. Every time we had chosen profit over integrity. And she had tried to stop it. Tried to make us better. Tried to protect the company from itself. I had fought her every step. Now I had a choice. Fight Daniel the way I had always fought. Use power. Use money. Use intimidation. Make this disappear through force and control, and the same tactics that got us here in the first place. Or do what Mia would do. Tell the truth. Face the consequences. Choose integrity over control. Become someone worth trusting. Worth choosing. Worth being Lily's father. I picked up my phone. Stared at Malcolm Hargrove's name in my contacts. One call. That is all it would take. My hand did not shake. My chest did not tighten. I felt calm. Clear. For the first time in weeks, I knew exactly what I needed to do. I pressed dial. Malcolm answered on the second ring. Ryder. It is late. I need to schedule an emergency board meeting. Silence. Then, this better be urgent. It is. I closed my eyes. Took a breath. Opened them again. I have something to confess.
Mia. His call came at 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. I stared at his name on my screen. We had ended things Friday. In front of the world. In front of the office. I had chosen Lily over everything, including him. Including us. Mia. His voice was quiet. Steady. I need you at an emergency board meeting. Today. 10 o'clock. Why? Because I am about to do something you would do. He paused. I need you there. Please. The please did it. I should not have agreed. We were broken up. Lily was safe with Sophia's mom for the weekend. My job was hanging by a thread. Going to Blackwell Financial would just feed more office gossip. But something in his voice stopped me from saying no. I will be there. I arrived at 10:12. 12 minutes late. I had timed it that way. I was not his girlfriend anymore. I did not have to be on time for him. The boardroom was on the 38th floor. Glass walls. Long table. Every chair filled. Malcolm Hargrove sat at the head. Board chair. Silver hair. Cold eyes. The man who had given Ryder his 60-day ultimatum months ago. Grant Sloan sat to Malcolm's right. Our chief financial officer looked smug. Like he had won something. Tessa Nguyen was there. General Counsel. She gave me a small nod when I entered. And Evelyn Blackwell. Ryder's mother. Board member. She watched me with the same careful assessment she had used at her penthouse weeks ago. Ryder stood near the windows. Charcoal suit. Hands in his pockets. He looked calm. Too calm. He met my eyes across the room. Something passed between us. Something that felt like goodbye. I took a seat near the back. Away from the table. The compliance officer, watching a chief executive officer about to implode. Now that Ms. Carter has joined us, Malcolm said. His voice was dry. Annoyed. We can begin. Ryder stepped forward. Thank you all for coming on short notice. Grant leaned back in his chair. This better be worth canceling my Saturday, Blackwell. It is. Ryder's voice did not waver. I have called this meeting to disclose information that should have been disclosed years ago. The room went still. Malcolm's eyes narrowed. What kind of information? The kind that will cost us the Titan deal. Ryder pulled a folder from his desk. Set it in the center of the table. 5 years of questionable acquisitions. Shortcuts in due diligence. Cover-ups that violated Securities and Exchange Commission regulations. Grant sat up straight. His face went pale. I knew about these issues, Ryder continued. Some I participated in. Some I turned a blind eye to. That ends now. My chest tightened. He was doing it. The confession. The truth. You are suggesting we disclose this? Malcolm's voice was ice. Do you understand what that means for our valuation? For the deal? The deal is worth $3 billion. Ryder's jaw tightened. But it is built on a foundation of misconduct. If we proceed without disclosure, we are liable. Criminally. Grant stood. This is one man's failure. Not the company's. Really? Ryder turned to him. Calm. Controlled. Because your name is on half these documents, Grant. Your signature approved deals you knew were problematic. Grant's face flushed. That is true. Tessa spoke for the first time. I have reviewed the evidence. Multiple executives participated, including the chief financial officer. The room exploded. Board members started talking over each other. One investor stood. This is corporate suicide. Another voice. We are talking about regulatory cooperation. That is admitting guilt. The stock will tank. Shareholders will sue. We have a responsibility to protect value. Malcolm's hand slammed the table. Once. The room went silent. Grant kept shaking his head like he could make this disappear. I watched Ryder's face. He did not flinch. Did not argue. Just stood there while his empire threatened to collapse around him. This was not manipulation. This was not strategy. This was sacrifice. Malcolm held up a hand. The room quieted. Mr. Blackwell, you are recommending full disclosure to the Securities and Exchange Commission? Yes. You understand the consequences? The deal falls through. Stock price drops. Media coverage will be brutal. I understand. And you are willing to accept those consequences? Ryder looked at me. Just for a second. Something in his eyes said he had already lost what mattered most. Yes, he said. I am willing. Malcolm turned to the board. This is your decision. We can contain this. Bury it. Protect the deal. Or, we can cooperate. Disclose. Hope the Securities and Exchange Commission gives us credit for honesty. Grant leaned forward. We would be destroying billions in value. For what? A clear conscience? For integrity, Evelyn said. Everyone turned to her. She stood. Took her time. Elegant even in crisis. My son is doing the right thing. At last. Her voice was quiet but steady. Vote accordingly. The room went silent. Malcolm called for a vote. All in favor of full disclosure and cooperation with regulators? Hands went up. One at a time. Hesitant. Evelyn's first. Then Tess's. Then 3 more. It was close. So close. But integrity won. By 1 vote. Motion carries. Malcolm's voice was flat. Tessa, prepare the disclosure documents. Grant, you will cooperate with everything or you are out. Grant looked like he had been slapped. Ryder nodded once. Thank you. Do not thank me, Malcolm said. You just cost yourself billions. And the board expects full transparency going forward. Any more secrets surface, you are done. Understood. The meeting ended. Board members filed out. Some avoided looking at Ryder. Others whispered to each other. I stayed in my seat. Processing. He had done it. He had chosen truth over power. Integrity over control. 6 months ago, he would have buried this. Would have used lawyers and threats and backroom deals to make it disappear. That Ryder had demanded I compromise my ethics for his deal. That Ryder had cornered me in elevators and boardrooms. That Ryder had thought power meant getting what he wanted, no matter the cost. This Ryder stood in front of his board and confessed. This Ryder let billions slip through his fingers because it was right. This Ryder asked instead of demanded. I pressed my hand to my collarbone. My pulse hammered there. Darn it. Mia. I looked up. He was standing in front of me. Everyone else had left. You did the right thing, I said. I know. He sat in the chair next to mine. Not too close. Respecting space. I know I lost you. But I had to do it anyway. My throat tightened. You did. The stock is going to tank Monday morning. The media will have a field day. Daniel's leverage is worthless now because we beat him to it. He looked at his hands. But Lily is safe. That is what matters. Lily. Our daughter. The reason he had made this choice. Ryder. I am not asking for anything. His voice was quiet. Certain. I just needed you to see. That I can choose the hard thing. That I can be the man you thought I could be. I wanted to say something. Anything. But words felt impossible. He stood. Take care of yourself, Mia. Then he walked out. I sat alone in the boardroom. Staring at the empty chair where he had sat. He had blown up his empire. Lost billions. Faced his board with the truth. For the right reasons. Not to win me back. Not to manipulate. Just because it was right. Darn it. I drove home in a fog. The city moved around me. Taxis. Pedestrians. Saturday shoppers with bags and coffee cups. Normal people living normal lives. While I tried to figure out if the man I had loved and left had just proved he had changed. Or if I was seeing what I wanted to see. Sophia was there when I walked in. She took one look at my face and handed me tea. What happened? He blew up his empire to do the right thing. Sophia's eyebrows shot up. The Ryder Blackwell? Mr. Control Everything? Yes. She sat next to me on the couch. Waited. He confessed to the board, I said. Years of misconduct. His. Other executives. He recommended full disclosure to the Securities and Exchange Commission. That is good. Right? It cost him $3 billion. The deal fell through. Stock is going to crash Monday. Sophia whistled. And he did it anyway? He did it anyway. So what are you going to do? I sank deeper into the cushions. Lily's drawings covered the coffee table. Purple crayon. Stick figures holding hands. Her purple jacket hung by the door. My phone buzzed. Ryder's name. I opened the message. Can I see her? Just once. On your terms. Please. I stared at the screen. 1 month ago, he had demanded. Threatened legal action. Pushed. Showed up at my office with that drawing. With demands and deadlines. Now he was asking. Waiting. Giving me control. My terms. Please. Sophia watched me. Mia? He wants to meet Lily. And? I looked at the text again. At the word please. At the man who had just sacrificed everything, because it was right. Not because it would get him what he wanted. Not because it would win me back. Because it was right. I do not know, I said. But that was not quite true. 3 things I knew. 1. He had changed. Not performance. Not manipulation. Real change. 2. Lily deserved to know her father. If he was the man I had just watched in that boardroom. 3. I was terrified of trusting him again. All 3 things were true. I just was not ready to admit which one mattered most. Not yet.
Ryder. Day 3. 3 days since I had texted her. Since I had asked to meet my daughter. 72 hours of silence. I stared at my phone. No new messages. The last text still sat there. Can I see her? Just once. On your terms. Please. Read at 7:43 p.m. Saturday. No response. I wanted to follow up. Wanted to show up at her apartment. Wanted to demand an answer. I did not. Old Ryder would have been at her door Sunday morning. Would have pushed. Would have used every tool in his arsenal to get what he wanted. This Ryder sat in his office and waited. My phone buzzed. Malcolm's name. I declined the call. Grant appeared in my doorway. The stock is down 18%. Investors are calling. Tell them we are cooperating fully with the Securities and Exchange Commission. That is not going to satisfy them. It is the truth. He stared at me. Since when do you care about truth over optics? Since Saturday. Since I had stood in front of the board and confessed 5 years of mistakes. Since I had watched $3 billion disappear because integrity mattered more. Since I had realized Mia had been right all along. Get out, I said. He left. I looked at my phone again. Still nothing. The waiting was harder than the board meeting. Harder than watching the stock tank. Harder than anything I had done in my entire life. Every instinct I had screamed to take control. To fix this. To make something happen. But control was what got me here. Control was why she did not trust me. Control was why I had lost 5 years with my daughter. So I waited. Monday morning hit like a freight train. The stock opened down 23%. Headlines everywhere. Blackwell Chief Executive Officer admits years of corporate misconduct. Securities and Exchange Commission investigation expands after voluntary disclosure. My phone rang 12 times before 8 a.m. I answered none of them. Investors wanted reassurance. Board members wanted damage control. The media wanted quotes. I had nothing to give them except the truth. And the truth was, I had blown up my empire to do the right thing. Worth it. Had to be. Tessa appeared at 8 a.m. with disclosure documents. The Securities and Exchange Commission accepted our filing. They are reviewing. And now we cooperate. Answer everything. Hide nothing. I signed where she indicated. You are handling this well, she said. Am I? Better than I expected. She paused at the door. For what it is worth, you did the right thing Saturday. After she left, I checked my phone. Still nothing from Mia. My chest tightened. What if she never responded? What if Saturday's confession was not enough? What if I had destroyed everything, and she still would not let me meet Lily? I set the phone down. Stared at the Hudson through the windows. She waited 5 years. I could wait 5 days. I had to. Tuesday morning, the photo arrived. My phone buzzed at 7:18 a.m. Mia's name. Just an image. No words. Lily on a swing. Purple jacket. That smile that lit up her whole face. Sunshine caught in her dark curls. I stared at it for an hour. She kept our agreement. 1 photo per week. Even after everything. Even after Friday's breakup, and Saturday's confession and the media firestorm. She sent the photo. I wanted to text back. Wanted to ask for more. Wanted to say thank you or please or anything that might open the door wider. I did not. That was not our deal. She had set the terms. I had agreed. Old Ryder would have pushed anyway. Would have found a loophole. Would have demanded more, because he had the right. This Ryder saved the photo, and did not ask for anything else. Progress. Maybe. I knew where her daycare was. I had memorized the address months ago. Memorized the hours. Knew when pickup time was. 3:15. Every day. Tuesday afternoon, I almost went. The thought came at 2:47 p.m., plenty of time to get there. To park down the block. To just watch. I would not approach. Would not make contact. Just see her. Just once. My daughter. Got as far as my car. Driver waiting. Address pulled up on my phone. One look. That is all. Just to see where my daughter spent her days. Just to understand her world a little better. My hand was on the door handle when my mother called. Have you heard from her? No. And I am waiting. Good. It does not feel good. That is how you know it is right. Her voice softened. She waited 5 years, Ryder. You can wait a few days. I looked at the address on my phone. I almost did something stupid. But you did not. That is what matters. After we hung up, I deleted the address from my screen. Told the driver I had changed my mind. Went back inside. Sat at my desk and stared at Lily's photo instead. Wednesday morning, I made a donation. Anonymous. To Little Stars Daycare. Enough to renovate their playground. New equipment. Better security cameras. I wrote the check at 6 a.m. Stared at it for 10 minutes before signing. Not manipulation. Not a grand gesture designed to impress Mia. Just something for Lily. Something to make her world a little safer. A little better. The playground where she played. The daycare where she spent her days. The place I had never seen but could picture from that photo. Purple jacket. Sunshine. Swing. My daughter's world. I could make it better, even if I was not in it yet. I did not tell Mia about it. Did not expect credit or gratitude or faster permission. It was not about that. Wednesday afternoon, I saw her. Not planned. I was at a coffee shop in Brooklyn. The same one where we had met before. Where she had shown me the drawing. Where we had negotiated the photo agreement. Neutral ground. Safe territory. The place where we had started finding our way back to each other. I had been there an hour. Working through emails. Pretending the stock price did not matter. Pretending I was not checking my phone every 5 minutes for her response. She walked in at 2:47 p.m. Time stopped. Our eyes met across the room. Every cell in my body wanted to go to her. To demand answers. To ask about Lily and the photo and when I would get to meet our daughter. My muscles tensed. Ready to move. Ready to close the distance. I stayed in my seat. This was her call. Her timeline. Her choice. I raised my coffee cup. An acknowledgement. Nothing more. She looked at me for 3 seconds. Maybe 4. Then nodded. Got her coffee. Left. The entire interaction took 90 seconds. My heart was still racing 5 minutes after she was gone. It felt like a test. I hoped I had passed. Wednesday evening, my phone buzzed. Mia's name. My heart stopped. The text was short. Direct. Pure Mia. Saturday. The park near my apartment. 2 p.m. 1 hour. I will be there the whole time. I stared at the words. Read them 3 times to make sure they were real. Permission. She said yes. My fingers shook as I typed my response. Thank you. I will be there. Simple. Grateful. No demands. No negotiations. No pushing for more time or different terms. Her rules. Her timeline. Her choice. The way it should be. 3 dots appeared. Then disappeared. Then one more text. Do not be late. I almost smiled. Almost. I will not. I set the phone down. 4 days until I met my daughter. Saturday. 2 p.m. The park near Mia's apartment. I had no idea what to say to a 5-year-old. Had no idea if I would be any good at this. Had no idea if Lily would even like me. What did 5-year-olds talk about? What did they care about? I knew nothing. 5 years of missing everything. First steps. First words. First day of school. All gone. But Mia was giving me a chance. 1 hour. With Mia there the whole time. On her terms. All of it. It was not everything. It was not joint custody, or weekends, or any of the things I had imagined. But it was a start. A real start. It was more than I deserved after Saturday's text and 6 years of absence, and all the ways I had failed both of them. I pulled up the photo from Tuesday. Lily on the swing. That smile. My daughter. In 4 days, I would know what her voice sounded like. What her laugh sounded like. If she had my mother's stubborn streak, or Mia's quiet strength. In 4 days, everything changed. 4 days. I could wait 4 more days. I had waited 5 years without knowing she existed. I could survive 96 more hours knowing I would meet her. The waiting was almost over. Saturday. 2 p.m. I would not waste it.
Mia. 3 things I knew about today. 1. This could destroy everything I had built. 2. This could be the best thing I had ever done for Lily. 3. I had no idea which one it would be. I held Lily's hand tighter than necessary. She did not notice. She was too busy pointing at a dog across the street. Mommy, can we get a dog? Maybe someday. Not today. Today, we were meeting her father. She just did not know it yet. I had practiced this morning. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, while Lily ate cereal. What would I say if she asked questions? How much truth could I give a 5-year-old? None of the answers felt right. Where are we going? Lily asked for the 3rd time. The park. I know that. But why? Because I am terrified. Because I am hopeful. Because I watched a man wait 4 days without pushing, and maybe that meant something. Because he had sat in that coffee shop and let me walk away. Because he had kept every promise about the weekly photos. Because Wednesday afternoon, he had proven he could respect boundaries. Because hope was terrifying, and I was doing it anyway. We are meeting someone, I said. Who? Someone important. Her gray eyes went wide. Ryder's eyes in my daughter's face. The resemblance was undeniable, once you looked for it. Is he nice? I think so. You think so? She tugged my hand. Do you not know? I am still figuring it out, baby. She accepted this. 5-year-olds had beautiful faith in their mothers, knowing everything. Even when we did not. Even when we were walking into the biggest risk we had ever taken. The park came into view. Playground already busy with Saturday morning energy. Other families. Other kids. Normal people living normal lives. We were not normal. Not anymore. I checked my watch. 1:53. 7 minutes early. Good. I wanted the vantage point. Can I go on the swings? Lily asked. In a minute. I scanned the area. Found a bench with clear sightlines to the playground entrance. Stay close, okay? Okay. She kicked at the ground. Is the important person coming soon? 2 o'clock. What time is it now? Almost. She wandered toward the swings. Close enough I could grab her if needed. Far enough she felt free. I sat. Crossed my legs. Uncrossed them. Checked my watch again. 1:57. My phone stayed in my pocket. If he was late, if he did not show, if this was a mistake. He appeared at 2 o'clock exactly. Not 1:58. Not 2:02. 2 o'clock on the dot. He wore jeans. A gray shirt that matched his eyes. No suit. No armor. Just a man walking into a park like his whole world depended on it. Because it did. Our eyes met across 30 feet of grass and playground equipment. He stopped. Waited for my signal. I nodded once. He approached slowly. Hands in his pockets. Every line of his body screamed nervous. Good. He should be nervous. Hi, he said when he reached my bench. You are on time. You said do not be late. Lily noticed him then. Looked up from the swing she had been inspecting. Her head tilted. Curious. Not scared. Lily, I called. Kept my voice steady. Come here, please. She ran over. Purple jacket bouncing. Missing front tooth visible in her smile. Ryder's breath caught. I heard it. Lily, this is Ryder. I looked at my daughter. Then at him. Ryder, this is Lily. Not, this is your father. Not yet. Maybe not ever today. Hi. Lily said. Ryder crouched down. Put himself at her eye level. Smart. Hi, Lily. His voice was different. Softer. Real. It is nice to meet you. You are the important person? I am. Do you like swings? He smiled. Genuine. Not the chief executive officer smile. Not the boardroom weapon. Just a man talking to his daughter for the first time. I have not been on a swing in a long time, he said. You should try. They are really fun. She grabbed his hand. Pulled him toward the playground. He looked back at me. Silent question in his eyes. I nodded. Settled on the bench. Close enough to hear every word. Far enough to give them space. This was the test. Not his words in coffee shops. Not his patience in texts. This. How he was with her when it mattered. Lily chattered about everything and nothing. Her teacher. Her friend Emma. The dinosaur book Sophia read to her last night. Miss Parker says dinosaurs lived millions of years ago, Lily said. That is a really big number. It is, Ryder agreed. Do you know about dinosaurs? A little. Which one is your favorite? Triceratops. Because they have 3 horns and they protect their families. Something crossed his face then. Quick. Gone before Lily could see it. But I saw it. He was thinking about protection. About families. About 5 years of not protecting his. That is a good reason, he said. Voice steady. Triceratops are pretty amazing. Do you have a favorite? I think I do now. Lily beamed. Took his hand again. Led him to the swings. He pushed her. Gentle at first. Too gentle. Higher, she called. He looked at me. Question in his eyes. I nodded. He pushed harder. Not too hard. Just enough. Like he was calibrating in real time what she needed. Lily laughed. The sound carried across the playground. Pure joy. I had heard that laugh 1,000 times. But watching Ryder hear it for the first time. His hand went to his chest. Brief. Automatic. Like the sound had hit him somewhere vital. 23 minutes passed. Then 35. I watched him crouch beside her at the sandbox. Listened to her explain the rules of some game she had invented, involving buried treasure and dinosaur guards. He played along. Did not patronize. Did not check his phone once. Just existed in her world. Lily showed him how she could climb the ladder. He spotted her, without hovering. Let her be brave while staying close enough to catch her if she fell. His hands hovered near her waist. Not touching. Just ready. She climbed higher. He moved with her. Every rung a test of trust. You are doing great, he said. I know. She grinned down at him. Missing tooth on full display. I practiced. I can tell. At the top, she hesitated. Looked down. The slide seemed bigger from up there. You have got this, Ryder said. Quiet. Confident. I am right here. She pushed off. Slid down fast. He caught her at the bottom. Steadied her. Natural. Instinct. The things you could not teach. I watched his face when she laughed. Saw wonder there. Fear. Love already forming. He looked at her the way I did. Like she was everything. Like he would burn the world down to keep her safe. I understood that feeling. I had lived it for 5 years. But seeing it in him. Seeing it happen in real time. My chest went tight. Mommy, look. Lily called from the top of the slide. I see you, baby. She went down again. Laughing the whole way. Again, she said when she reached the bottom. If your mom says it is okay. He checked with me. Every time. Never pushed past the boundaries. 53 minutes. I checked my watch. Checked it again. 5 minutes left. Did I enforce it? Did I give them more? 1 hour was the deal. He had respected every other term. But Lily was happy. He was gentle. Nothing had gone wrong. Hope was dangerous. It made you soft. 2 more minutes passed. Lily, I called. 5 more minutes, then we need to go. Ah, why? Because that is what we agreed. Ryder's shoulders dropped. Just a fraction. Enough, I noticed. He did not argue. Did not ask for more time. Just made those last 5 minutes count. They drew in the sandbox. Lily's favorite thing. Stick figures with circle heads. A house. A sun with too many rays. That is you, she told him. Pointed at one stick figure. Yeah. And that is Mommy. And that is me. 3 figures holding hands. My throat went tight. 3 o'clock. Time to go, Lily. Do we have to? Yes, baby. She stood. Brushed sand off her knees. Looked up at Ryder. Can we play again? He glanced at me. Not demanding. Asking. That is up to your mom, he said. Lily turned those gray eyes on me. Please? We will see. She took that as victory. Hugged Ryder's leg quick. Spontaneous. The way kids did when they liked someone. His hand went to her hair. Barely touched. Like he was afraid she would disappear. Bye, Ryder. Bye, Lily. She ran ahead toward the park exit. I stood. Ryder stayed where he was. Thank you, he said. 2 words. Simple. Loaded with everything he could not say in front of her. I nodded. Started to leave. Mia. I stopped. Did not turn around. Can I? He paused. Can I see her again? Not demanding. Not presuming. Asking. Like he knew the answer was mine to give. I will let you know. I walked away before I could change my mind. Before I could see his face and make promises I was not ready to keep. Lily chattered the whole way home. About Ryder. About the swings. About the drawing they made. I liked him, she said. He is nice. Yeah. Yeah. Can we see him next week? Maybe. I hope so. He knew all about dinosaurs. And he did not treat me like a baby. She skipped ahead. Purple jacket bouncing. Happy. I had expected fear. Prepared for it. Practiced what I would say if she came home scared or confused. But she was neither. She was just Lily. Bright and curious, and already attached to someone she had known for 1 hour. Kids were like that. Open. Trusting. I used to be like that too. Before Chicago. Before Daniel. Before I learned that trust was something you rationed carefully. But Lily did not know to be careful yet. That was my job. Protecting her from people who would hurt her. From situations that could break her. Was Ryder one of those people? 4 days ago, I would have said yes without hesitation. Today, I did not know. That night after Lily was asleep, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. But I knew. Thank you for today. 3 words. No demands. No push for more. Just gratitude. I stared at the screen. Thumb hovering over the keyboard. He had been on time. Respectful. Gentle. Everything I had needed him to be. He had listened when Lily talked about dinosaurs and protecting families, and her friend Emma's birthday party. He had asked questions. Spotted her on the ladder without smothering. He had looked at our daughter like she hung the moon. And when the hour ended, he had let her go. 1 hour became a pattern. A pattern became trust. Trust was terrifying. But as Lily slept down the hall, drawing of 3 stick figures still on the table, I realized something. Maybe terrifying was the point. Maybe that is how you knew it mattered. I typed 3 words. Stared at them. Finger over the send button. This was it. The moment I chose to believe he had changed. Or chose to protect Lily from disappointment. Next Saturday. 2 in the afternoon. 1 hour became permission. Permission became hope. Hope was dangerous. It made you soft. Made you believe in second chances and redemption arcs and men who showed up exactly on time. But I hit send anyway. His response came seconds later. I will be there. 2 words. Simple. Absolute. I believed him.
Ryder. 15 minutes early. Again. I sat in my car across from the park. Watched the entrance. Practiced what I would say. Last week she had hugged my leg goodbye. I had barely breathed. Afraid she would disappear if I moved. This week, I had to do better. The bag on my passenger seat held snacks. Apple slices. Juice box. Crackers. I had spent an hour at the store last night. Staring at options. Trying to guess what a 5-year-old would want. My phone showed 1:58 in the afternoon. I grabbed the bag. Crossed the street. She saw me first. You came back. Lily ran toward the park entrance. Gap-toothed grin. Purple jacket. Pure joy. My chest went tight. She reached for my hand without hesitation. Last week, supervised distance, careful circles around each other. This week, trust already growing. Hi, I said. My voice came out rough. Hi. She squeezed my fingers. Can we go to the swings first? Then the sandbox? Then the slide? Whatever you want. Mia watched from the bench. Same spot as last week. Same careful distance. I looked at her. She nodded. Permission granted. Lily pulled me toward the playground. I let her lead. I brought snacks, I said. Held up the bag. She peered inside. Her smile faded. I do not like apple. I like grapes. The disappointment hit harder than it should have. Old Ryder would have felt stupid. Would have covered with something sharp. This Ryder listened. Grapes. Got it. She shrugged. Grabbed my hand again. It is okay. Let us play tag. She ran. I chased her around the climbing structure. Let her win every time. When she squealed with laughter, something cracked open in my chest. We played for an hour. Tag. Monkey bars. She taught me the right way to hang upside down. At 3 o'clock exactly, I walked her back to Mia. See you next Saturday? Lily asked. I looked at Mia. Waited. She nodded. See you next Saturday, I said. The next Friday night, I texted Mia. Does Lily like grapes? Any other favorites? Her response came 10 minutes later. Purple grapes. Goldfish crackers. Water, not juice. I saved the message. Read it 3 times. Saturday morning, I arrived at the store when it opened. Bought everything on her list. When I showed up at the park at 2 in the afternoon, Lily's face lit up. You remembered. The purple grapes were in a container. Goldfish crackers in a small bag. Water bottle with a twist cap. She grabbed a handful of grapes. Popped one in her mouth. These are perfect. Thank you, Ryder. My daughter said thank you. I had to swallow hard. This week, Mia let us stay 90 minutes. We played hide and seek. Lily hid behind the same tree every single time. I pretended I could not find her. Let her jump out yelling surprise over and over. She never got tired of it. Patient. That is what this took. Not control. Not demands. Just showing up. Learning. Trying again. She told me about daycare. Her best friend Emma. Her stuffed elephant named Peanut. I memorized everything. Built a map of her world in my head. One grape at a time. By the 4th Saturday, something had shifted. Lily asked me to push her on the swings. First time she had asked for something specific. I underpushed. Afraid of too much height. Too much speed. She laughed. Higher. Like mommy does. I found the rhythm. Pushed harder. Her squeals filled the air. When she jumped off, she was breathless and happy. Come on. I want to show you something. She grabbed my hand. Pulled me to the edge of the playground. A smooth gray stone sat half buried in the dirt. White streak down the middle. This is my special rock, she said. Crouched down. Picked it up with both hands. She held it out. You can hold it if you want. My hands shook taking it. The weight of her trust was heavier than any deal I had ever closed. It is perfect, I said. She beamed. From the bench, I caught Mia watching. Something in her expression had softened. This week we stayed 2 hours. When it was time to go, Lily gave me a high five. See you next Saturday, Ryder. A ritual. We were building rituals. Week 5. 5th Saturday. We were on the climbing structure when Lily stopped. Looked at me with those gray eyes. Are you mommy's friend? I froze. First real question about us. About what I was to them. I looked at Mia. She nodded. Permission to answer. I am someone who cares about both of you very much. Lily studied my face. Processing. Okay. Then she kept climbing like nothing had happened. 5-year-olds. They accept things adults complicate. She reached for the next bar. Her foot slipped. I caught her before she thought to be scared. You saved me. She giggled. Dramatic the way kids are. Thanks. She kept playing. Like falling and being caught was just part of the game. But I could not move. She had trusted me to be there. And I was. From the bench, Mia's voice, thank you. First time she had thanked me during a visit. I nodded. Could not speak. When we walked back at the end of 2 hours, Lily was chattering about cartoons. Then she stopped. Looked up at me. Can Ryder come to our house? We have cartoons. Mia's breath caught. I heard it from 3 feet away. The question she had known was coming. I looked at Mia. Did not answer Lily. Respecting boundaries even now. Silence stretched. Then, maybe next weekend. If Ryder wants to. Lily bounced. Yes. I will show you my room. And Peanut. I found Mia's eyes. Held them. I would like that. If you are sure. Sunday, she said. Careful. Testing still. 10 in the morning. We will have breakfast. I will be there. That night, her text came through. Sunday. 10 in the morning. We will have breakfast. I responded right away. I will be there. What should I bring? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Just yourself. I stared at those 2 words for an hour. Just yourself. 5 weeks. 5 Saturdays. She was letting me in. Not because I had demanded it. Not because I had bought it. Because I had shown up. Every week. On time. With grapes. Sunday morning. I sat in my car outside Mia's building. 9:57 in the morning. 3 minutes early. Daisies on the passenger seat. Simple. Lily safe. For both of them. I looked up at the 3rd floor windows. Behind one of those windows was my daughter. Getting ready for breakfast. Maybe picking out which stuffed animal to show me first. Behind one of those windows was Mia. Letting me into their real life. Their home. Their world. Everything I had worked for. My phone buzzed. 3rd floor. Door is open. I grabbed the daisies. Took the stairs 2 at a time.
Mia. 3 things I noticed when I opened the door. 1. He was early. 2. He had daisies. 3. He looked terrified. The buzzer had sounded at 9:57. Lily's shriek of, "He is here! He is here!" had nearly shattered my eardrums. She had launched herself at the door before I could stop her. Now Ryder stood on my 3rd floor landing. Breathing hard from taking the stairs too fast. Gray eyes locked on mine like he was afraid I had changed my mind. The daisies were simple. White petals, yellow centers. Nothing fancy. For both of you, he said. Lily pushed past me. Threw herself at him with zero hesitation. He caught her. Natural as breathing. Like he had been doing it for years instead of 5 Saturdays. You came. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Gap-toothed grin lighting up her whole face. I said I would. He looked at me over her shoulder. Asking permission with just his eyes. I stepped back. Let him in. Darn it. My apartment looked different, with him in it. Smaller somehow. Warmer. He stood in my living room, holding my daughter. Taking in the photos on every surface. The cluttered coffee table. The purple jacket thrown over the couch. Not his minimalist condo with its cold edges and empty spaces. This was lived in. Real. Messy. He fit anyway. Darn it. Lily squirmed down. Grabbed his hand. Come see my room. She did not wait for permission. Did not check with me first. She trusted him now. I watched from the doorway as she dragged him down the short hallway. My chest tight. Her room was an explosion of purple. Purple walls. Purple bedspread. Purple curtains with stars. Lily pulled him to the center. Pointed at everything. That is my bookshelf. That is my art table. That is where I keep my rocks. He crouched down. Eye level with her. You collect rocks? Aha. Want to see my favorite? She pulled the smooth gray stone from her pocket. The one with the white streak. The one he had held at the park. I brought it home, she said. Serious. It is special. It is special. Then she turned. Grabbed something from her bed. This is Peanut. The stuffed elephant looked well loved. One ear slightly crooked. Gray fabric worn soft. Ryder took it with both hands. Treated it like it mattered. Nice to meet you, Peanut. Lily giggled. I pressed my fingers to my collarbone. Watched this man I had fought for 6 years hold my daughter's most precious things. He was really here. Really trying. Really staying. Lily wanted pancakes. Can you make them? She asked Ryder. Hopeful. He looked at me. Asking permission again. I nodded. We ended up in the kitchen together. Him at the stove. Me mixing batter. Lily on her step stool between us. Domestic chaos. Lily talked nonstop. About Emma. About daycare. About the cartoons she wanted to show him. She got syrup everywhere. He did not flinch. Just wiped her hands with a patience that cracked something in my chest. The three of us at my small table. Eating pancakes. Laughing at Lily's story about a kid who brought a frog to show and tell. It felt like family. Darn it. After breakfast, Lily dragged us to the couch. Cartoons, she announced. Not a question. She settled between us. Remote in hand. Found her favorite show, about talking animals. Ryder watched like it was the most important thing in the world. Lily kept up a running commentary. Explaining every character. Every joke. He listened to every word. 20 minutes in, her head drooped. Leaned against his arm. 5 minutes after that, she was asleep. He froze. Did not move. You can shift her, I said quietly. I do not want to wake her. His voice was soft. Reverent. Like this was sacred. I stood. I will move her to her room. Let me. He scooped her up. Careful. Gentle. Carried her down the hall to her purple bedroom. I followed. Watched him lay her on her bed. Pull the blanket up. Tuck Peanut beside her. He stood there for a moment. Just looking at her. When he turned, his eyes were wet. We walked back to the living room in silence. Just the two of us now. The cartoon still playing. Background noise neither of us was watching. The air felt different. Heavier. 5 weeks of Saturdays. Of watching him show up. Of testing his patience. Of wanting this. Thank you, I said. He looked at me. Confused. For showing up, I continued. For being patient. For learning her favorite snacks and listening to her stories, and treating Peanut like he is real. He is real. To her. My throat tightened. 5 weeks, I said. You could have pushed. Could have demanded more time. Could have made this about you. It was never about me. I know. The words hung between us. I would wait forever, he said quietly. If that is what it takes. I moved closer. Just one step. He did not move. Did not reach for me. Still asking permission with his stillness. So I closed the distance. Kissed him. Soft. Tentative. 6 years since Chicago, but my body remembered. He made a sound in his throat. His hands found my waist. The kiss deepened. Heat and want, and all the things I had been fighting. I pulled back. Just enough to breathe. One word. Stay. His eyes searched mine. Making sure. Are you certain? I nodded. He kissed me again. Harder this time. He kissed me like he had been waiting 6 years for permission. My bedroom door closed behind us. Soft click. Down the hall, Lily slept safe in her purple room. But here. Now. Just us. His hands framed my face. Thumbs tracing my cheekbones. Mia. My name like a prayer. I pulled him closer. Kissed him until breathing did not matter. We fell together into the quiet dark, 6 years of waiting finally giving way. I fell asleep in his arms, and it felt like coming home. Scene break. Morning light woke me. I turned. He was still there. Relief flooded through me. He stayed. Really stayed. I watched him sleep. The silver at his temples. The strong line of his jaw. The father of my daughter. The man I had fought and wanted and pushed away. Here. In my bed. In my life. From down the hall, Lily's voice. Mommy? Is Ryder still here? My breath caught. I called back. Yes, baby. He is here. A pause. Then her happy voice. Good. Can he make pancakes? Beside me, Ryder's eyes opened. He was smiling. I would love to. He kissed my forehead. Got up. Pulled on his jeans. I followed more slowly. Watched him walk toward the kitchen. Toward our daughter. Toward the life we were building. One pancake at a time. Mia. 3 things had changed in 3 months. 1. Blackwell Financial survived. The stock climbed back slowly. Securities and Exchange Commission investigation closed. Compliance reforms passed every audit. Grant was gone. The culture shift was real. 2. Ryder Blackwell showed up. Every morning. Every night. Every promise kept. 3. Lily called him daddy now. Her choice. Her timeline. I stood in the kitchen doorway watching them hunt for her purple jacket. Monday morning chaos. We were running late. Under the couch? Ryder called from the living room. Already checked. Lily yelled back from her bedroom. Her purple bedroom. The one where Peanut the elephant lived on her bed. The one where Ryder read bedtime stories every night about dinosaurs who protected their families. The one 3 months ago he had seen for the first time when everything changed. Found it. Ryder appeared holding the purple jacket. Triumphant. Lily ran past me and grabbed it. Thanks, Daddy. She said it like breathing. Natural. Easy. It still broke him every time. I watched his face do that thing where he tried not to cry. He failed. You are welcome, sweetheart. His voice rough. I turned back to the counter before he caught me watching. Packed her lunch. Purple grapes. Goldfish crackers. Water bottle. 6 weeks ago, I had told her the truth. Kitchen table. Morning light through the windows. Calm conversation. No drama. I had expected questions. Confusion. Maybe tears. Instead, Lily had looked at me with those gray eyes. Ryder's eyes. And said 4 words. I knew. I drew us. The sandbox drawing from that first Saturday. 3 figures. You, Mommy, and me. Kids know things before adults tell them. She had started calling him Daddy, a week later. Just said it one morning, over cereal. He had frozen with the milk carton mid-pour. Now it was just his name. Ready? I asked. Ready. Lily grabbed her backpack. Ryder had daycare drop-off today. We alternated. Shared everything now. He had moved in a month ago. His minimalist condo still sat empty across town. This cluttered third-floor walk-up in Park Slope was home. I kissed Lily's forehead. Be good. I am always good. She grinned. Gap-toothed. Perfect. I watched them leave together. Father and daughter. His hand gentle on her shoulder down the stairs. The door closed. Silence. I breathed. This was real. This was mine. This was ours. 3 months ago, I had asked him to stay. One word. Everything. He had stayed. Blackwell Financial. 38th floor. Monday morning. The boardroom where it started. Where I had blocked his deal, and he had assigned me as shadow officer. Where fake became real, became broken, became this. Now I sat at the same table. Different seat. Chief Ethics Officer. My new title. Reporting to the board, not to him. We were equals now. I presented the quarterly compliance report. Reforms holding. Culture changing. Progress measurable. Ryder watched from the head of the table. Chief Executive Officer. Still commanding every room he entered. But his eyes when he looked at me were not calculating anymore. They were warm. Pride. Trust. Love. The presentation ended. Questions answered. Meeting adjourned. We passed in the hallway after. Professional distance maintained at work. Good report, he said. Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. His mouth twitched. Almost smiled. Ms. Carter. Later. We would have later. Every night. Every morning. Every ordinary moment between. Evening. Our apartment. Lily colored at the kitchen table. Ryder read the news on his tablet. I made coffee. Domestic. Normal. Perfect. My phone buzzed. Evelyn. Hey, I answered. Mia, darling. Ryder's mother. Warm now. Accepting. Family dinner next week? We would love that. Lily looked up. Grandma Evelyn? I nodded. She went back to coloring. 3 months ago, Evelyn had supported Ryder publicly when he had confessed to the board. Risked her reputation. Chose integrity over image. Now she chose family dinners and grandmother time. She chose us. Wonderful, Evelyn said. I have someone I want you to meet. Curiosity sparked. I did not ask. Let it be a surprise. See you then, I said. We hung up. Ryder looked at me. Question in his eyes. Your mom? Dinner next week. She trying to feed us again? I smiled. Always. Bedtime? 8 o'clock. Lily's purple room. The one with stars on the curtains and rocks on the shelf, and Peanut watching from the bed. Ryder sat on the edge of her mattress. Book in hand. The one about Triceratops. I leaned against the doorframe. Watched. They protect their families, Lily said. Finishing his sentence. She had memorized this book. That is right. He tucked the blanket around her. Just like we protect each other. You, me and mommy. You, me and mommy. She hugged Peanut close. The elephant's ear still crooked. Still perfect. Love you, Daddy. His breath caught. Love you too, sweetheart. He kissed her forehead. Turned off the lamp. Left her door cracked just how she liked it. We stood in the hallway together. Quiet. watching the soft glow from her nightlight spill into the hall. "She is everything," he whispered. "Yeah." I touched his hand. He laced our fingers together. This was the life we built. No more supervised visits. No more counting hours. No more waiting. Just us. Family. Real. Later. Much later. Kitchen table. Coffee growing cold between us. The same table where I had told Lily the truth 6 weeks ago. Where we had eaten breakfast that first Sunday, when everything was new and terrifying and hopeful. Now Ryder sat across from me. Quiet. Nervous. I knew that look. He pulled something from his pocket. Small box. Velvet. My heart stopped. "I want this forever," he said. Direct. Simple. True. You. Lily. Us. Every morning. Every night. Every ordinary moment. He opened the box. Princess cut diamond. Simple. Perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen if he had asked. He knew me. Really knew me. "Will you marry me?" No kneeling. That was not him. Just this. Quiet. Honest. Ours. I looked at the ring. Looked at him. 6 months ago, we were enemies in a boardroom. 3 months ago, he was proving consistency in a park. Now. Yes. One word. Everything. He slid the ring on my finger. Perfect fit. We sat there. Table between us. Coffee cold. Ring catching the light. Tomorrow, we would tell Lily. She would probably say she already knew. Kids see things before adults tell them. Saturday morning. Kitchen table again. Lily had her crayon spread everywhere. Drawing something new. Ryder made pancakes. I poured coffee. Normal routine. Saturday used to mean park visits. Supervised hours. Testing. Now Saturday meant sleeping in and pancakes and nothing urgent. Progress. "Daddy, draw with me," Lily said. He left the stove. Sat beside her. "What are we drawing?" "Us." She pushed a crayon at him. "But for real this time." I froze. For real this time. The sandbox drawing from that first Saturday. 3 figures she had drawn in sand. You, Mommy, and me. Before she knew who he was. Before any of us knew what we would become. Ryder picked up the crayon. Drew 3 stick figures. Tall one. Medium one. Small one. Lily added details. My curly hair. Her purple jacket. His height. At the bottom she wrote in careful letters, "My family." Then she drew a heart around all 3. I watched from the doorway. Coffee cup warm in my hands. "This one is better than the sandbox one," Ryder said. Lily nodded. Serious. "Because we are all together now." She went back to coloring. Adding more purple. Always more purple. Ryder caught my eye. Smiled. I smiled back. 6 years ago in Chicago, he had saved me from Daniel. Then disappeared into scandal. 6 months ago, he had pulled my file and assigned me as shadow officer. 3 months ago, he had climbed 3 flights of stairs holding daisies. Now he sat at my kitchen table, drawing stick figures with our daughter. His daughter. Our daughter. The one who drew us before we knew we needed drawing. I set down my coffee. Crossed to the table. Sat beside them. 3 of us. One drawing. Morning light through the windows. Everything I never thought I deserved. Everything I had been too scared to want. But Lily had known. From that first Saturday. From that first drawing in the sand. She had seen what we could not yet see. Family. Real. Forever. Ours. No more pretending. This is real. Forever.
Sophia. Code Blue, Pediatric ICU. Code Blue, Pediatric ICU. The announcement crackled over the hospital speakers just as I turned the corner. I ran. Sneakers squeaking on linoleum, scrubs swishing, my messy bun already falling apart because of course it was. Friday night shifts in the pediatric emergency room meant chaos, and this Code Blue made 3 emergencies in the last hour. I did not expect to slam into the new cardiac surgeon, everyone called Dr. Ice. His hands caught my arms before I could fall. Strong. Steady. Warm through my dinosaur print scrubs. Careful. His voice was rough. Deep. I looked up. Ocean gray eyes locked on mine. My chest did something stupid. Something dangerous. You are the pediatric nurse. Not a question. A statement. Sophia Reyes. I stepped back. His hands dropped. And you are Dr. Hayes. Barrett. He did not smile. Did not blink. Just stared at me like I was a puzzle he could not solve. The Code Blue, I started. False alarm. Patient stabilized. His jaw tightened. I need to ask you something. That was when I noticed the little boy hiding behind him. 7 years old, maybe. Dark blonde hair like Barrett's. Blue eyes red from crying. Clutching a stuffed lion like his life depended on it. My heart cracked open. Hey there. I crouched to the boy's level. Kept my voice soft. What is your name? He peeked around Barrett's leg. Kieran, he whispered. That is a cool lion. Does he have a name? Kieran's grip on the toy loosened a bit. Leo. Leo is a great name. I smiled. You know what? I have dinosaurs on my scrubs. Want to see? The smallest smile tugged at his mouth. I pointed to the T-Rex on my shoulder. This one is my favorite. He looks grumpy, but he is actually really nice. Kieran giggled. It was the sweetest sound. When I looked up, Barrett was watching me with an expression I could not read. His jaw was still tight, but something had shifted in his eyes. Something that made me stop breathing. Oh no. His nanny quit. Barrett's words came out clipped. This afternoon? No notice. Oh. I stood. That is? I am on call. He ran a hand through his hair. Messed it up. Made him look almost human. Cannot leave the hospital. Kieran is too scared to stay in the surgeon's lounge alone. Kieran pressed closer to his father's side. My fingers found my cross necklace. What do you need? The pediatric break room. Barrett's eyes met mine. Could he stay there? You could check on him during your shift? I should say no. Dr. Barrett Hayes was brilliant. Everyone said so. He was also impossible, cold and intimidating. But Kieran was looking at me with those big blue eyes. And Barrett looked ready to break. Of course. The words came out before I could stop them. I have got him. Barrett's shoulders dropped an inch. Thank you. Relief. Genuine relief. It was the first crack I had seen in his armor. Come on, Kieran. I held out my hand. Let us find you a good spot to hang out. Kieran looked up at his dad. Barrett nodded. I will be back as soon as I can. The little boy's fingers wrapped around mine. Small. Trusting. My heart was in so much trouble. 4 hours later, my shift was winding down. I checked on Kieran one last time. He was asleep on the break room couch. Leo tucked under his chin. His breathing slow and even. The door opened behind me. Barrett. Still in scrubs. Dark circles under his eyes. 5 o'clock shadow, making him look rough and tired and somehow even more attractive. This is fine, I told myself. Everything is fine. He moved to stand beside me, stared down at his sleeping son. The expression on his face broke something inside me. Grief, love, fear, all mixed together. Thank you. His voice was quiet. 2 simple words, but they felt weighted. Important. He is a great kid. I kept my voice low. Told me all about his Lego collection. Barrett almost smiled. He loves those things. You are doing a good job. Single parenting is hard. His jaw tightened. You do not know that. I work in pediatrics. I cross my arms. I can tell when a kid feels loved. Silence. Barrett looked at me. Really looked. I am terrible at this, he admitted. At what? Small talk. Asking for help. Being friendly. I laughed anyway. Yes. You kind of are. This time he did smile. Almost. The corners of his mouth twitched. It transformed his entire face. Oh no. This was bad. I transferred here 6 months ago, Barrett said. From Boston. It has been hard. The move. Being new. Single dad in a new city. Why New York? My sister lives here. Thought being closer to family would help. He rubbed the back of his neck. Has not been as easy as I expected. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I glanced at the screen. Mia, where are you? The party started an hour ago. Right. Mia's engagement party. I was the worst best friend ever. Hot date? Barrett's voice held the tiniest hint of amusement. I looked up. My best friend's engagement party. I am really late. Go. He gestured to Kieran. I have got him from here. I should leave. Clock out. Run to Queens and celebrate with Mia. But something in Barrett's voice made me pause. I started gathering my things. Shoved my water bottle in my bag. Checked that I had my keys. Wait. I turned. Barrett's jaw was doing that tightening thing again. Kieran stirred on the couch. Mumbled something in his sleep. Do not go, the little boy whispered. He was still asleep. Dreaming. But the words hung in the air anyway. Barrett's hands flexed at his sides. I need a favor. Another one? I tried to keep my tone light. A bigger one. Oh boy. There is a hospital charity gala. Barrett's words came out measured. Careful. In 6 weeks. I need a date. Someone to attend with me. Make it look stable. I blinked. A date. To prove I am stable. Stable. For a promotion. He crossed his arms. Defensive. I am up for chief of cardiology. My boss, Dr. Marshall, is watching how I integrate with the team. Being new, single dad, with the Dr. Ice reputation I have earned. Wait. I held up a hand. Dr. Ice? That is what people call me. That is harsh. It is accurate. His eyes met mine. But it is a problem. For the promotion. I need someone who makes me look softer. Someone people would believe I am dating. My brain was 3 steps behind. You want me to be your fake girlfriend? For 6 weeks? Yes. Leading up to the gala. Professional arrangement. I should laugh. Walk away. This was insane. But then I thought about Mia's engagement party happening right now without me. The one I was missing because I was here. Alone. Again. I thought about my mom's face at Sunday dinner last week. Mija, when is it your turn? All your cousins are settling down. I thought about Raphael. His voice in my head saying I was too much. Too loud. Too chaotic for someone like him. Someone professional. Controlled. Successful. And here was Dr. Barrett Hayes. cardiac surgeon. Asking me, even if it was fake, maybe it proved something. What is in it for me? The question came out sharper than I meant it to. Barrett blinked. Like he had not considered I would want something too. What do you want? Good question. I crossed my arms. My family off my back. Every Sunday it is, when are you settling down, Sophia? And now that my best friend just got engaged, I gestured at my phone. It is only going to get worse. He nodded. Processing. And honestly, the truth slipped out before I could stop it. I am tired of people thinking I am not enough for someone like you. His eyes narrowed. Someone like me? Successful. Professional. Put together. I shrugged. My ex said I was too chaotic for that world. So if Dr. Ice wants to date me, even fake, maybe he was wrong. Something flickered in Barrett's eyes. Understanding, maybe. You are using me to prove a point. You are using me to get a promotion. I met his gaze. Seems fair. The corner of his mouth almost curved. Almost. Professional arrangement, he said. 6 weeks. We both get what we need. I should say no. This was still a terrible idea. But Kieran shifted in his sleep, mumbled something about monsters. And Barrett looked at me like I was the answer to a problem he did not know how to solve. Before I could change my mind, Kieran woke up. Sophia. His face lit up. You are still here. Hey, buddy. I smiled. How was your nap? He looked between me and his dad. Then his little forehead scrunched up in thought. Are you going to be my new mom? The air left my lungs. Barrett went pale. Kieran, that is not. But you said you needed a date. Kieran's voice was so innocent. So hopeful. Paige said that means girlfriend. And girlfriends become moms. I could not breathe. Could not think. Barrett looked wrecked. Devastated. It is not like that, he tried to explain. But Kieran was looking at me with those big blue eyes. Clutching Leo. Hoping for something his dad could not give him alone. Barrett turned to me. His expression said everything. Please. Do not let my son down. And maybe I was doing this for my mom. For Raphael. To prove something. But looking at Kieran's hopeful face, I realized I was also doing it for them. Okay, I heard myself say. Barrett's eyes widened. Okay. 6 weeks. Leading up to the gala. That is it. That is it, he agreed. But neither of us looked away. And I had the terrible feeling that this was the beginning of something I could not control. Something that would change everything. Kieran grinned. Will you come to my soccer games? I looked at Barrett. He looked at me. We were both doomed. Sure, I heard myself say. Kieran's whole face lit up. Barrett's hands flexed at his sides. And I realized I had just agreed to way more than a fake date.
Barrett. Kieran was already awake when my alarm went off at 6. I found him in the living room. Lego bricks scattered across the coffee table. He was building something that looked like a spaceship. He looked up when I walked in. Is Sophia coming over today? My chest tightened. What had I just done? Not today, buddy. But you asked her to be your girlfriend. I sat down on the couch. I moved a Lego piece before I crushed it. It is complicated. Adults always say that when the answer is yes. Smart kid. Too smart. Do you like her, Dad? I did not know how to answer that. She smiled at my terrified son, and something in my chest cracked open. Something I had kept locked down for 3 years. I like that she was kind to you. Kieran went back to his spaceship. I like her. She smells like cookies. I had noticed it too. Vanilla and something warm.
This was just practical. A business arrangement. Nothing more. I was lying to myself, and I knew it. 3 years ago. A Thursday afternoon. Jessica texted me, during my second surgery of the day. Something about Kieran's preschool pickup time changing. I glanced at it. I meant to respond during the break between cases. My phone kept buzzing. I ignored it. I focused on the patient in front of me. A 17-year-old girl with a congenital heart defect. Complex repair. It needed my full attention. By the time I called back, she was gone. Car accident on the Mass Pike. Some kid texting while driving. Hit her head on. Kieran was 4. He asked for mama every night for 6 months. I was working. Always working. Some things do not change. I made breakfast. Scrambled eggs. Toast. Orange juice. Kieran ate in silence. Still thinking about Sophia. The wedding photo sat on my nightstand. Jessica smiling. White dress. Flowers in her hair. Her clothes still hung in the closet. I could not bring myself to clean them out. The ring rested against my chest. On a chain. Where I had worn it since the funeral. Paige had told me 100 times I was allowed to move on. I was not moving on. This was fake. Safe. No risk of real feelings. My phone rang. Paige. Of course. Tell me you actually asked her. I rubbed the back of my neck. I asked. And she said yes. To you. It is a professional arrangement. You keep telling yourself that. Paige. What? I heard how you talked about her when you called me last night. The cute pediatric nurse who is good with kids. You lit up. I did not light up. Barrett. You smiled. An actual smile. When is the last time that happened? I did not have an answer. Look, Paige said. I am glad you are doing this. Even if you are lying to yourself about why. I am not lying. Then why her specifically? There are plenty of women at that hospital. I cross my arms. She is credible. Warm. People like her. No one would question why someone like her would date someone like me. Someone like you. You mean Dr. Ice? That is what they call me. Maybe that is the problem. I did not respond. She works pediatrics, right? Different floor. Different shifts. Your point. My point is she is safe. Temporary. No risk of actually getting close to someone. That is not what this is. Is it not? Silence. 6 weeks, Barrett. That is your deadline. Show Marshall you can integrate. Get the promotion. Stop hiding behind your reputation. I am not hiding. You have been hiding since Jessica died. We both know it. My hand went to the ring around my neck. I touched it without thinking. I have to go. Kieran needs breakfast. He already ate. I can hear cartoons in the background. Darn it. Fine. I have rounds. On a Saturday? Heart disease does not take weekends off. Neither do you. That is the problem. She hung up before I could argue. 2 weeks ago. Dr. Vivian Marshall's office. She called me in after morning rounds. Closed the door. That is never good. Barrett. You are brilliant. No one disputes that. I waited. There was always a but. But you are isolated. The team does not trust you. You are closed off. I do my job. Chief of cardiology needs someone who can lead, not just operate. I cross my arms. I can lead. Show me. You have 6 weeks. 6 weeks for what? To prove you can integrate. Be part of the team. Stop being a surgeon in an ice castle. That is not fair. It is accurate. Fix it or I am giving the position to someone else. She dismissed me. No room for argument. 6 weeks to prove I was more than Dr. Ice. 6 weeks to fake being human. Saturday rounds were quiet. I checked on my post-op patients. Changed a few orders. Spoke to families. Dr. Voss caught me in the hallway. Saw you with the cute pediatric nurse yesterday. News traveled fast in hospitals. We were talking. Looked like more than talking. I did not respond. Good for you, Hayes. About time you rejoined the living. He walked away before I could correct him. This might actually work. If people thought I was dating someone warm like Sophia, they would see me differently. Not Dr. Ice. Just Barrett. Someone capable of human connection. I hated that I needed to fake it, to prove it. Back at my apartment, Kieran napping, I did something ridiculous. I searched online for how to fake date. The results were embarrassing. Mostly romance novels and teen movies. But some of it made sense. I made a list. That is what I did. Surgeon brain. Plan the procedure. Execute. Fake dating plan. Public coffee dates, 2 to 3 times per week minimum. Hospital cafeteria lunches, where people can see us. Physical contact, hand-holding, casual touching. Eye contact, look interested, not annoyed. The gala, final performance, seal the deal. This was just surgery prep. Identify the steps. Follow the protocol. No room for feelings. I pulled out my phone. Stared at Sophia's number. What did I even say? I typed. Deleted. Typed again. We should discuss terms. Coffee Monday. I sent it before I could overthink. I held my phone. Waited. I hated that I was nervous. Her reply came fast. 7 in the morning, hospital cafeteria. Do not be late, Dr. Ice. I almost smiled. The nickname sounded different, coming from her. Less like an insult. More like a challenge. Bedtime. Kieran in Spider-Man pajamas. We read 2 chapters of his current book. Some fantasy thing with dragons. He was almost asleep when he asked. Dad? Yes, buddy. Is Sophia going to be at my soccer game? I should have expected this. Why would she be there? Because girlfriends come to games. Everyone knows that. He said it, matter of fact. Like it was obvious. She might be working. Oh. Disappointment in that one syllable. We will see, okay. He nodded. Closed his eyes. I kissed his forehead. Turned off the light. This was going to get complicated. Midnight. I could not sleep. Jessica's photo sat on the nightstand. Smiling. Happy. Alive. The ring around my neck felt heavier than usual. Tomorrow, I would meet Sophia to plan our fake relationship. I touched the ring. Whispered to the empty room. I am sorry. But I was not sure what I was apologizing for. Moving on. Or lying about why I asked Sophia in the first place. Because somewhere between watching her calm my terrified son and seeing her smile, something had shifted. I told myself I picked her because she was safe. Credible. Temporary. No one would question why someone like her would date someone like me. But Paige's words echoed. Why her specifically? The truth I did not want to admit, I noticed her months ago. The way she laughed with the kids in the emergency room. The colorful scrubs. The cross necklace she touched when she was nervous. The way she looked at me yesterday. Not scared. Not intimidated. Just seeing me. I rolled over. Closed my eyes. This was just business. A professional arrangement. 6 weeks. Prove I was stable. Get the promotion. Move on. But my hand stayed on the ring. and I could not stop wondering what it would feel like if this were real.
Sophia. I changed outfits 3 times before I realized what I was doing. It was coffee. Just coffee. With a man I was fake dating. This was fine. Everything was totally, completely fine. The purple sweater made me look too casual. The black blouse was too formal. The green cardigan hit somewhere in the middle, which meant it was probably wrong too. I settled on the green. My phone buzzed. Mia. Again. Mia, explain why you left my engagement party after 20 minutes. Mia, and do not say work emergency. I already checked with the hospital. Mia, Sophia. I had not told her yet. About Barrett. About the arrangement. About the fact that I had agreed to fake date a man I had met exactly once. My fingers found my cross necklace. I pressed it against my skin. Okay. Deep breath. This was a business meeting. That is all. We would set some ground rules, drink terrible hospital coffee, and pretend to be a couple in public exactly 12 times over the next 6 weeks. Simple. Professional. Totally not terrifying. I checked the time. 6:15 in the morning. Why was I leaving this early? The hospital was 15 minutes away. 20 if the subway decided to hate me. I grabbed my coat anyway. Better early than sitting here spiraling about what I had gotten myself into. I arrived at the hospital cafeteria at 6:58. 2 minutes early. I was never early. Barrett was already there. Of course he was. He sat at a corner table, blue scrubs perfectly pressed despite the fact that it was barely 7 in the morning. A coffee sat in front of him, untouched. His hands rested on a folder. A folder. He had brought a folder to our fake dating coffee date. I almost turned around and left. He looked up. Saw me. Stood. The man actually stood when I approached the table. Who did that? You are early. His voice was low. Rough. So are you. I am always early. I am never early. The words came out faster than I meant them to. Usually. I mean, most of the time I am exactly on time, which technically means I am late because you are supposed to be early to be on time, but I am not usually this early, so this is weird for me. I was talking too fast. Stop talking, Sophia. Sit. He gestured to the chair across from him. I sat. He sat. We stared at each other. This was already so awkward I wanted to sink through the floor. Coffee? He pushed a second cup toward me. Light and sweet. I asked the pediatric nurses, what you drink? My chest did something stupid. He had asked about me. Thank you. I wrapped my hands around the cup. It was still warm. Barrett opened the folder. I almost laughed. Inside was a typed document. Single-spaced. Bullet points. You made a list. Terms of arrangement. He slid the paper toward me. I thought we should be clear about expectations. I stared at the document. He had made a contract. An actual typed bullet-pointed contract. For fake dating. I wanted to kiss him. Or perhaps strangle him. Maybe both. You are serious. I am always serious. That must be exhausting. His mouth almost curved. Almost. I picked up the paper. Terms of arrangement was typed across the top in bold. Oh dear. Duration, 6 weeks concluding after hospital charity gala, April 12, public appearances, minimum 2 to 3 per week in hospital setting, physical contact, hand-holding, casual touching, shoulders, lower back, only when observed by colleagues, end date, clean separation following gala event, discretion. Neither party will disclose the arrangement to outside individuals. I read it twice. This reads like a surgical protocol. It is organized. It is insane. I set the paper down. You do realize this is fake dating, not a merger? I like clarity. I like spontaneity. I met his eyes. We are going to be great at this. Something flickered in his expression. Surprise, maybe. Or amusement. Hard to tell with Dr. Ice. You have concerns. It was not a question. Just one? I pulled the paper back toward me. What about Kieran? Something shifted in Barrett's expression. Closed off. Guarded. There it was. The tell. What about him? He thinks we are dating. He asked if I was going to be his new mom. Barrett looked away. I will handle Kieran. Will you? I kept my voice gentle. Or will you just tell him not to get attached? Direct hit. His shoulders went rigid. That is not fair. It is a valid question. I folded my hands on the table. He is 7. He does not understand fake relationships. We need rules for him too. Barrett rubbed the back of his neck. What do you suggest? I grabbed the pen sitting next to his coffee cup. Flipped the paper over. Started writing. Sophia's additions, Rule 1, no lying to Kieran. If he asks, we tell him we are getting to know each other. Rule 2, no surprise touching. Ask first or warn me. Rule 3, I am not an actress. I will not pretend to be someone I am not. Rule 4, if either of us catches feelings, we tell the truth. I slid the paper back to him. Barrett read my additions. Slowly. His eyes stopped on Rule 4. That will not happen. Good. I picked up my coffee. Then no problem. We were both liars. I could see it in the way he held the paper too carefully. The way I could not stop noticing the line of his jaw. This was already a disaster. Agreed. Barrett folded the paper. Tucked it back into the folder. That is it? No negotiation? Your rules are reasonable. He met my eyes. Except the touching one. My breath caught. What is wrong with the touching one? We need to look comfortable together. That requires practice. Practice? Yes. You want to practice touching me. For authenticity. This man was going to be the end of me. Fine. I set my coffee down. Practice what? Barrett glanced around the cafeteria. A few nurses sat scattered at other tables. No one paying attention to us. Yet. Hand-holding. He extended his hand across the table. Palm up. A surgeon's hand. Steady. Capable. Now. We are in public. Good opportunity. My pulse jumped. This was ridiculous. It was just hand-holding. People did it all the time. I placed my hand in his. His fingers closed around mine. Warm. Calloused from years of surgery. Careful. Like he was afraid I would break. I bit my lower lip. His thumb brushed across my knuckles. Once. Twice. Comfortable? His voice had dropped lower. Sure. The word came out breathless. Liar. This was the least comfortable I had felt in my entire life. My skin was on fire. My heart was trying to escape my chest. His eyes held mine. Blue-gray. Intense. Looking at me like I was a puzzle he could not solve. You are staring, I said. So are you. Neither of us looked away. The cafeteria faded. The fluorescent lights. The smell of burnt coffee. The early morning chatter. Everything disappeared except his hand in mine and the way he was looking at me. Like maybe this was not practice. Like maybe. His pager went off. Barrett pulled his hand back so fast I almost gasped. He checked the pager. His expression shifted. Professional. Closed off. Dr. Ice was back. I have to go. Surgery. He stood. Grabbed his folder. Hesitated. Monday night. Dinner. Public date. It was not a question. Is that a question or an order? His mouth curved. Just barely. A real smile. It reached his eyes and made him look almost human. Almost. Please? First time I had heard him say please. Okay. He nodded. Started to leave. Stopped. Turned back. You look nice. The green suits you. Then he was gone. I sat there holding my coffee cup, trying to remember how to breathe. He had noticed my outfit. Oh no. Well, that was interesting. I jumped. Mia slid into Barrett's empty chair. How long have you been here? Long enough. She grabbed Barrett's abandoned coffee. Took a sip. I came to find you. You ghosted my engagement party and ignored my texts. I figured you would be here. Mia. That is the hot, grumpy surgeon everyone talks about, is it not? Dr. Ice? I did not answer. Sophia. We are just. Do not. Mia set the cup down. I watched you two. That was not just anything. My face burned. It is not what you think. Then what is it? I looked at my best friend. The woman who had held me when Raphael broke my heart. Who had been there for every terrible date and worse breakup since. Who would see through any lie I told. He asked me to fake date him. Mia blinked. I am sorry. What? Hospital charity gala. 6 weeks. He needs a date to look stable for a promotion. And you said yes. I said yes. Mia leaned back in her chair. Studied my face. Sophia. You remember what happened last time? Raphael. 2 years engaged to a man who told me I was too loud. Too much. Too chaotic for his corporate lawyer friends. Who cheated with someone more sophisticated. Someone quieter. This is different. It is not real. It looked pretty real to me. It is not. I picked at my coffee cup lid. We have rules. A contract, actually. It ends after the gala. A contract. He is very organized. He is very something. Mia reached across the table. Grabbed my hand. I am not trying to be mean. I just do not want to see you get hurt again. I will not. You sure about that? Because the way he was looking at you was fake. That is the whole point. We are practicing. Practicing. Mia's expression said she did not believe me for a second. Yes. And you are going to spend 6 weeks fake dating a man who looks at you like that and walks away fine? I can handle it. That is what worries me. We sat in silence. Around us, the cafeteria filled with early morning staff. The breakfast rush beginning. Somewhere on the cardiac surgery floor, Barrett was scrubbing in. Saving someone's life with those steady hands. The same hands that had held mine so carefully. Just be careful, Mia said finally. I will. And tell me everything. I need details for the wedding planning. Boring engagement party conversations are killing me. I laughed. Finally. Deal. Mia stood. Hugged me. Love you. Even when you make terrible decisions. Love you too. She left. I finished my coffee alone. Tried not to think about the way Barrett had smiled when he said please. The way his thumb had brushed my knuckles. The way I already wanted him to touch me again. I was so in trouble. That night my phone buzzed. I was home. Pajamas. Hair down. Trying to pretend today had been normal. Unknown number, Monday. 7 in the evening. Italian place on 5th. Bring the rules. I have additions. I stared at the message. Mia's warning echoed in my head. You remember what happened last time? I did remember. Raphael. 2 years engaged. He cheated with someone more sophisticated. Someone less loud and chaotic. Barrett was the opposite of loud and chaotic. He was controlled. Closed off. Safe. This was fake. I would not get hurt. I typed back, "See you Monday, Dr. Ice." Set my phone down. Closed my eyes. Felt his hand in mine. Warm. Steady. Real. Oh no. I was already in trouble.
Barrett. I had been staring at my closet for 10 minutes. Like the shirts would suddenly develop opinions about which one made me look less like I cared. This was ridiculous. It was dinner. Fake dinner. With a woman I barely knew. I grabbed the blue one. Threw it on the bed. You smell different. I turned. Kieran stood in my doorway, clutching Leo. What? Did you use cologne? No. His eyes narrowed. 7 years old, and he could already spot a lie. You like her. I pulled the shirt over my head. It is complicated. That means yes. Oh no. When had my kid gotten so smart? I checked my watch. 6:15. I needed to leave in 10 minutes. Paige is picking you up in 20 minutes. Is Sophia going to be my new mom? My hands stopped on the buttons. Kieran. It is okay if she is. I like her. I crouched down. Met his eyes. We are getting to know each other. That is all. But you are going on a date. Yes. So you like her. I stood. Grabbed my jacket. Aunt Paige will make you dinner. Be good. You did not answer. I looked at him. This kid who had lost his mother 3 years ago. Who asked for her every time he got sick. Who deserved better than a father who worked too much and felt too little. Yes, I said. I like her. His smile could have lit the whole apartment. The restaurant was loud. Italian place on 5th. Red tablecloths. String lights. Families everywhere. I spotted Sophia immediately. Burgundy dress. Hair down. Fidgeting with her necklace. She was nervous. That made 2 of us. I walked over. She looked up. Hi. Hi. I pulled out her chair. She blinked. Very gentlemanlike. I have my moments. The hostess appeared. Smiled at us like we were the cutest thing she had seen all week. What a lovely couple. Sophia's breath caught. I heard it. Thank you, I said. We sat. The hostess left menus. Sophia picked hers up. Stared at it like it was a medical textbook. You okay? Fine. She set the menu down. If we are fake dating, we should know basic things. Like what? Favorite color. Food allergies. Embarrassing childhood story. I almost smiled. You first. Purple. No allergies. Failed my driver's test 3 times. 3 times? I get nervous. She twisted her necklace. Parallel parking is hard. It is geometry. I am a nurse, not a mathematician. This time I did smile. Could not help it. Your turn, she said. Blue. Shellfish. I cried at my 8th grade graduation. Her eyes widened. You cried. The principal gave a speech about growing up. I was emotional. That is actually sweet. I was 13. It was mortifying. She laughed. Warm. Genuine. I wanted to make her do it again. The waiter appeared. Took our orders. Left. Sophia leaned forward. Tell me about growing up. Boston. 2 parents. 1 sister. Pretty standard. Paige? Yes. She is 2 years younger. Married. No kids yet. Does she live here? Upper East Side. She babysits Kieran during the week. Sophia nodded. Took a sip of water. Your turn, I said. Queens. Big family. 5 cousins. Sunday dinners are mandatory. Mandatory. My mom would hunt me down if I skipped. She smiled. It is loud. Chaotic. Everyone talks over everyone. Sounds exhausting. Her smile faded. Just slightly. My ex did not like restaurants like this. Too loud. Too crowded. I set down my water. What happened? She looked surprised, I asked. He cheated. Said I was too much. Too loud, too chaotic. Something hot flared in my chest. He was an idiot. She blinked. Thanks. I mean it. Silence stretched between us. Something real had just happened. The waiter returned. Set down our plates. We ate. Talked about Kieran's school. Her shifts at the hospital. Safe topics. Then dessert arrived. We had not ordered dessert. On the house, the waiter said. For the beautiful couple. Sophia's eyes went wide. The waiter left. Tiramisu sat between us. We should probably look convincing, I said. I reached across the table. Took her hand. Her pulse jumped. I felt it in her wrist. Bear it. Just practice. Her fingers curled around mine. Warm. Soft. I picked up the fork. Cut a piece of tiramisu. Held it out. She leaned forward. Took the bite. Her eyes closed. I forgot how to breathe. Your turn, she said. I took the fork. Cut another piece. She watched me eat it. This felt too real. All of it. I walked her to the subway. Cool October night. Street still busy. She pulled her jacket tighter. You are better at this than you think. At what? Being warm. Human. Not Dr. Ice. I looked at her. Only with you. The words slipped out. I did not mean to say them. She stopped walking. Bear it. The subway entrance loomed ahead. People rushing past. I could kiss her right now. I wanted to. Instead, I stepped back. Good night, Sophia. She blinked. Like she had been expecting something else. Good night. I watched her disappear down the stairs. Stood there like an idiot. Then walked home alone. By Friday, Kieran had asked about Sophia 17 times. Paige kept count. Is Sophia coming to my game tomorrow? I looked up from my coffee. Saturday morning. I do not know, buddy. You should ask her. It is not. Girlfriends come to games, Dad. Everyone knows that. I pulled out my phone. Typed, Kieran has soccer Saturday. 10 a.m. Central Park. No pressure. Stared at it for 30 seconds. Hit send. Her reply came immediately. I will be there. My chest did something stupid. She is coming, I told Kieran. His whoop probably woke the neighbors. I scanned the field. Purple jacket. Impossible to miss. She was already there. Sophia. Kieran took off running. Left me holding his water bottle. She caught him. Spun him around. I watched from 20 feet away. My chest cracked open. You are in trouble. I turned. Paige stood beside me. Arms crossed. Smirking. It is fake. Tell your face that. Paige. She is good for you. Both of you. She walked toward Sophia. Left me standing there. Sophia sat next to me on the bench. Cheered loud. Embarrassingly loud. Made the other parents laugh. Kieran scored a goal. She jumped up. Called his name with excitement. I watched her. Not the game. She caught me staring. What? Nothing. Her eyes narrowed. But she smiled. The game ended. Kieran ran over. Did you see? Did you see? I saw. Sophia high-fived him. You were amazing. Ice cream. I nodded. Ice cream. We walked to the truck. Kieran between us. He reached for Sophia's hand. She took it without hesitation. Kieran pulled out his phone while we ate. That is my mama. He showed Sophia the picture. Jessica. Flowers in her hair. Smiling. I waited for Sophia to flinch. To look uncomfortable. She did not. She was beautiful. You have her smile. Kieran beamed. Dad says I have his stubbornness. Sophia laughed. I believe that. I watched her with my son. She was not trying to replace Jessica. She was just here. Present. Real. Loving him because that is who she was. Not because she had to. Not because we were fake dating. Just because. That night, Kieran fell asleep clutching Leo. I sat in the living room. Jessica's photo in my hand. For 3 years, looking at this hurt. Tonight, it did not hurt as much. I touched the ring around my neck. Thought about Sophia laughing at the soccer game. Sophia hugging Kieran like she had known him forever. Sophia looking at me across the table like I was not Dr. Ice at all. My phone buzzed. Thanks for letting me crash soccer. Kieran is amazing. You are doing a great job, Dad. I stared at the screen. No one had said that to me since Jessica died. I typed, thank you. For today. For him. Deleted it. Too much. Typed, he loved having you there. Deleted it. Not enough. Finally, same time next Saturday? Her reply came fast. It is a date. Then a fake date. Obviously. I looked at Jessica's photo. Whispered to the empty room. I think I am in trouble.
Sophia. 3 things I knew about fake dating Barrett Hayes. 1. It was not fake anymore. 2. I was falling hard. 3. I was absolutely, completely, catastrophically in trouble. I stared at my phone Wednesday morning, scrolling through the evidence of my downfall. Text messages from Barrett. So many text messages. Coffee before your shift? Lunch in the cafeteria. Everyone is watching. Perfect. Walking you home tonight. Do not argue. That was Monday. Tuesday brought more. 7 in the morning. Same table. I will bring the good coffee. Your hair looks nice down. You should wear it like that more often. I had blushed at that one. Actually blushed like a teenager. Wednesday's message came at 6 in the morning while I was staring at my closet, trying to remember how to dress myself. See you in an hour. I missed you. I missed you. 4 words that should not mean anything. 4 words that made my chest ache. It is still fake, I told my reflection. I can stop any time. My reflection called me a liar. Mia's warning echoed in my head. You remember what happened last time? I did. Raphael. 2 years engaged. He cheated with someone sophisticated. Someone quiet. Someone who was not too much. Barrett was not Raphael. Barrett showed up. Every day. With coffee and that almost smile, and hands that found mine like it was the most natural thing in the world. I grabbed my scrubs. The purple ones with tiny stars. My favorite. My phone buzzed again. Do not be late, Reyes. I smiled. I could not help it. So in trouble. The hospital corridor smelled like antiseptic and bad coffee. I was heading to the break room when Barrett appeared. Just appeared. Like he had been waiting. Coffee, he asked. Third time this week. I opened my mouth to say yes. Nurse Tessa walked by. Slowed down. Her eyes tracked from Barrett to me and back again. She whispered something to the nurse beside her. They both looked. My face heated. People are talking. Barrett's expression did not change. Good. That is the plan. But his hand found mine. Right there in the hallway. In front of Tessa and 3 other nurses and a resident who definitely noticed. His thumb brushed my knuckles. My brain short-circuited. Sophia. His voice dropped lower. Coffee. I nodded. Words were beyond me. Tessa's eyebrows disappeared into her hairline. Barrett led me toward the cafeteria, our hands linked, and I tried to remember this was supposed to be fake. It did not feel fake. The call from my mother came Thursday night. I was curled on my couch in pajamas, hair wet from the shower, trying not to think about Barrett's text from an hour ago. Good night, Sophia. Dream about me. Cocky. Confident. True. My phone rang. Carmen Reyes. My mother. Mija, she said. No preamble. Bring that doctor to Sunday dinner. My stomach dropped. Mommy, we are not. Mia told me everything. Of course she did. Mia had a big mouth, and Carmen Reyes had a sixth sense for when her daughter was lying. It is complicated, I tried. Then uncomplicate it. Sunday. 5 o'clock. Do not be late. Mommy. I want to meet him. The man who has you smiling at your phone like a teenager. I had not realized I was smiling. I stopped. It is not serious. Bring him anyway. I will make Pernil. She hung up before I could argue. I stared at my phone. Then texted Barrett. Change of plans. My mom wants you at Sunday dinner. I am so sorry. His reply came immediately. What time? 5. But you do not have to. I will be there. Address? I sent it. Waited. Wondered if this was a terrible idea. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to Sunday dinner with my loud, chaotic, too much family. Raphael had hated Sunday dinners. Barrett was not Raphael. I was starting to believe that. Sunday came too fast. I spent the morning cleaning my apartment, even though Barrett would not see it. Probably would not see it. Definitely should not see it. I changed clothes 4 times. Settled on jeans and a soft purple sweater. Casual. Like this was not a big deal. My phone buzzed at 4:30. Picking you up in 20 minutes. You do not have to pick me up. Yes, I do. See you soon. I bit my lower lip. Stared at my closet. Changed into a dress instead. The doorbell rang at 4:50 exactly. I opened it. Barrett stood there in dark jeans and a gray sweater that made his eyes impossible. Kieran beside him in his best Spider-Man shirt, clutching Leo. Hi, Sophia. Kieran bounced on his toes. Dad says we are going to your house for dinner. Is there going to be dessert? I laughed. Crouched down. Definitely dessert. My mom makes the best flan in Queens. What is flan? Magic. You will see. Barrett's hand found the small of my back. Warm through the thin fabric of my dress. You look beautiful, he said quietly. My breath caught. Kieran grabbed my hand. Come on. I am hungry. We took the subway to Queens. Kieran between us, asking questions about everything. Barrett's other hand found mine over Kieran's head. I squeezed. He squeezed back. This felt real. Carmen's house smelled like sofrito and memories. The moment we walked in, warmth hit me. Noise. Laughter. Salsa music from the kitchen. My cousin's kids running through the living room. Home. Mija. My mother appeared. Hugged me hard. Then turned to Barrett. He froze. She hugged him anyway. You must be the doctor, she said. Come. Eat. You are too skinny. Barrett looked at me. Help. I grinned. Welcome to Sunday dinner. Mia and Ryder were already there. Lily saw Kieran and shrieked. You are the boy from the soccer picture. She grabbed his hand. Do you like Legos? Kieran's shy smile appeared. Yes. Come on. They disappeared. Kieran barely remembered to hand Leo to Barrett first. Well. Ryder appeared beside Barrett. Extended his hand. Glad you could make it. They shook. Some silent man-to-man thing passed between them. Your family is very welcoming, Barrett said carefully. Ryder grinned. Wait until you try to leave. Carmen does not let anyone go hungry. Mia grabbed my arm. Pulled me toward the kitchen. You are glowing, she hissed. I am not. You are. And he looks at you like Ryder looks at me. My heart did something stupid. It is not real, Mia. She studied my face. Are you sure about that? I was not sure about anything anymore. Dinner was chaos. Beautiful, loud, overwhelming chaos. Barrett sat between Kieran and me. My mother piled food on his plate. My tia Rosa asked him questions in Spanish-English. My cousin's husband argued about baseball. Everything Raphael had hated. Barrett rolled up his sleeves. Helped carry dishes. Listened to my mother's stories about my childhood with that almost smile. He fit. Somehow, impossibly, Dr. Ice fit in my loud, messy, too much family. Under the table, his hand found mine. Squeezed. I squeezed back. Blinked away tears. Ryder caught my eye across the table. Nodded once. Approval. After dinner, the adults migrated to the porch. The kids kept playing inside. I stood at the railing, watching Kieran and Lily build something elaborate with Legos through the window. Barrett appeared beside me. Close enough I felt his warmth. Your family is wonderful, he said. They are a lot. They are perfect. My throat tightened. My mother materialized from nowhere. Mothers did that. Walk with me, doctor. She hooked her arm through Barrett's. Led him to the other end of the porch. I could not hear what she said. But I saw Barrett's expression. Serious. Intense. He met her eyes. Said something back. My mother patted his cheek. Came back to me. I like him, she announced. Do not let this one go. Mommy. I am serious, mija. That man looks at you like you hung the moon. She went inside. Left me staring. Barrett returned. Your mother is terrifying. What did she say? That I am good for you. His voice went quiet. And that I better not hurt you. Because the last one did enough damage. Raphael. Always Raphael's ghost. I told her I would not, Barrett said. Touched my cheek. I meant it. I believed him. That was the scariest part. He insisted on walking me home. Paige had picked up Kieran an hour ago. The subway ride back was quiet. Comfortable. We walked from the station to my building. Cool October air. Leaves skittering across sidewalks. Streetlights casting long shadows. My family is a lot, I said. Again. I am sorry if. Barrett stopped walking. Turned to face me. Do not apologize for them. Raphael always said they were too loud. Too much. He never wanted. I am not Raphael. The way he said it. Fierce. Certain. Final. Like the comparison offended him. I know, I whispered. We stood outside my building. Under the streetlight. Neither of us moving. I should say goodnight. Should go inside. Should stop this before it went further. Sophia, Barrett said. Just my name. But the way he said it. Barrett, we should. He kissed me. Not gentle. Not tentative. Desperate. Like he had been holding back for weeks and could not anymore. His hands framed my face. Careful. Reverent. I grabbed his jacket. Pulled him closer. He tasted like coffee and Carmen's flan and something deeper. Something that made my knees weak. When we broke apart, we were both breathing hard. We cannot, I said. My voice shook. The rules. It is fake. It stopped being fake 3 days ago and you know it. 3 days ago. Wednesday. When he texted, I missed you. Barrett. Tell me you do not feel this. I could not. I would not lie to him. Come upstairs, I whispered. His eyes darkened. Sophia. Please. I unlocked my apartment door with shaking hands. Small space. 1 bedroom. Warm and lived in and so different from his minimalist place. Photos everywhere. My family. Mia and Lily. My nursing school graduation. Barrett closed the door behind us. We stood there. 2 feet apart. The air between us electric. We should not, I started. I know. Neither of us moved away. I crossed to him. Kissed him first this time. His hands slid into my hair. Mine pushed under his sweater. Found warm skin. Muscle. We stumbled toward the couch. Barely made it. He pulled back. Breathing hard. Sophia. If we do this. I know. Everything changes. Are you sure? Was I? No. But I wanted this. Wanted him. Had wanted him since the moment he slammed into me during that code blue. I have not been sure about anything since I met you, I said. But I want this. I want you. Thank God. His mouth found mine again. Hungry. Demanding. Every touch felt like a promise, like he was seeing me, all of me, and still wanting more. We moved together, clothes falling away, until there was nothing left but us, tangled and breathless, hearts racing in the quiet dark. When it was over, everything had changed. We made it to my bed, eventually. Fell asleep wrapped together. When I woke up, Barrett was still there, watching me sleep. Morning light filtered through my curtains. He was propped on one elbow. Hair messy. Shirtless. Beautiful. I should panic. Should regret. I did not. Hi, I said. Hi. We stared at each other. Stupid smiles. I should go, he said. Paige has Kieran until noon. Okay. Neither of us moved. Sophia. Last night. My phone buzzed. Then again. Then 3 more times. I grabbed it. Mia. Just saw the hospital gossip group chat. Everyone knows about Sunday dinner. You two are the hot topic. Then another text. Also, Tessa posted about seeing Barrett leave your building this morning. This just got real. I showed Barrett the messages. His jaw tightened. The whole hospital knows we are together, I said. Let them talk. Barrett, this complicates? I do not care about complicated. He pulled me close. Kissed my forehead. I care about you. My heart did something stupid. He got out of bed. Started getting dressed. I watched. Memorized the way he moved. He was buttoning his jeans when he stopped. Turned to look at me. I have to tell you something, he said. About the gala. About why I really needed this. My stomach dropped. The way he said it. The look in his eyes. What do you mean, really needed this?
Barrett. I still smelled her on my skin. Monday morning. 6 in the morning. My office. The same 4 walls I had stared at for 6 months. But nothing looked the same. Because last night, Sophia Reyes had been in my arms. Real. Not fake. Not a performance. And now I had to tell her the truth. I rubbed the back of my neck. The ring on its chain pressed against my chest. Cold metal against warm skin. I had promised her mother I would not hurt her. I was about to break that promise. The hospital coffee shop was quiet at 7. I had texted Sophia to meet me here. The same corner table where we had signed that ridiculous contract 3 weeks ago. Full circle. I arrived first. Ordered 2 coffees. Light and sweet for her. Black for me. My hands were steady. Years of surgery had trained them to be. But my heart was racing. She walked in wearing her colorful scrubs. Dinosaurs today. Her hair was down, the way I liked it. The way I had touched it last night while she slept. She looked tired. Beautiful. Wary. She sat across from me. Did not touch the coffee. Did not smile. You said you needed to tell me something. No small talk. No warmth. She knew something was wrong. I told you I needed a date for the gala. To look stable. My voice came out flat. Clinical. The voice I used with patients' families when delivering bad news. That was true. But there is more. Sophia waited. Her fingers found the cross at her neck. The tell I had memorized weeks ago. The one that meant she was bracing herself. I know the arrangement was about stability, she said. We agreed to that. So what is the part you did not tell me? I forced the words out. Each one harder than the last. I had been watching you for months. Before I asked. Before the nanny quit. I could not look at her. Dr. Marshall told me I needed to integrate. Prove I was not Dr. Ice anymore. And I thought, if I dated someone warm. Someone credible. Someone the whole staff already loved. Her face went still. You picked me. On purpose. Like casting for a role. Sophia. I thought you needed help that night. With Kieran. I thought you asked me because I was there. Her voice went flat. But you had already decided. Before we even met. Yes. But then. Rule 4. She cut me off. If either of us catches feelings, we tell the truth. That was my rule. And you broke it. I know. How long? Her voice was steady. Too steady. How long have you known it was not fake? Week 2. Maybe week 1. I do not know. But you did not tell me. You let me think we were both just figuring it out together. I was afraid you would leave. She stood. Grabbed her bag. You should have been. The gala is Saturday. Come. Please. Why? So you can finish the performance? No. I reached for her hand. She stepped back. Because I want you there. With me. For real. I need to think. She walked out. I watched her go. My chest felt hollow. Like someone had performed surgery on me without anesthesia. 6 days. Monday, I texted. Can we talk? No answer. Tuesday, I called. Voicemail. Her voice telling me to leave a message. I did not know what to say. Hung up. Wednesday, another text. I am sorry. Please let me explain. Nothing. Thursday, I stopped by the pediatric floor during my lunch break. Tessa saw me first. Smirked. Sophia had switched shifts. Gone before I arrived. Friday, Kieran made a drawing at school. Sophia with a crown. For when she comes back, he said. I could not tell him she might not. Saturday morning. Kieran in his Spider-Man pajamas. Leo tucked under his arm. Is Sophia coming to the gala, Dad? I do not know, buddy. Did I do something wrong? The question gutted me. No. I pulled him close. Held him tight. You did nothing wrong. This is my fault. Can you fix it? I did not have an answer. Paige called that afternoon while I was getting ready. Kieran was watching cartoons in the living room. She had agreed to stay with him tonight. You messed up. Bad. I know. Did you at least tell her the truth? All of it. I tried. She left before I could finish. What do you mean, she left? I told her I had been watching her for months. That I picked her on purpose. She did not take it well. Silence on the line. Then a sigh. Bear it. You have to fight for her. She does not want to see me. Then make her see you. Show up. That is what love is. Love. The word sat in my chest. Heavy. Foreign. I stared at myself in the mirror. Tuxedo. No tie. I looked like a man going to a funeral. Maybe I was. The hotel ballroom was everything I hated. Crystal chandeliers. White linens. String quartet playing something classical. Board members shaking hands. Donors writing checks. I stood near the entrance. Alone. Dr. Marshall approached. Navy blue gown. Silver earrings. The same sharp eyes that had given me 6 weeks to prove myself. Dr. Hayes. Where is your girlfriend? She is not coming. Shame. Marshall studied me. I was looking forward to meeting her. I nodded. Smiled. The same fake smile I had worn for years. This was all for nothing. The promotion. The arrangement. The plan. Without Sophia, none of it mattered. 20 minutes into the cocktail hour, I saw her. The crowd seemed to part. Or maybe I just stopped seeing anyone else. Emerald green dress. Fitted. The kind that made breathing difficult. Hair down. Loose curls touching her bare shoulders. Heels that made her legs look endless. She walked straight to me. Every head in the room turned. My heart stopped. Then started again. Too fast. I am here. Her voice was ice. Do not make me regret it. I will not. I promise. She took my arm. Her fingers rested on my sleeve. Polite. Distant. The touch of a stranger. We took our seats for dinner. Sophia on my left. Dr. Marshall, 3 tables away. Watching. Sophia smiled at the department chair. Laughed at a donor's joke. Charmed everyone she talked to. The sunshine I had fallen for. Radiating warmth to everyone in the room. Everyone except me. When she looked at me, her eyes were empty. A performance for an audience of 1. Is this good enough? She asked during the salad course. Her voice low enough that only I could hear. For your boss. Sophia, I do not care about. Liar. The main course came. We ate in silence. Our shoulders inches apart. Miles between us. We danced because we had to. My hand on her waist. Her body stiff against mine. The string quartet played something slow. Romantic. It felt like a joke. I am sorry, I said. I know. I should have told you sooner. Yes. You should have. Can we talk? After this. She did not answer. Just kept dancing. Her hand in mine. Cold. Distant. Dr. Marshall appeared at my elbow when the song ended. A word, Dr. Hayes. I followed her to a quiet corner. Sophia stayed on the dance floor. A junior resident asked her to dance. She said yes. I watched them. She is lovely, Marshall said. But something is off between you two. It is complicated. Love usually is. Marshall crossed her arms. The position is yours. Monday morning. Official announcement. I should have felt something. Relief. Pride. Victory. I felt nothing. Thank you. Do not thank me yet. That job will consume your life if you let it. She glanced at Sophia on the dance floor. Do not let it. I found Sophia outside. The terrace overlooked the city. November air. Cold enough to see your breath. She stood at the railing, staring at the lights below. Her arms wrapped around herself, shivering in that thin green dress. I took off my jacket, draped it over her shoulders without asking. She did not pull away. Did not thank me either. You got what you wanted, she said without turning. Congratulations. That is not what I want. Then what do you want, Barrett? I stepped closer. You. Just you. Promotion be damned. She turned. Her eyes were red. I want to believe that. Then believe it. I kissed her. Not gentle. Not careful. Desperate. My hands in her hair. Her back against the railing. City lights behind us. She kissed me back. For one moment. One heartbeat. Then she pushed me away. I cannot do this. I cannot be someone's means to an end again. You are not. You never were. But I was. Her voice broke. At the beginning, I was. Sophia. Did you tell her the real reason you asked her out? We both turned. Tessa. Nurse from pediatric. Red dress. Champagne glass in hand. Too much champagne from the look of her. Tessa, I said. Not now. I know about the promotion, Sophia said. Not that. Tessa smiled. Bitter. The bet. The blood drained from my face. No. Not that. Not now. Sophia looked at me. What bet? Week 1. Surgeon's Lounge. Tessa took another sip. Someone bet Barrett could not get the sunny pediatric nurse to date Dr. Ice. He said it would be easy. She would say yes to anyone. Is that true? Sophia's voice was barely a whisper. There was a comment. But I did not. You did not what? You did not make me look like a fool. I shut it down. I told them. You knew. Tears spilled down her cheeks. You knew someone called me easy. And you asked me anyway. Sophia, please. Let me explain. She was already walking away. I followed her through the ballroom. Past the donors. Past Dr. Marshall. Past everyone who thought we were the perfect couple. Sophia. Wait. She turned in the hallway. Mascara running. Hands shaking. Explain what, Barrett? That you asked me out because of a promotion? Or because someone said I would be easy? That is not. I trusted you. I let you meet my family. I gave myself to you. Each word landed like a blow. I let myself believe that someone like you could want someone like me. I do want you. I grabbed her hands. She pulled away. I love you. The words hung between us. First time I had said them. To anyone since Jessica. Sophia laughed. Broken. Hollow. You do not even know what love is. You just know what you need. That is not true. I am done being what someone needs. She stepped back. I am done being not enough. She walked away. I did not follow. I stood in that hallway and watched her disappear around the corner. The promotion was mine. The gala was a success. Everyone thought I was stable, integrated, ready to lead. But I had lost the only thing that mattered. The ring on its chain felt heavier than it had in 3 years. I touched it. Then I let my hand drop. I went home alone. The apartment was dark. Quiet. Paige was asleep on the couch, the television still on. Kieran in his room with Leo tucked under his arm. I stood in the doorway and watched my son breathe. He had asked for Sophia every day this week. Tomorrow he would ask again. I had no answer for him. I had no answers for anyone. I changed out of the tuxedo, left it crumpled on the bathroom floor, put on the same t-shirt I had worn to Carmen's house last Sunday. It still smelled like Sophia's apartment. Vanilla. Something warm. I sank onto the edge of my bed. Jessica's photo was still on the nightstand. Her smile frozen in time. Happy. Oblivious to what was coming. I had told myself I did not deserve to be happy again. Maybe I had been right. I picked up my phone. One more text. One more try. I love you. That was not a lie. None of it was a lie. Not after week 1. I stared at the screen. Then I deleted the message. She did not want to hear from me. She did not want me at all. I lay back on the bed, stared at the ceiling. The same ceiling I had stared at for 6 months in this empty apartment. The promotion would be announced Monday. Chief of Cardiology. Everything I had worked for. It meant nothing. None of it meant anything without her.
Sophia. 3 things I knew about heartbreak. 1. It hurt worse the second time. 2. Crying in an emerald dress at 2 in the morning was a new low. 3. I was an idiot for believing any of it was real. The pounding on my door started around dawn. I had not moved from my bathroom floor. The dress was in a puddle next to me. His jacket was still around my shoulders. I hated that it still smelled like him. Open up or I am using my key. Mia's voice cut through the door. Sophia, I mean it. I did not answer. Could not. The lock clicked. Footsteps. Then Mia was in my bathroom doorway, taking in the mascara streaks and the dress, and me curled against the wall like something broken. Oh, honey. She dropped to her knees beside me. Come here. I fell into her arms. I am so stupid. The words came out thick. Ugly. So stupid. What happened? Everything spilled out. The months of him watching me before he ever asked. Picking me on purpose. Like casting for a role. The comment in the surgeon's lounge. Someone said I would be easy. And then, at the very end, he said he loved me. I laughed. It sounded wrong. Right there in the hallway. While I was walking away. Mia pulled back. Studied my face. Do you believe him? I do not know what to believe anymore. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she stood, held out her hand. Come on. We are getting you out of that dress, and making coffee. Then we are going to break this down. 2 hours later, I was in sweats on my couch. Mia sat across from me, third cup of coffee in her hands. Okay. She set the cup down. The watching you for months thing. That is weird. I will give you that. He picked me. On purpose. Yes. That is terrible. He should have told you sooner. She paused. But Sophia. You knew it started fake. You both did. The comment though. My hands would not stop fidgeting. Someone called me easy. And he asked me anyway. Did he make the comment? Mia leaned forward. Or did he hear someone else make it? I stopped. Thought about what he had said in that hallway. Before I had walked away. He said there was a comment. That he shut it down. And Tessa told you this. Mia's eyebrow went up. Tessa, who has been jealous of you for 2 years. Tessa, who posted about Barrett leaving your building to start gossip. I did not answer. Sophia. Mia's voice softened. This is not about the comment. Then what is it about? Raphael. The name hit like cold water. No. This is different. Is it? She set her cup down hard. He said you were too much. Too loud. Too chaotic. And Barrett is successful. Controlled. Everything Raphael said you could not have. I opened my mouth to argue. Nothing came out. So when it got real, Mia's eyes held mine. You looked for a reason to run. That is not fair. Is it not? The memory hit before I could stop it. Raphael's engagement party. His friends in their expensive suits. Me laughing too loud. Talking too much. His hand on my arm later. Could you just tone it down? Then finding him with someone else. Someone sophisticated. Quiet. Enough. Barrett never asked you to be quiet. Mia's voice cut through. He brought you to his sister. He let you meet his son. He told you he loves you in front of 100 people. After lying to me for weeks. So did Ryder. No judgment in her voice. Just truth. And I almost lost the best thing that ever happened to me because I could not forgive him. The silence stretched between us. Think about it. She stood, grabbed her purse. I love you. But you are about to make the same mistake I almost did. She kissed my forehead and left. I sat there for a long time. His jacket still smelled like him. Monday morning, I went back to work. I took the long way to pediatrics. Avoided the cardiac floor. The cafeteria. Any hallway where I might see him. It almost worked. Sophia. Tessa's voice stopped me outside the break room. Wait. I turned. She looked rough. Hungover. Guilty. I am sorry about Saturday. She would not meet my eyes. I was drunk. I should not have said anything. Was it true? I kept my voice flat. The comment? Tessa hesitated. Then something shifted in her face. There was a comment. In the surgeon's lounge. Someone being rude. And Barrett? He shut it down. She finally looked at me. Hard. Said anyone who talked about you like that could get out. My chest tightened. I left after that. Tessa's voice dropped. I assumed he was part of it. I should not have said anything. I am sorry. She walked away before I could respond. I made it to my locker before my hands started shaking. Inside was an envelope. My name and handwriting I did not recognize at first. Then I did. Barrett's handwriting. 3 pages. Front and back. I shoved it in my bag without reading it. I was not ready. Not yet. Tuesday, I went to my mother's house. My mom took one look at my face when I walked in. Where is Barrett? We broke up. She did not say anything. Just led me to the kitchen table. Set down a plate of food I could not eat. Sat across from me and waited. He lied to me, Mommy. I stared at my hands. About why he asked me out. About everything. What did he lie about? I told her. The promotion. The months of watching. The comments someone made about me being easy. Mom listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a long moment. So he made a mistake. She tilted her head. And? Mommy, he lied. And you never lied to yourself? She reached across the table. Took my hand. Your father lied to me once. I looked up. Said he was working late. Was planning a surprise party for my birthday. A sad smile crossed her face. I found out. Was furious. Thought he was cheating. What happened? He showed up. Every day. Proving he loved me. She squeezed my fingers. That is what love is, mija. Showing up even when you messed up. Barrett has not shown up. Have you let him? The question hung there. I did not have an answer. That night, I sat in my dark apartment. The letter was in my hands. I had read it 4 times. My face was wet. I love you. I love your laugh. I love how you love my son. I love that you are loud and warm and everything I am not. I do not want you to be less. I want you to be everything. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. I was afraid. I am still afraid. But I am more afraid of losing you. My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello. Sophia? A small voice. Formal. Scared. It is Kieran. My heart stopped. Kieran? Are you okay? Dad is sad. He sounded so young. He will not tell me why. My stomach dropped. Buddy, I am sure he is just tired. Did you guys break up? Like my friend Tyler's parents? I closed my eyes. It is complicated. Do you still like him? The truth slipped out before I could stop it. Yes. Then why did you leave? I could not breathe. Could not answer. I have to go, Kieran whispered. Dad is coming. Do not tell him I called. The line went dead. I sat in the silence. Mia's words in my head. You looked for a reason to run. Mom's words. Have you let him show up? Kieran's words. Then why did you leave? My phone buzzed. Barrett. I know you do not want to talk to me. I understand. But Kieran misses you. If you cannot forgive me, I get it. But would you consider, could you just see him? Once? Saturday. Soccer. 10 a.m. I will stay away if you want. I stared at the message. I had run. That is what I did. Raphael made me feel small, so I ran into being single. Barrett scared me, so I ran into being hurt. But Kieran, that little boy with his stuffed lion and his formal speech and his hope. He did not deserve to lose someone else. Neither did I. I typed, I will be there. Deleted it. Typed, we need to talk. Not Saturday. Now. Sent it. Grabbed his jacket from the back of my couch. And ran.
Barrett. The phone sat in my palm like a grenade. I had sent the text about Saturday's soccer 20 minutes ago. No response. Same as every other message this week. Kieran was asleep in his room. Leo tucked under his chin. Spider-Man pajamas twisted around his legs. On the coffee table, 4 unfinished letters sat in a pile. I had written 5 total. Sent 1 to her locker. The rest felt too honest to deliver. My finger hovered over the screen. Maybe I should try again. Maybe I should just call and beg. The doorbell rang. My heart stopped. I was off the couch before my brain caught up. 3 steps to the door. Hand on the knob. Deep breath. Sophia stood in the hallway. My jacket hung over her arm. The one I had given her, on the terrace. Her hair was down. No makeup. She looked like she had run here. She looked like everything. Can I come in? Yes. I stepped back. Of course. She walked past me. Stopped in the living room. Turned. I am not here about Saturday. I nodded. Waited. Let her lead. I talked to Tessa. Sophia's voice was steady. Careful. She said you defended me. Of course I did. Why did you not tell me about the comment? I moved closer. Not too close. Because it did not matter. Some idiot in the surgeon's lounge said something stupid. I shut it down. That was the end of it. Tessa made it sound like you were part of it. I know what Tessa made it sound like. My hands flexed at my sides. Wanting to reach for her. Stopping myself. I told them anyone who talked about you like that could get out. That is what happened. That is the truth. Sophia watched me. Reading my face. Looking for lies. She would not find any. Not anymore. I should have told you everything sooner. The words came out rough. Honest. I should have told you about the promotion. About watching you for months. About falling for you after week 2. Her breath caught. I kept going. I should have said I love you when I was happy. Not desperate. I ran a hand through my hair. But I was scared. Terrified, actually. Of what? The truth sat heavy in my chest. I let it out. Of wanting you. Of needing you. Sophia did not move. Did not speak. Just listened. Jessica died because I was working. Always working. My voice cracked. I let it. She texted me. Called me. I was in surgery, and I ignored it. By the time I called back, she was gone. The familiar guilt rose up. But softer now. Weathered. I told myself I would not do that again. Would not let anyone in. Would not need anyone. I met her eyes. Held them. Then you walked in. And you just walked right through everything I had built to protect myself. Silence stretched between us. Then Sophia spoke. I ran. Her voice was quiet. Raw. After the gala. I looked for a reason to run. I waited. My ex said I was too much. Too loud. Too chaotic. She touched my jacket. Still in her arms. And you are everything he said I could not have. Successful. Controlled. Put together. Sophia. I started to reach for her. So when things got real, I panicked. She looked up at me. I found a reason to leave before you could leave me. I stepped closer. Close enough to touch. Did not. You are not too much. My voice dropped low. Certain. You are everything. Her eyes went glassy. She blinked it back. How do I know this is real? The question came out broken. How do I know you are not just saying what I need to hear? You do not. Honesty. That is all I had left. You have to trust me. And I know I have not earned that yet. I reached out. Slow. Careful. My fingers found hers. But I will spend every day earning it. If you let me. A small voice cut through the room. Sophia. We both turned. Kieran stood in the hallway. Spider-Man pajamas. Leo clutched to his chest. Eyes wide. Hopeful. Scared. You came back. Sophia dropped to her knees. Opened her arms. Kieran ran to her. Slammed into her chest. Arms around her neck. Face buried in her shoulder. I thought you left forever. His voice was muffled. Small. I am sorry, buddy. Sophia held him tight. One hand in his hair. I am so sorry. Are you going to stay? She looked up at me, over his head. I could not breathe. We are figuring it out, she said. But I am here now. Okay. Kieran nodded against her shoulder. Did not let go. My throat was so tight it hurt. 20 minutes later, Kieran was back in bed. Sophia had read him a story. Tucked Leo under his arm. Promised she would still be there in the morning. Now we sat on the couch. Coffee mugs between us. Safety barrier. He cannot be part of this. Sophia wrapped her hands around her mug. Not until we are sure. He has been through enough. Agreed. I am not saying yes. She met my eyes. Held them. Not yet. What are you saying? I am saying. She took a breath. Show me. Prove it. What do you need? Time. Honesty. No more performances. She set down the mug. If we do this, it is real. Messy. Complicated. I can do messy. She almost smiled. You are terrible at messy. Then teach me. The almost smile grew. Just a little. Just enough. I will show up, I said. Every day. Coffee. Lunch. Walking you home. Whatever you need. And if it does not work, then at least I tried. At least I fought. I leaned forward. Let her see it all. I did not fight for Jessica. I was working. I let her go, without even knowing I was losing her. My voice broke again. I did not hide it. I will not make that mistake again. Sophia stared at me for a long moment. Something shifted in her expression. Softened. She leaned in. Kissed my cheek. Quick. Soft. A promise and a question. Prove it, she whispered. Then she stood. Grabbed my jacket from the chair. I should go. Before Kieran gets confused. I walked her to the door. Wanted to pull her back. Did not. Tomorrow? I asked. Tomorrow. She stepped into the hall. Turned back. 6:30 in the morning. Hospital cafeteria. Bring coffee. The kind I actually like this time. Light and sweet. Her real smile broke through. The one that made my chest ache. You remembered. I remember everything about you. She held my eyes. Something passed between us. Real. Fragile. Worth protecting. Good night, Barrett. Good night, Sophia. I watched her until the elevator doors closed. The apartment was quiet. Kieran was asleep. Sophia was gone. The coffee mug sat cold on the table. I walked to my bedroom. Jessica's photo sat on the nightstand. Same place it had been for 3 years. Same smile. Same flowers in her hair from our wedding day. I sat on the edge of the bed. Picked up the frame. For 3 years, looking at this photo hurt. Sharp and deep. A wound that would not heal. Tonight it did not hurt as much. I reached up. Found the chain around my neck. The weight I had carried every day since she died. Her wedding ring. My fingers closed around it. Warm from my skin. Familiar. I pulled the chain over my head. The ring sat in my palm. Small. Gold. A circle with no end. I loved you. The words came out as a whisper. I will always love you. The ring caught the lamplight. I could almost see her face in the reflection. But I have to let you go now. My throat burned. My eyes stung. I let it happen. I think you would like her, Jess. I think you would want this for us. I closed my fingers around the ring. Held it tight. For me and Kieran. I stood. Walked to the dresser. Pulled open the top drawer. My jewelry box sat in the corner. Dusty. Unused. I opened it. Set the ring inside. Closed the lid. Then I went back to the nightstand. Picked up Jessica's photo. I did not throw it away. Could not do that. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I opened the drawer. Set the frame inside. Face up. So she could still see the ceiling. Still be here somehow. Just not the first thing I saw when I woke up. The nightstand was empty now. I sat there for a long time. Staring at the bare surface. feeling the absence of the ring around my neck. Lighter. Different. Terrifying. Ready. I pulled out my phone. Opened a new note. Day 1 of showing up. 1. Coffee. 6:30 in the morning. Light and sweet. 2. Do not screw it up. Simple. Direct. A plan I could follow. I turned off the lamp. Lay down in the dark. Tomorrow, I would start proving it. Tomorrow, I would fight for what mattered. For the first time in 3 years, I fell asleep without touching the ring. For the first time in 3 years, I dreamed of something other than the past.
Sophia. 3 things I learned about Barrett Hayes that week. 1. He made terrible coffee. 2. He showed up anyway. 3. I was falling so hard it scared me. Wednesday morning, 6:28 in the morning. I walked into the hospital cafeteria, expecting to be early. He was already there. Same corner table where we had signed that ridiculous contract weeks ago. 2 coffees in front of him. A paper bag that smelled like fresh bagels. He stood when he saw me. Old-fashioned. Nervous. Light and sweet. He pushed one of the cups toward me. He remembered. Such a small thing. Why did it feel like everything? You are early, I said. So are you. I sat down. Took a sip. Perfect. Day 1, he said. Day 1 of what? Showing up. I looked at him across the table. No ring on the chain around his neck. I had noticed it was gone when he opened his door last night. 3 years he had worn Jessica's wedding band against his chest. Now it was gone. He caught me looking. His throat moved as he swallowed. I put it away, he said. The ring. The photo. I am not forgetting her. But I am choosing to move forward. Barrett. You asked me to prove it. This is me proving it. I did not know what to say. So I reached across the table and took his hand. His fingers closed around mine. Warm. Steady. Real. He showed up every day after that. Thursday. Lunch in the hospital cafeteria. He brought my favorite sandwich from the deli 2 blocks away. Turkey and avocado. Extra pickles. How did he know about the pickles? I asked Sophia from radiology, he admitted. Apparently you talk about pickles a lot. I threw a chip at him. He almost laughed. Friday morning. Breakfast at my apartment door before my shift. I opened the door in my scrubs, and he was there with bagels and that almost smile that made my stomach flip. Friday night. I worked a double and walked out exhausted at 2 in the morning. He was leaning against his car in the parking lot. What are you doing here? Walking you home. You have a car. Driving you home. Same thing. He did not ask to come up. Just made sure I got inside safe and texted me goodnight from the parking lot. Saturday was soccer. I wore my purple jacket. Kieran spotted me from the field and waved so hard he almost fell over. Barrett was already on the sidelines. Paige sat next to him, saw me and grinned. She is back, Paige said. Thank goodness. He has been insufferable. I have not. He reorganized his entire apartment twice. Paige leaned toward me. Twice. In 1 week. I sat down between them. Barrett's hand found mine like it was the most natural thing in the world. Kieran scored a goal. I jumped up screaming. That is my boy. That is my boy. The other parents laughed. Barrett did not seem to notice them. He was watching me. What? I asked. Nothing. But his eyes said everything. After the game, we got ice cream. Kieran sat between us on the park bench, chocolate dripping down his chin. Sophia? Yes, buddy. Are you Dad's girlfriend for real now? Barrett and I exchanged a look. We are figuring it out, I said carefully. But you are not leaving? Something squeezed in my chest. This kid. This sweet, scared kid who had already lost so much. I am not leaving. He nodded. Went back to his ice cream. When I glanced at Barrett, his eyes were suspiciously shiny. Sunday was coffee. Just the two of us. No agenda. No performance. We sat in a tiny cafe in Brooklyn and talked for 3 hours. About nursing school. About medical school. About the first time we each lost a patient, and how it broke something inside us that never quite healed. He listened like every word mattered. Because to him, I realized it did. Monday, he showed up at my mother's house. Barrett. My mom opened the door and immediately pulled him into a hug. You came back. Good. You are too skinny. Come eat. He looked at me helplessly over her shoulder. I did not know he was coming, I mouthed. I wanted to see you, he said later, over plates of arroz con pollo. And your mom makes really good food. So you are using me for my mother's cooking? Among other things. The way he looked at me when he said it. Warmth spread through my chest. My mom pretended not to notice. But she was smiling. Tuesday night, he picked me up at 7 in the evening. Actual date, he had said that morning. Not fake. Not practice. Real. I had changed outfits 4 times. Settled on jeans and a green sweater that made my eyes pop. He took me to a pizza place in Brooklyn. Loud. Crowded. String lights. Families everywhere. Not fancy. Not the kind of place Raphael would have chosen. I thought you would pick somewhere fancy, I said as we slid into a booth. I wanted somewhere you would actually enjoy. He picked up a menu. Not somewhere I thought I should take you. Something inside me softened. This man. This grumpy, closed-off, beautiful man who was learning to be soft for me. We ate pizza and drank wine, and he asked me about nursing school. Tell me, he said. Really tell me. So I did. I told him about almost quitting twice. About the money being so tight, I ate ramen for 6 months straight. About Mia dragging me to the library to study when I wanted to give up. He listened. Asked questions. Remembered details from earlier conversations. You said Mia kept you sane. Now I understand what you meant. She is my person. I know. He reached across the table. Took my hand. I want to be your person too. After dinner, we walked through my neighborhood. I showed him the bodega, where I got coffee every morning. The park bench where I sat after hard shifts. The corner where I had cried after Raphael left and sworn I would never let anyone close again. Thank you, he said quietly. For what? For letting me in. I stopped walking. Looked up at him under the streetlight. Thank you for seeing me. We stood there. The same spot where he had kissed me the first time. Where everything had changed. Do you want to come up? I asked. His eyes darkened. Yes. But only if you are sure. I am sure. I took his hand. Pulled him inside. This time when I unlocked my door, I was not shaking. Different from before. Not desperate. Not running from feelings. Choosing this. Choosing him. I turned around. My back against the closed door. Barrett stood in my small apartment. Taking up all the space. All the air. Sophia. His voice was rough. I crossed to him. Kissed him first. He made a sound low in his throat. His hands came up to frame my face. Gentle. Careful. Like I was something precious. I am not going to break, I whispered against his mouth. I know. He kissed me deeper. My fingers found the buttons of his shirt. Undid them slowly. savoring. We made it to the bedroom this time. No rushing. No desperation. He laid me down on my bed. Looked at me in the soft lamplight. You are so beautiful, he said. So are you. He almost smiled. Men are not beautiful. You are. I pulled him down. You are. His mouth found my neck. My collarbone. Lower. He took his time. Learned me all over again. Every sound I made. Every place that made me gasp. Barrett. His name on my lips like a prayer. He looked up at me. Those blue-gray eyes dark with want. I love you. Not desperate. Not during a breakup. Clear. Certain. Real. My heart stopped. Started again. I love you too. First time I had said it. First time I had let myself. Something shifted in his expression. Relief. Joy. Something that looked like coming home. Then he stopped being gentle. His mouth moved lower. His hands gripped my hips. I arched into him, gasping. Tell me what you want, he murmured against my skin. You. Just you. He gave me everything. We gave ourselves to the moment, losing ourselves in each other until the world outside ceased to matter. Afterward, we lay tangled together. His hand tracing patterns on my back. My head on his chest. Stay, I whispered. Always. When I woke up this time, he was already awake, smiling at me. Wednesday morning. Sunlight through my curtains. Tangled sheets. Barrett propped on one elbow, watching me. What? I mumbled. Just happy. Me too. His phone buzzed. Page asking about Kieran pickup. Reality. He was a dad. This was their life. Go, I said. Get your son. He leaned down. Kissed me soft and slow. Tonight? Dinner? The three of us? My pulse quickened. This is real. This is family. Yes. I would like that. At the hospital that afternoon, I could not stop smiling. Mia found me in the break room. Okay. She slid into the chair across from me. Spill. We are trying. For real this time. And? I tried to hold back the grin. Failed. Could not stop smiling. I told him I love him. Mia's face split into a smile. She launched across the table and hugged me hard. About time. That evening, I stood outside Barrett's apartment door. Nervous. Which was ridiculous. I had been here before. But not like this. Not as someone who belonged. The door flew open. Sophia. Kieran launched himself at me. I caught him, laughing. Hey buddy. Dad's cooking. He wrinkled his nose. It smells weird. Then let us go save dinner. Barrett was in the kitchen. Sleeves rolled up. Frowning at a pan, like it had personally offended him. What are you making? It was supposed to be chicken. Was? He looked at me helplessly. I may have burned it. I laughed. Took over. Within 20 minutes, we had actual food. The three of us cooked together. Kieran stirred. Barrett chopped vegetables under my supervision. Music playing from his phone. Kieran singing along off-key. This, I thought. This is what I want. Not perfect. Real. After dinner, Kieran fell asleep on the couch with Leo tucked under his chin. Barrett carried him to bed. I watched from the doorway. The way he tucked the blanket around his son. Kissed his forehead. Whispered something I could not hear. When he came back, his eyes were soft. Thank you, he said. For what? For tonight. For him. For us. We sat on the couch. Close. His arm around me. I want to tell you something, he said. Okay. The promotion. I turned it down. I sat up. What? Why? Because I got it for the wrong reasons. Barrett. I am taking a different position. Still cardiology. Less administrative. More time with Kieran. He paused. More time for us. You did not have to do that. I wanted to. I choose this. His hand found mine. I choose you. He pulled something from his pocket. A small box. My heart stopped. Not a ring. He opened it. Not yet. We are not ready. Inside was a key. But I want you to have this. To my apartment. I stared at it. Move in, he said. Not now. But soon. When you are ready. Make this home. With us. The key caught the light. Small. Silver. Everything. I took it. Ask me again in 3 months. And you will say yes? I looked at him. This grumpy, wonderful man who had shown up every single day. Maybe. I kissed him. Probably. Another kiss. Definitely. He laughed against my mouth. Pulled me closer. My phone buzzed. Mia. Wedding in 2 weeks. You are bringing Barrett, right? Lily has been asking about Kieran. I showed him. He read it. Smiled. Our friends are getting married. We should go. As a couple? I asked. Official? He cupped my face. Looked at me with those storm gray eyes. As a couple. Official. No more fake. No more performance. Just us. Just us. He kissed me again. The key pressed warm against my palm. This was real. This was home. This was everything. Sophia. 3 things I knew about weddings. 1. I always cried. 2. I always caught feelings. 3. Today I was catching a bouquet. And maybe a proposal. Stop fidgeting. Mia swatted my hand away from her veil. You are making me nervous. You are the bride. You are supposed to be nervous. She turned from the mirror. White lace. Soft glow. My best friend looked like a dream come true. I cannot believe I am getting married. Her voice was soft. Odd. I cannot believe I almost missed this, being stupid about Barrett. Mia's eyes softened. She reached for my hand. But you did not. You chose love. I chose love. 2 months ago, those words would have terrified me. Today they felt like breathing. Now fix my train, Mia ordered. And stop crying. You will ruin your makeup before the ceremony even starts. Too late. I was already dabbing under my eyes with a tissue. A knock at the door. Lily burst in, flower girl dress swishing around her ankles. Mommy? Kieran says his lion wants to walk down the aisle too. Mia crouched down to her daughter's level. Tell Kieran that Leo can watch from the seats. He has an important job. What job? Being brave for his dad. Lily gave a serious nod and ran back out. Mia caught my eye in the mirror. That little boy adores you. I adore him back. I know. She smiled. That is why I am not worried anymore. The ceremony venue glowed with candlelight and white roses. I stood at the altar in my purple bridesmaid dress, bouquet trembling in my hands. Not because of nerves. Because Barrett was watching me from the 3rd row. He wore a charcoal tuxedo. No tie. Hair a little messy, like he had run his hands through it too many times. Kieran sat beside him in a tiny matching suit, Leo the stuffed lion tucked under his arm. Barrett caught my eye. Smiled. Not the almost smile from 2 months ago. Not Dr. Ice. A real smile. The kind that crinkled the corners of his eyes and transformed his whole face. The kind reserved just for me. My heart squeezed. The music changed. Everyone stood. Mia appeared at the end of the aisle. Ryder was already wiping his eyes at the altar, and the ceremony had not even started. She walked toward her forever. I thought about mine. Ryder's vows made me cry. No surprise there. You made me want to be better, he said, voice rough. You made me choose integrity over profit. You made me a father to Lily. You gave me a family I did not know I needed. Mia laughed through her tears. Then it was her turn. You showed up, she said. Every day. Even when I pushed you away. Even when I gave you every reason to walk. You stayed. My breath hitched. That was Barrett. That was us. I looked at him again. His throat moved like he was swallowing something heavy. He reached past Kieran, found my eyes across the aisle, and mouthed something. I love you. I mouthed it back. Kieran tugged Barrett's sleeve. Whispered something in his ear. Barrett nodded. Serious. Like they were making a secret deal. What were those two plotting? I now pronounce you husband and wife, the officiant announced. You may kiss the bride. Ryder swept Mia into a kiss that made the whole room cheer. I wiped my eyes. Again. The reception sparkled. Fairy lights strung across the ceiling. Champagne towers catching the candlelight. A jazz band playing something soft and swaying in the corner. I sat at the head table, fork pushing through cake I could not eat. Too distracted. Barrett was across the room. Deep in conversation with Carmen. My mother was talking with her hands. They moved the way mine did when I got excited. Whatever she was saying made Barrett laugh. Not a polite chuckle. A real laugh. Paige leaned over and whispered something to my mom. Both women turned to look at me. Waved. I waved back, suspicious. They are plotting something. Mia appeared beside me, champagne in hand. Her wedding dress swished as she sat. I noticed. Barrett asked me something earlier. She sipped her drink. Innocent face that did not fool me for a second. About timing. Timing for what? She just smiled. Mia. Enjoy the party, Sophia. She kissed my cheek and floated away to greet more guests. I was going to get answers. Later. After I stopped her from being so mysterious. The bouquet toss. I tried to hide in the back. Classic avoidance technique. All single ladies to the dance floor, the DJ announced. No way. Lily grabbed my hand before I could escape. Come on, Tia Sophia. I am good here, mija. Mommy said you have to. Lily tugged harder. Her flower girl dress was now stained with chocolate cake. She said it is important. Mia was going to pay for this. I let Lily drag me to the front. 5-year-olds and brides were impossible to refuse. Mia turned her back to the crowd. Counted down. 3, 2, 1. The bouquet flew. Straight at my face. I caught it on reflex. Pure self-preservation. Otherwise, it would have hit me in the nose. The crowd cheered. Sophia caught it. Kieran's voice cut through the noise. He was standing on his chair, pumping his fist like his team just scored a goal. That means wedding. Barrett grabbed his arm, trying to settle him down. Buddy, that is not how it works. Dad. Kieran looked at him with those serious blue-gray eyes. So much like his father's. You have to ask her now. You promised. The room went quiet. Every head turned toward Barrett. He stared at his son. Then at me. Then back at Kieran. Something shifted in his expression. Decision made. You know what? He stood. Straightened his jacket. You are right. My stomach dropped to my toes. Barrett crossed the dance floor, took my hand, led me through the French doors to the garden terrace. String lights overhead. Cool November air. The faint sound of the party muffled behind glass doors. I am sorry about Kieran. I clutched the bouquet like a lifeline. He is 7. He does not understand how. What if he is right? I stopped breathing. What? Barrett turned to face me. The fairy lights caught the silver at his temples, the softness in his storm gray eyes, the steadiness in his stance. What if I want to ask you now? Barrett? He dropped to one knee. Oh. Oh no. Sophia Reyes. My vision blurred. Stupid tears. Always crying at weddings. I met you 2 months ago, he said. You slammed into me during a code blue and knocked every plan I had sideways. A laugh escaped me. Watery. Ridiculous. I asked you to fake date me because I needed to prove I was stable for a promotion. He shook his head. I was such an idiot. You were a little bit of an idiot, I agreed. You did not make me look stable, Sophia. His voice cracked. You made me unstable. In the best possible way. I pressed my free hand over my mouth. You made me feel again. Want again. Love again. After 3 years of being frozen, you thawed me out. A tear slipped down my cheek. Then another. You brought my son back to life. He laughs now. For real. Because of you. Kieran. That sweet, serious little boy who just wanted a family. You brought me back to life too. Barrett pulled a small velvet box from his jacket pocket. This was my grandmother's. Paige helped me get it sized this week. He opened the box. The ring was simple. Beautiful. A single diamond on a delicate gold band. Something classic. Something real. It is not as fancy as what you deserve, he said. But it is real. Like us. Like this. He looked up at me. Vulnerable. Open. The man who had built walls so high he could not see over them. Now kneeling at my feet with his heart in his hands. Sophia. Will you marry me? I was crying. Full ugly crying now. Mascara running. Did not care. Yes. He blinked. Yes? Yes. 1,000 times yes. Barrett stood. Slid the ring onto my finger with steady surgeon's hands. Fit perfect. Like it was always meant to be there. He kissed me. Soft at first. Then deeper. His hands cupped my face like I was something precious. Something worth protecting. Cheers erupted from the windows behind us. We broke apart, laughing against each other's mouths. The entire reception was pressed against the glass, like kids at a candy store window. Mia was crying and laughing at the same time. Carmen was crossing herself and dabbing her eyes with a napkin. Paige had her phone out, recording everything. And Kieran. Kieran burst through the doors at full speed. She said yes. He launched himself at us. Barrett caught him with one arm, pulled me close with the other. The three of us. Tangled together on the terrace. Family. Does this mean you are my mom now? Kieran asked, face buried against my shoulder. I looked at Barrett over his son's head. His eyes were wet. Yes, buddy. I kissed Kieran's messy hair. I guess it does. Good. Kieran squeezed tighter. I already told everyone at school you were my almost mom. Barrett laughed. The sound vibrated through all three of us. You are not wrong, buddy. He kissed my temple. Not wrong at all. Later. Much later. Barrett's apartment. The one with the key that had been on my keychain for 2 weeks now. Kieran was asleep in his room. Leo tucked under his chin. Peaceful. I sat on the couch, staring at my hand. The ring caught the lamplight. Sparkled. Real. This was real. I cannot believe this is real, I whispered. Barrett settled beside me. Pulled me into his side like I belonged there. Because I did. Believe it. Your fake girlfriend just became your real fiancé. I shook my head. That is quite a promotion. He kissed my temple. Best backup plan I ever had. I laughed. Terrible backup plan. I was supposed to be temporary. Just for the gala. You were supposed to be forever. He tilted my chin up. Storm gray eyes on mine. Warm now. Always warm with me. I just did not know it yet. 3 things had changed since I slammed into Dr. Barrett Hayes during a code blue. 1. I was not single anymore. My fiancé was watching me with those eyes. The ones that used to be ice. Now just warmth. Just love. 2. I was not just a pediatric nurse. I was a bonus mom to a 7-year-old who called me almost mom and made me laugh and cry in equal measure. 3. I was not too much anymore. I was enough. For them. For me. Barrett pressed his forehead to mine. Our breath mingled in the quiet. I love you, Sophia Reyes. I love you too, Dr. Ice. He smiled against my lips. Nobody calls me that anymore. I know. I kissed him. Soft. Sweet. That is because you melted. His arms tightened around me. Family. Not fake. Not temporary. Forever. The end.